Yoda?
I'm not confused. Like the whole
You're
thing about
very
models of somebody
confused.
else, I accept that.
You've twisted this 3 times somehow.
No, I've not twisted it around. I'm just
Yeah,
pointing out the inconsistency here.
what inconsistency?
You don't like people jumping to conclusions at the same time you invite and want speculation. You don't like the fact that we speculate.
When
We
did I
don't
invite
speculate, rather.
speculation?
You want to invite
Can you
speculation, which we don't
when?
do.
When? What did I say that
Just
says that?
prior in the conversation,
No. No, I said you don't speculate, that's all I said.
and then you accuse us of jumping to
No,
conclusions.
I didn't you see, okay, now someone was saying earlier, you
Right?
guys don't
Isn't that
refer to you as
speculating?
us. You guys earlier were saying you guys don't refer to you guys as us, now you're referring to yourself as a collective with the other guy I was talking to. Why are you doing that?
Maybe because I want to.
Oh, so you are a collective.
No, I'm not. I just want
Alright,
to in
okay.
this instance.
Crit, can you tell him I was talking to you and not him?
No, I know you were
No,
talking to
And
Crit.
I
you
told
admit
you that it's a group.
and you yeah,
It's a
and you
public
admitted you
call,
yeah, yeah.
so
But
people
you
are
admitted
allowed
you
to
were
respond how they
mistaken.
want to
Yeah, but
respond.
it's
Remember
not
we talked
making
about
sense how he's responding because
yeah, this is like the first
he's
conversation I
against
had with you
reality.
that this is a free interaction
Yeah,
that covers,
yeah,
freedom of association. So people can jump in and
yeah.
give their
But
take
why is he?
because
There
he
isn't a
wants to,
take here
because
because
he
it's
wants to do
completely
that.
devoid of the reality of what was said.
Okay, then
Brutal.
just go with that
Just
then.
give it up, Brutal. Earlier, you just made a fool of yourself.
I don't think I did. I think you did
Well, I think you did, bud. How?
quite
Tell the boys the
blatantly.
circumference of the Earth.
That's 20,000 miles. You corrected
What
me.
did you tell me it was? 60,000. You
Yeah,
just
because I was
guessed. Didn't
looking
know.
something up, and I guess because I wanted
You
to
should know.
resolve the
Yeah,
issue I
well,
was dealing with because
you don't
you
even
were
know the circumference
interfering.
of your own
You
model.
literally randomly interjected with a random question because I was finding the evidence of a previous situation for no reason. I just said fuck it, 60,000 or whatever, and you ran
See?
with it like it was a serious
Well,
answer. You've got a
right.
problem, dude. You've got a serious
Well,
problem, bro. Because I wasn't having your shit, so you just hung on to it like a fucking stale turd stuck in
well,
your
it's a
fucking
stupid number
ass
to throw
hairs.
out. It's a stupid number to throw when you could
It's a
just say, I
stupid
don't
thing to
know.
cling on to when I told you I know I'm wrong, and you're just still stuck on it. Why are you hung up? Weird. Excessive. Is it the only thing you've got?
Well, it just takes any
Yeah, okay.
credibility
Yeah.
away. That's all.
One
We're not going
how
back
does it
into
take
this loop,
credibility away?
KJ.
Can someone please explain to me how one mistake someone ever makes takes all credibility away, a mistake they own up to, and they haven't
If
repeated
we,
since?
Yeah, look, all that happened was he
That's not
said the
how
radius was
life works.
63,000 miles and or whatever,
And
63,000
by
kilometers,
okay,
whatever he said. And then he corrected, he said, look, I was wrong about that. So there's no
I don't
need to just keep
yeah.
grilling him about that one mistake that he made. It's just because it makes the conversation just go circular. But obviously,
It's 'cause it's the only point he
almost
has.
almost all of the Globers that come in here don't know the radius. It's not something that they've checked right throughout their life. So
I've been taught it before. It was just years and years and years ago, and
yeah,
I
it's
haven't
not
checked it
something that
since.
you would remember. So I
I
mean, we
hang
don't
on
need
to
to
it.
just keep harping on that one thing.
It's strange behavior I'm witnessing right now. It's grasping at straws, quite literally. Again, on a not relevant point too. Situation completely unrelated. So it's dude, I'm just stating reality, Kapos. It's not a snowflake to state reality.
What's your general take on flat earthers? It's true.
Um, uh, 60% can have a decent conversation and can give what they can take. The other ones are 30% snowflake and 10% power abusers. There you go. Control freaks. 60% of sound though. I'm gonna go get food.
That's like a pretty vacuous thing because I mean, give or take. That's going to be pretty much any community you go into. It's like just walking into a room and be like, hey, what's your take on X people? They drink water and they have a mom and dad. Okay. Wow. They have an internet connection too? Like,
Well, flat Earth is not just any group or community. It's kind of a distinct movement. You know what I mean?
no, I'm not
It
catching
separates itself from many other things
it. How so?
because it relates to a globe on a mass global scale.
Because
Because that's what everyone is taught in school.
yeah, people are taught all kinds of dumb shit in school. Like they
And
were taught that there's one nation under God. So
and
if by
when
that logic, you'd be like, there's people who vehemently reject things they were taught in school. So that would put now you're like you've defined it
yeah,
even more vacuous than Hoodie
but
did.
you're talking about the nature of the Earth. You're talking about that on a massive scale.
No, you're talking about things that were taught in schools.
Yeah, it's taught in
Like I
schools.
was taught in school that it's one nation that is under God. There's God, and then there's a nation, and in this nation, there's liberty and justice for all. I was taught that.
Well, I'm
Well,
saying
then
there's a
you said the
reason.
people who reject that globally reject this God or this nation or liberty and justice. So you made it even more vacuous than Hoodie did.
That's great, but I'm saying that the flat Earth, dude. What is this echo? I'm saying that flat Earth gets more criticism than many other so-called communities in the truth realm, right?
Yeah, I don't know what that means either. What's a truth realm?
When you're talking about these like conspiracies, these grand truths, it doesn't really matter what it is. It could be
You're talking about like an Alex Jones type figure?
no, talking about just generally conspiracies,
Yeah,
9/11.
when you think about conspiracy theories, does Alex Jones come to mind? Is he a
No,
conspiracy theorist?
no.
What about who's a guy who's a Department of Health right now? The Kennedy, Robert
RFK
Kennedy.
Jr.
Yeah, RFK. Is he one of those guys you're thinking of?
Do you know what it's meant when somebody says a truther?
Yeah, no, I don't. I really do not know what that means.
Yeah, I don't think you know, McCandles.
So then that's why we're having a disconnect here, right?
Well, that's on you then.
Yeah, because you're the only person who said that word. So if you're not defining it, that's proving my point that it's a vacuous squawk. It's like just saying the word conspiracy theorist or whatever, like immigrant. Because just throwing out there some word that you'll never define or take questions on is just some kind of label that you just slap on topics that you really don't understand, which you rejected. Now the answer that Hoodie gave you was that you're supposed to use this conversation to understand others, and you've brain farted it so spectacularly that you're not even understanding yourself. What the fuck do you mean when you say the word truther? Are you a truther? Maybe that will start there. Do you tell the truth or do you tell lies?
A truther is just someone who seeks truth, obviously.
So you do you seek truth?
Sure.
Okay, so you're a truther.
If you want to call me that. I don't call myself that, but you could say
So
that.
you're not a truther.
But you just
You're a
said
liar.
you sought truth.
Yeah, he's a liar.
I don't like to label
You're a
myself.
confused individual,
but
McCandles.
I don't like to label myself, but you could call me a truther, yeah.
Okay,
But
so
you
you
like to
are a
label other
truther or
people.
you're not. So do you
If
tell?
you-
Are you a truther or you're a liar?
Fucking hypocrite.
I'm a truther, sure. Let's go with that.
And then do you get criticism for your truthing?
Maybe.
Okay, so you defined yourself as a flat earther now.
I don't know what you mean by that.
internally, because you said a flat earther is a truther who gets pushback or criticism because what their truthing is counterintuitive to what they were taught in school.
I didn't say that a flat earther is a truther. I didn't say that.
What is going on
trying
here?
to avoid.
What
You're
in
trying
the
to
world
avoid
is going on here?
You're trying to avoid the word
No, that's
conspiracy.
exactly what
right?
you just said.
That's fine. That's fine.
Did you or did you not say it? You said that the flat earthers are the rod that gets struck the most by lightning in the truther community.
It seems to be more criticized. It seems to be more criticized than other topics. Yeah.
So maybe because it's more spot on than other topics. Maybe because it's been sussed out. So why, McCandles, do you not want to label yourself, but you want to spend all your time labeling other people?
I never labeled anyone. It's just it's
Oh,
a matter
dude,
of
you're just talking out both sides of your mouth. How old are you?
it's a matter of conversation, right? Like, for example, some flat
Conversation.
earthers.
What is that? Common sense and conversation combined. How old
For
are you?
example,
Don't dox yourself. But can you remember the 90s?
It's
I'll give you
stigma. He's
I'll
being
give you an
stupid
example.
and ignorant.
For example, like if you ask somebody, "Are you a flat earther?" Somebody might say, "I don't like to
I
call
think we're talking to just a
Why are you interrupting me?
knucklehead.
Like, for example, some people don't like to call themselves flat earther, but they will say that they're a flat earther for the sake of conversation. Does that make sense?
No, I've heard people who are vegan don't want to classify as vegan. They'll say that they're plant-based or cruelty-free.
So you're just gonna jump over what I just
No,
said.
I'm helping you out here. Okay, so you've got these minority communities who think they're talking about truth. So vegans, everyone knows what a vegan is, but you'll ask them, "Hey, are you a vegan?" They'll say no, even though they are, but they won't want that label. They'll use something different. They'll say plant-based, cruelty-free, whatever. There's a couple other buzzwords or phrases. Same thing with atheists. You'll ask atheists, "Hey, atheist, are you an atheist?" They'll say no, they're not. They're agnostic, or they're skeptical, or they believe in science. They'll say anything other than the word atheist. And this is because the government, mostly the CIA, has done some amazing demolitions of these groups. Just complete utter destruction, gutting these groups to make them seem like fringe minority people who are like eco-terrorists or counterculture revolutionaries. The CIA has done an amazing job connecting atheism to communism. So when you ask just a random person on the street, "What's an atheist?" they immediately think is some sort of counterculture warrior sent over by communist Russia to undermine the greatness of America. Because God bless America. They're going into the colleges. They'll invent a conspiracy theory. So a lot of people, rather than say, "Hey, no, I'm just a irreligious person. I do not have a sky daddy," you can never get to that conversation because what you learned in school was that these people are dangerous to society and they need to be silenced, which is one of the great things that atheist was able to do in the late early 90s, was said, "Will God grant me the free speech to reject the God?" And that sunk these CIA people's battleship, because they're supposed to be protecting your God-given rights, which would include rejecting the God that gave the right for free speech. So that's what you're doing here. When you see people not want to accept the label, it's because the person they smell a rat. They smell somebody who is already being intellectually dishonest, so they don't want to adopt a moniker that's going to frame them in some kind of light that they know is already in batshittery land.
But I said yes, though. I said sure. So I answered the question, right? I didn't avoid the question. I said yes.
Yeah, I didn't ask you anything.
No, but
I'm not. I'm not going to ask you
anything.
anything because you don't know anything. I can't get blood from a turnip.
That's fine, dude.
Your worldview is largely inconsistent and contradictory.
What's my worldview?
That you think when you're given an answer, it's not an answer. That's a contradiction. You want to assign labels, but you reject labels. That's a contradiction. So your worldview is that you've accepted the contradiction. Your worldview is also based on vacuous ideas, where you're able to say that group of people over there embodies these traits, which really applies to anybody at that point. Like, look at that group of people; they have two hands. You know,
it's called the sake of the conversation, right? So, like I said, the truth realm or truthers, and I'm trying to refer to something, right, for the sake of conversation, because I'm not standing.
So what are you trying to refer to? That flat Earth is the truth?
I don't know if it is.
Well, why are you categorizing? Why are you putting a big capital TRUTH on top of it? That's the column you're putting it in. You guys don't know if you're coming. No offense to you, McCandles. You don't know if you're coming or going, dude.
Yeah, completely confused.
I think you're. Don't dox yourself, but something tells me you're a younger human being. You need to regroup, reevaluate. You're confused.
Got to tighten up your shot group.
This isn't the end of the road for your brain development. Let's pray it's not.
I'm not sure what you're referring to there, sir, but sure.
I'm referring to you.
Yeah, I put flat Earth in
What
the
do you mean you're not? That's how confused you are. Now you've turned me into crit. That's how confused you are. I addressed you directly, and you don't know who I'm talking to.
So when people say conspiracy and they refer to like 9/11 or JFK vaccines, flat Earth, whatever, why do you think those things are grouped into a category? Is that just like happenstance, or is it because it's uncovering sort of larger scale truths that
because
right?
they're outside of the brain capacity of the normie, confused individual, naive, gullible knucklehead like you. It's above their pay grade, so they have to they mock what they can't understand.
What did he do to deserve that?
Just
label?
Just let him. Just Strudel, listen. Deal with your own confusion in silence. Why we address his.
If you pitied these people, you wouldn't be so mean, right?
What? No, you have to be cruel to be kind, J-Dog.
Yeah, it's
this is the right measure.
That's Mr. T. Mr. T pitied the fool.
I'm just saying, typically,
I'm not
when you
Mr.
pity
T,
people, you're
dude.
not this.
Well, I do pity the fool.
I don't pity them, but I'm just saying, it doesn't seem
Well,
like
you're unable. Well, J-Dog, you're unable to even identify a fool.
How about a fool? Have you heard the term "a fool and their money"?
Something about parting. Yes.
Yeah, easy to part ways. Let's take a look at that. How much NASA is costing the taxpayer? I mean, for people who pay federal tax, even because was it like 47% of the population doesn't even pay any federal tax? Maybe it's higher now. So you've got 7 space agencies in the world. One of them costs more than the other 6 combined. What type of fool would pay for that one? without any sort of government spending, mind you, too. So this should have civilian oversight and accountability. That's why like these British guys come in here and they're like, I don't know why you Americans complain about NASA. NASA's great. And you're like, put your money where your mouth is, motherfucker. It's like your country spends more on a royal wedding than they do on their space program. It's like NASA, in the beginning of the fiscal year, American NASA outspends your country's spending in 17 seconds. If NASA were to use your funding for your country, it would last 17 seconds. At this point, you think it's a troll. They're just like, hey, watch how we can get America to spend themselves into an oblivion, to weaken their country. Just tell them, hey, yeah, I know the good idea. Just pork barrel spending at the federal level. That'll make your country great again. It's like, hey, weren't you the guys who defected from the Commonwealth over 3% sales tax? And the Americans are like, yeah. How's that going for you? Like a 3% sales tax on tea.
Yeah, and the Americans have graduated to coffee.
It's like, imagine being like an English person and just sitting back with just a basic read of history for the last 250 years. And just sitting back and be like, ha, told you so. Fucking told you so.
Yo, Crit, want to keep it on topic?
What's the topic?
Read the channel room.
Yeah, what is that?
What? Yeah, you need to like swallow your spit real quick, bud.
Yeah, what is that? Is
Again,
it spit?
I don't.
The topic
I
is
don't.
my spit.
No, I don't
That's the topic?
understand you. That's my point. You need to swallow your spit.
Okay, so you not understanding me is a topic of the channel.
No, I'm telling. Are you being willfully delusional again?
Yeah, so
Flat
me
Earthers is
being
the topic of
willfully
the channel.
delusional
All
is
right,
a
I got you.
topic
Yeah,
of the
right.
channel.
Okay. Yeah, we got you. You are. Okay.
So what's the topic of the channel?
Flat Earth, my guy.
Or Flat Earthers?
Flat Earth, and he's ranting about the Brits instead of Flat Earth.
Well, it seems you like talking about us more than the actual Earth.
I never said anything about Australians.
Well, you've been talking about Crit. Crit comes under the us category.
Yeah.
Huh? Was I
Australia
talking about
is
crit,
really
or was I
flat.
telling crit to stay on topic? How was that
They're
me
the
talking about
Australia's
crit?
very flat.
Yes, crit. Yes.
It is. You want me to show you a photo?
Is he like the group mascot?
Back to me
Who,
again.
Crit or
He
me?
thinks the topic is me.
I was asking a question.
Use both yes and no. So yes, I am the group mascot. So now I am the topic because I'm the mascot.
Okay. So you are
So
the
therefore,
flat
me
earther.
ranting about England is on topic.
Yeah.
You got
Yeah,
there. You were able to
good
get
job.
there.
I
You
like
got
that.
there, dude. Look how easy that is. You're able to get there.
You're
You
cute.
did it.
Good
Dude, you
job,
did
dude.
it. You're able to
Adorable.
maintain a logical, consistent worldview where now you don't have to worry about what the topic is anymore because you got there.
Dude, you need, again, take a big swallow, get that spit out your mouth.
Yeah, you got there.
Yes.
You did it.
You got. Yeah, dude,
Congratulations. You got there.
I can't take you seriously.
Yeah, ditto. I cannot take you seriously.
Yeah.
I will never be able to take you seriously.
Dude.
You're just not a very serious person.
Do you have a hey, Chris, do you have a slightly cleft palate?
Hey, Strudel. Hey, whoever asked that, they need to take the marbles out of their mouth. I can't understand you. Strudel.
What's up, bud?
Strudel, I have 2 words for you if you think you're a serious person. You know what they are.
I never said that. I said I can't take him seriously.
Yeah,
Never
unconditional
mind, don't
acceptance. I won't take you seriously
Yeah, it's
either.
kind of a mute point. I would never infer I'm a completely serious person. That's retarded.
So from now on, just let us know before you say anything if we should take it seriously or not.
Or just don't.
Oh, do you guys have an issue with social cues?
Well, coming from
Oh, that's
someone
my
like
bad.
you, yeah, you're not. Yes.
Oh, what?
What?
What do you
If
mean
a
by that?
person is as,
Dumb every now and then.
if a person is as mixed up as you are, yeah,
Mixed
it's going to
up?
be difficult to glean social clues from them.
How am I mixed up?
English?
How am I mixed up?
Well, I'll let you know the next time you say something. You're the
I
guy who
love that
brought
I
up
have to
mole.
speak
You're the guy
slowly.
who brought up. This is how you're mixed up. You're the guy who brought up mole people 2 days in a row in a flat Earth channel.
That was a joke, dude. An obvious joke that you laughed
Hence
at.
the social cues required.
Don't feign ignorance. No, they laughed at it, so they're feigning ignorance right now.
No, I thought you were
It's
serious
on.
about it. I laughed. I laughed
You
because it
thought
was
I
true.
was serious?
Well, you were bringing up something that happened in real life, correct?
Yeah, but that's dude. That's making the joke funnier because it's adding credence to the story. What? Loads of people laughed. It's hilarious.
Everyone's bursting at the sides laughing.
Yeah, but you see the social cues thing again. I didn't actually make a joke there, Matrix.
So why isn't everyone laughing?
I said I didn't actually make. Is this mic on?
So is it a joke or not?
Hold on.
It was a joke 2 days ago. Now we're referencing the joke that you weren't there for. So I imagine it's like kind of not being part of the joke because you weren't in the room. You know, you had to kind of be there.
The only joke here is you, dude. Seriously.
Oh,
It's
good
like
one.
communism. It's
That's
not
a
funny
really
unless
original
everyone
one.
gets it.
Really common. True. Good one. Fuck the commies, bro.
So Strudel, would you like to bring us back to the room topic, or we just have to check on
flat
something else?
Earth. Flat Earth, guys. Flat Earth.
That's right.
Crit as well. Topic.
Is your brain space available for that conversation?
No, I mean I'm not getting involved. I'm gonna listen and believe. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't know what you're saying.
Back to cope mode.
How's that a cope? Believing. That's not cope.
Believing what?
Matrix, do you just say what the first thing that comes to your head is at all points?
Nice
You
projection.
seem to do
Try
that a
harder.
lot, and it doesn't make.
Thank you, whoever did that. Well, since I say the first thing that comes to my head, I'm going to catch some Zs or Zs, however you say it. So, hey, Crit, don't forget, atheism is a non-profit organisation.
It is, yeah.
Have a good one, guys. Peace.
I'm back. How we doing?
Same.
How's popping?
Oh, you know, same old, same old.
Oh, you doing? You been up to?
Nothing new under the sun.
Nice.
Yeah, except for a bunch of babies. Like,
Bunch of
'cause
babies?
I think, yeah, ones that were born in hospitals and stuff recently.
Yeah,
Nice.
babies being born, it happens every day. It's nothing new.
I guess so.
Yeah, that's a Rolling Stones. They covered that a long time ago.
Classic old man scent. I love it. Reminds me of my uncle. Shit.
Just want to say, I hope no one in here hates me. Like, at the end of the day, I think the thing that divides me the most personally, and I feel like should divide most people, aren't things between us, but other people on this planet. And I just want to make that clear.
Dude, do you
I
not
hope
hear?
that's
Do
the
you
same
not
for
hear
you guys.
yourself? Dude, do you not hear yourself presupposing the Earth to be a planet? Like, do you not realize at this point that it's just embedded in your psyche? You don't even hear yourself doing it.
I mean, that's what he thinks, right?
Did you just hear what I said?
No, I don't think he thinks that. I think it's in his subconscious.
Old Haas, to
Yeah,
be
I
clear,
did hear what I did.
I'm
Did
just trying
just
to
hear what
extend an
you
olive
said.
branch here. I'm trying to
Isn't
say something nice, okay? Do
J-Dog,
you
please
really
just
want to
delete
say
the
something
word
mean to me in
planet.
response to that?
I
Please
mean,
replace the
regardless
word
of
planet with
I don't.
ideology, what he said was pretty tame. I
But
don't know,
dude, I
man.
don't live on a planet, so he's not speaking to me. If he's
I don't
offering an
think.
olive branch, he's offering it in the wrong direction.
Great.
I think
Let's
you're
not.
just being petty. That's what it sounds like to me.
Thank you for listening, Strudel. You're really good at it.
So I'm right then. Thank you.
No, I couldn't understand
I
a
mean-
word you said.
Well, you never can, for some reason. But everyone,
Because
if normal
you
people seem to
speak with
understand
this.
it,
Well, I'm not
I
normal.
think it's just you.
I'm abnormal then.
I
I
reckon
can't.
so.
I don't understand someone when they're speaking simultaneously to me, like you were.
I just think you don't understand my accent personally.
I understood you said the word accent right there.
So you weren't speaking at the same time then, though.
I watched DuckTales.
Yeah.
Did you hear him presuppose the Earth to
Dude,
be
he
a
doesn't
planet?
understand
Strudel?
English.
There you go.
But hold on, like old thought, your feelings about his word choice is irrelevant. He could have said the word Earth, and what does it matter to the point?
Yeah, you're just being petty.
No. I'm not being petty. I'm offering an olive branch to him, letting him
Would
know
you?
how deep the delusion is embedded in his psyche.
Yeah, you see, that
I'm,
sounds bitter and
Not
petty
being
to me.
petty.
That's bitter, at least.
I'm not trying to say anything about who's right on the topic in any way. I'm just addressing the fact that I
Okay,
know
let
we
me ask
disagree
you.
on
Let me
this.
ask you
And
then. Let me ask
I'm
you
just
then.
saying I know we disagree on this, and I hope we can at least agree on like being friendly in some way.
Well, yeah, I'm being friendly by addressing your delusion.
That's no, dude.
Shut up.
You're intolerable.
No, get over it.
Dude, you're like so unlikable. It's crazy.
Strudel, you like
You
me
have the
plenty.
charisma of a wet goat.
Oh, thank you. Meh.
The goat, the greatest of
Adorable.
all time. You're the goat.
All right, Crit. Do you want to stop meat riding? It's kind of strange, dude. He's way out of your age group.
I guarantee you I could beat LeBron James in a free throw shooting contest, and they want to claim he's a goat. Yeah, J-Dog, I just don't understand it. It's like if you want... I don't get it, man.
You don't get how I believe the Earth is round.
No, I get that that's the case, that you believe it.
Yeah, what don't you get
But
then?
what I can't believe is that you can't believe that that's all it is just a belief. And I don't even think you're believing. I just think it's in your subconscious.
I feel very strongly about it. I don't know, like
Yeah.
so.
Obviously, that's all
Can
you
I?
do is feel about it. You don't apply your brain. You just apply your
No,
your feelings.
dude, I've looked into a lot of the same stuff you have, boss. I think that's unfair to say about me. I will say I was at the beach recently. I won't say where exactly because I don't want to reveal my location, but there was a bay, and then I saw the land, the United States. I don't know how far off it was, but it was many, many miles away. And the city that was on the land was sunken below the water. So like that looked very interesting, right? We always
How
talk
far
about
away? How
visual.
far away was it?
I can't remember, but I can
Okay,
actually
well then you
find it.
can't really
I
draw
can
any conclusions from it because that
I can look it
sounds to
up.
me like a flat Earth argument.
I'm
Have
just
you?
saying we're
Hey, I'm
talking about
just...
observations in here, and that was an observation I made recently.
Yeah, well, go complete the observation by figuring out how far you were saying.
Yeah.
Did you ever take any art classes that weren't abstract expressionism?
Yes. Taking basic art classes as a kid.
Yeah, I know. That's the problem. A lot of the basic art classes now are the baseline is abstract expressionism.
I don't think it is. And right now wouldn't be
There's
when he was a
there's not
kid.
a big
When he was a kid was 20 years ago. Wait, let me finish. When he was a
there's
kid, that
not
was
a
20 years ago.
concentration in realism in
Dude,
basic
when,
arts.
let me finish and listen to the point. You just made a point about me speaking over you, right? I'm gonna start not speaking over you if you respect the same, okay? Deal?
Shut up.
Deal? What do you mean shut up? Deal or what? You want that or not?
Dude, you started this by interrupting me. No deal.
No deal. No fresh slate. Okay, petty then again. So yeah, when he was a kid, that was 20 years ago, bro. That isn't now.
No shit. That's what I'm pointing out.
But you said the
The
problem was
baseline of
him
arts
taking part in
education is
art.
now abstract expressionism. How do you feel?
Yeah,
Here's
but
a
you
piece
were
of paper
directing
and
it at him.
it's
But
not
you were directing it
draw
at
an
him.
apple.
But you were directing it at him.
Yes.
And he was last in school 20 years ago, which isn't now. Doesn't make sense.
Who was last in school 20 years ago?
Last in in primary school / elementary school, whatever you want to call it, J-Dog. He's like 20-odd-year-old.
Okay, and I'm asking him about what they studied. Because
No,
a lot
didn't.
of the
You asserted what he studied.
A lot of the observations he makes tells me that he's devoid of just simple perspective drawings.
What do you?
What? What has that got to do with the price of fish, and how did you infer that?
No, because he was confused about seeing a landmass in the distance seeming to be low on the horizon. That's
Well,
how.
yeah, it was like the bottoms of the city structures were below
Okay,
the
have you
water.
ever done any perspective drawings?
Yes, in high school and stuff. Yeah.
Okay, well then apply that. Go out there next time with your pad of paper and draw that city.
What, they sink below the horizon though?
Sure.
I think that's different.
Have you drank today?
Yeah, the horizon is
Have I
different from
drawn
a vanishing.
anything today? Not yet.
No, perspective drawing. Well, that's vanishing points, I believe.
Withdrawals.
Right? That's vanishing points, not physically going below an obstruction.
Yeah, and neither is the island. Neither is the landmass in the distance.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's an observation I made recently that supports my claim.
That's an excellent flat Earth observation so far. Not great for the globe.
I'm just trying to have some conversation, but yeah, that's what I saw.
Hey, dude, this is good. Have you ever? Here's what you do. The next time you're at that location where you see a landmass in the distance, see if you ever watch a boat that goes towards that direction. Did you witness that? Any boats going out to sea in that direction?
Yep.
And did the boat disappear eventually?
Yes, I see the hull disappear
Okay,
first.
so the boat disappeared, yet you still see the landmass in the distance. What does that tell you?
What do you mean? I gradually see.
What do you mean? Because you have
I'm not saying the shoreline.
Now, Jay,
at least the
you
recollection.
have the reason for the city being blocked as Earth curve, correct?
Yes.
But you've lost sight of a boat that is way in front of that you're also claiming is disappeared because of Earth curve. You see the problem.
So the boats
No, he doesn't see the problem.
Can I tell you? Let me just tell you, the boats that I'm seeing are smaller.
Yes.
Than the
So someone should.
the towers I'm seeing in the city.
Okay.
Which, while it is further and it should be below more curvature, right? Those are still much higher, much bigger. They're going to take a lot more curvature to block. So yeah, that's still possible.
So we should never hear anyone ever use boats disappearing as evidence of Earth curve.
Hey, Doc, hold up. I love that Hoss is demonstrating that he was the issue of interrupting by doing it to a completely unique person 5 minutes later. Carry on. Go on, J-Dog.
What?
He cracked.
Huh?
To find. I want to make sure I get these numbers right.
Well, the problem is, and I respect your not wanting to dox yourself by giving these locations, but you're just going to pump in a bunch of numbers and then give them to us. It doesn't really.
What do you mean about pumping a bunch of numbers?
It's best this will just be for your own personal use, because you're not going to want to tell us where this place is or what city it is, and I don't blame you.
All right, Atlantic City. There. Let me find this.
The AC.
Atlantic City, New Jersey.
I'm on my way. Don't worry, it's only going to be a hand job.
But yeah, it was over the bay there, and it looked like the city was sinking under the water, which to me makes sense for what people claim about the globe model.
There you go. There you go. Looked like, not actually is.
I get it. It's not a measurement. I agree. But I'm saying a lot of the times I hear flat earthers say that it looks flat, it feels flat. So that's part of the argument I hear on the other side, and I'm just bringing to light how I can say that
Right.
it
So
also looks curved. That's what I'm saying.
J-Dog, if you want to, yeah, cool. Right. So you could say that. You could say maybe the bottom's missing because the Earth's a globe. But for it to be any sort of actual evidence, you would have to account for the confounding variables to be able to make that claim. And what it also does, it matches textbook definition optical effects that can happen, and that seem to happen very regularly. So, I mean, just something missing from the bottom, we can just replicate that on a flat surface just all day, every day, easily. It's one of the easiest things to replicate when it comes to refraction effects. So I mean, it's yeah.
I was just gonna say, when we bring up textbook examples of like disregarding things that we should understand for why this is happening, right? I feel like that happens a lot of the time though too with these laser experiments. And I know I've spoken a lot about these things, and we have claims for why the laser does the thing that it does, but we don't accept those textbook examples. But for some reason, we're bringing
No,
up
there
that
isn't one. There isn't a textbook example that says that lasers would consistently perfectly bend around the curvature of the Earth to hit the camera sensor in all these completely different weather conditions, in situations where we would require levels of refraction that are extreme and have not been measured. This is just a basic textbook definition that we can replicate on a small scale. We don't have any footage of a laser bending downward in years and years and years of doing tests with lasers over large distances, over land, over water. There's not any footage. There's not any evidence that lasers even bend down, although technically, right, you would think they should if you have colder air down lower. But no, that's also able to be explained why that doesn't happen either. We've even had scientists like Dr. John D going out doing years worth of laser tests and clearly stating that he's never seen a laser bending downward. Every single time that we go out and do laser tests, the laser hits the target. So the laser would have to bend downward all of these crazy distances in completely different weather conditions, and not just bend downward, perfectly just work its way around the curvature of the Earth or whatever it does between point A and point B to somehow find its way into the sensor, the centroid of the laser, into the sensor of the camera, which is tiny.
Just to go back to the textbook thing, what constitutes what would be reasonable textbook information that we should follow as fact? Because it seems like does it have to come from a textbook from 50 years ago? Can it come from the internet, from Wikipedia that hasn't been like what constitutes what's
well, what are you claiming is happening? What are you claiming? You're just claiming that the laser is bending around the curvature of the Earth perfectly, but you don't have any evidence that that happens. I'm claiming that your bottom-up thing is very easy to explain and easy for us to replicate on a small scale or any scale for that matter. Right? We can just see that happening. We can even take footage of a boat in the morning when sinking's more likely to be occurring, and we can see the whole bottom of the boat's missing. And then a few hours later, we can see the whole boat, even though the boat's anchored, right? What happened? The Earth didn't shapeshift. Obviously, that was an atmospheric condition that's taking place. Matches the definition of sinking perfectly. So, I mean, I can back my claims up, but you can't back your claims up. That's the difference here.
I'm just saying.
Obviously, but you're not giving any evidence for that. Why can it not be?
What do you mean?
obvious?
I'm not. What evidence? Okay, so what evidence do you want? I've got receipts for everything that I say.
Right, so you just said that obviously it was an atmospheric condition. How can you say obviously it was when you don't know it was? Why can you not say the opposite and say that obviously it was only shrinking because it was an atmospheric condition? Like you could.
No, I said obviously it's an atmospheric condition. No. Okay,
I
so
could say the exact same thing for the opposite.
Oh, really? Go ahead.
I just did.
No, you didn't. You don't even understand the argument.
My friend, did I just hear somebody say that the Earth actually changes size every day? No, that's obviously stupid, friend. It's obvious that it's an optical condition. And the only thing that changes throughout the day is the atmospheric condition.
Where's this guy landing, bro?
I don't think that's what he said, by the way. I definitely don't think that's what he said, AI Overlord.
Listen, there's only two realities. There's only two realities in the physical world. the actual physical world and how you perceive it. In this case, it's optics, right? So it's something to do with the light. So if you're saying it's not atmospheric conditions, then it must be geometry, or it must be the light itself. So is light magic now? Like, have we lost all sense or reason? Go ahead, DJ.
Yeah, so naughty glue. I don't
G.
think you understand what I said. Do you want me to repeat it, or do you think that you did? What's that?
It's naughty Jew.
Naughty Jew.
Oh, I get it. All right, I gotcha. Naughty Jew. Yeah.
You wanna
Sounds like naughty Jew. You're the naughty Jew. Okay, I'm joking. Yeah. Look, the ship's fixed. Okay, the ship's anchored. It's 12 miles out into the ocean. In the morning, he sets up a camera on a tripod and he zooms out, and the bottom of the ship's completely hidden behind the horizon. You can only see the top portion of the cargo ship. Now, he keeps zooming in on the ship over the next 3 hours. As the temperatures warm up, we can see more and more of the ship start to become revealed until 3 hours later, we can see the entirety of the ship. Right, so obviously we have atmospheric conditions that's causing what we're seeing to be skewed in the distance. It happens to perfectly match the definition of sinking refraction, which I put citations for in the side chat.
I just want to go back to that thing though about why is it okay to dismiss what I said because there's textbook examples of it showing why that's happening and not proving that the Earth is a globe, but then the other examples aren't okay to say why it's okay for the laser to bend down. That's
because your textbook presupposes the Earth to be a globe.
No. There isn't any textbook examples. There isn't any textbook examples or real world examples showing what you're claiming is happening.
Wait, are we talking about predestined textbooks? Are we talking about the
it's just
again?
It's just claiming it's happening. That's how bad these textbooks have become.
Yeah, so I'm saying according to mainstream optics, right? People that even believe the Earth's a globe and teach it in universities, right? They agree that when certain conditions are met, something can appear to be obstructed from the bottom, even though it's geometrically unobstructed. So if you show us something and you say, this is Earth curvature because I can't see the bottom, then you would have to take the atmospheric conditions and other variables into account to make such a hyperspecific claim. Now, what you said, instead of responding to that, you've now switched the burden to back onto me for the laser tests. Now, we're not making hyperspecific claims when we're doing the laser tests. We're testing your hyperspecific claims that over this distance, there's X amount of curvature. Now, you're claiming that in all of these different laser tests, the reason that the laser hits the target is because it's perfectly bending downward hundreds of feet, different amounts of feet, depending on the distance, to find its way perfectly into the camera. Now, we've done years worth of laser tests and we've not found any footage of lasers bending downward over a large body of water or over a large body of land. This has been a challenge that has been put out for a long time. Now, while light can bend up and can bend down, depending on the conditions, lasers don't seem to do that, which is kind of weird. And it's absolutely not a normal. Whereas every laser test that we do in completely different weather conditions with different spectrum lasers, the laser somehow perfectly acts as if the Earth was flat and hits the sensor. So you don't have any evidence for your claim, and I can give you all the evidence you need to back up what I claimed.
The issue is that the concepts that you're using from these professors are the same people who would say that the Earth is round because it accepts some of the other concepts that you're saying are wrong, that the light does bend. Like they would say that the light does in fact bend, and of course there's a lot of scattering, there's a lot of dispersion that happens with the laser when it's traveling over the water. It's not necessarily perfect in the sense that it's a fine beam when it reaches the end. It's really large, like when you're going over.
Well, okay, so you need to do a bit of research into lasers, and yeah, they do diverge, but you can calculate the divergence. There's actually calculators online that you can calculate exactly how much it's going to diverge. But there's something called a centroid, right? So the centroid of the laser beam is the powerful part of the laser beam. When it hits the sensor of the camera, you can see the diverging part of the laser as a halo type thing or whatever on the like an outer glow on the outside of the centroid beam. That's when you know you're getting a direct hit, because you can only see you see like a big bright beam in the center, and then you see like a halo, and that the halo around the outside, not halo, but you know what I mean. The outer glow is the divergence of the laser beam over distance that happens naturally. When it doesn't hit the camera sensor, you can see it up in the air, right? You'll see the laser beams like pointing over there or pointing over here, for example. But when you get a direct hit, because it goes straight into the camera sensor. Now, look, you're claiming that in all of these circumstances, the laser's somehow perfectly bending around the curvature of the Earth and hitting the beam, hitting the camera sensor. You don't have any means to say that such a thing can exist. I mean, what is this divine refraction that you're talking about? Like, show us lasers bending downward. You should at least be able to show it on a small scale.
Yeah, and we have like the glucose water experiments, and I know you guys are going to dismiss that because it's a different medium than what you want, but we do have examples of lasers bending like that. Yes.
Yeah, lasers can absolutely bend up or down. You can manipulate the medium and cause them to bend up or down, but we're talking about specifically through the medium of air. Very specifically, every single one of these laser tests is done through the medium of air over long distances.
Right. And you
Now,
air right
that's
above
the opposite. That's the opposite of what you would have in a density situation in a tank of water, where you put in sugar water or brine into the bottom, and it's extremely dense at the bottom, and the refractive index is much higher up, lower, higher up. So the beam bends downward.
Right,
That, of course that happens. That's a scientific experiment that anyone can test. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
The analogous situation in the atmosphere would be to turn that fish tank upside down, because the normal lapse rate is that it gets cooler as you get up from the surface. So we have footage of lasers bending through the atmosphere, but it's bending upward. We have plenty of footage of them bending upward. Most of the time they go straight. Occasionally they can bend upward, and I'm sure that occasionally they could bend downward as well. But when we have dozens and dozens of laser tests in completely different conditions, where we have distances of 40 kilometers or distances of 20 kilometers and everything in between, and the lasers hitting their target, in all of these tests, the refraction guiding the laser beam into the centroid, into the camera sensor, is a ridiculous claim. You don't have any evidence for it.
So the thing is, you have air right above water, right? Two very distinct refractive indexes. So that in and of itself should
no, dude.
The other thing is that water
remaining in the air.
Water retains.
Hold on a second. No, the water, right? So if you have air above metal, or if you have air above quicksand or something, it's not like because the quicksand is extremely optically dense, therefore the air above it is going to act in a certain way. It doesn't make a difference.
Sorry, you make a mistake here. Can you check your DMs real quick? I sent you something that's relevant to our conversation earlier, because this is very similar to our conversation earlier, and we didn't get to finish. I just sent you evidence that direct, like, evidence that kind of disproves that one.
Those are examples.
Yeah, so you've So you've posted, it says, yes, there is significantly more visual refraction above a body of water. Yeah, you can get heavy refraction above a body of water.
Yeah, that's because of the water, though, so it does have a effect.
No, it depends on the air temperature. It depends on the temperature. So the temperature.
The body of water affects the air temperature?
Yeah, the body of water can affect the air temperature, but the body of water is also constantly evaporating. Okay, and the evaporation is water vapor. Water vapor dilutes the refractive index because it's 40% less dense than the dry air. So as you get lower to the surface, even if you have why are you over talking me?
Depends, dude.
Huh?
It all depends.
Depends on what?
The rate of evaporation.
I didn't say a specific rate of evaporation. What I said is that it's always it's always a higher moisture content as you get lower to the surface, especially over a body of water, because it's constantly evaporating. So that air that's constant, or that water vapor, the gas that's constantly evaporating, is much less dense than the dry air. So even if the temperature's colder down lower, right, light can still bend upward or go straight because of it's all about the optical density. It's all about the refractive index gradient, and that's mostly controlled by temperature, but also humidity, right? Humidity also needs to be taken into account, right? So this is the fact. Nobody's able to present us a long-distance observation with a laser where the laser's bending downward, and especially not at any consistent rate, where it's happening normally, the normal situation.
So if you're saying it is possible for it to bend downwards with the refractive index,
Yep.
you're sure of it, right? So
Yeah.
what does a positive for refractive index from all measures cause it to bend upwards? What does a lower and lower and lower refractive index do?
It's on the refractive index gradient. So if you have,
Right. It would make it go
if
down
you
and
have,
do the opposite.
it'll just bend towards the higher refractive index portion of the medium.
dude.
Simple as that. So it will bend. Okay, so the temperature controls the refractive index mostly in the lower troposphere. That's what the claim is, and the claim is also by the mainstream that the lapse rate is that it gets cooler as you go up, as that's the normal lapse rate. Light bends towards the cooler air, generally.
Yeah, but the air directly above the water is cooler.
Right, but it's also watered down,
so it would bend
with the vapor.
That would still
Yeah. So if it's cooler, right? So if you have a situation, right, it doesn't necessarily mean just because it's winter that the water is cooler than the air. You can have in winter, you can have water that's 5 degrees and air that's 3 degrees, right? So that's not going to cause downward bending just because it's winter time.
It'd be the opposite in winter.
No. So in summer, like let's say in summer we had water that's 20 degrees and then the air is 18 degrees. Right? So that's not going to cause light to bend downward. And then in winter we could have in winter we could have the same thing. We could have water that's 1 degree and air that's -2 degrees. Right? So that's not going to cause light to bend down either. But even if we have an inversion, which is rare, a thermal inversion, which means that you have a layer of colder air trapped below a layer of warmer air, that's the situation when you get what they call a thermal inversion, and it goes against the normal, which is that it gets cooler as you go up, right? So even then, we've got to take the humidity into account. And this is why we don't see lasers bending downward. We just don't see it happening. So you can say that technically maybe the laser should bend towards the colder air, but you got to take the humid air into account as well, because we're just not seeing the lasers bending downward, especially not as some kind of normal situation. And then it wouldn't just be bending downward. It would have to be bending at this perfect rate where it just hugs the globe somehow and makes its way to the camera.
I'm going to private message you a thing you mentioned wrong there in that recent
You can just
example.
post these in the main chat, right?
I can't, man. I got muted again, so
why?
I got muted unjustly again, so it banned me again from it. Every time.
Melting.
Causes more problems.
All right. So it says yes, melting ice cools the air.
Yes, and in your example, the air was what temperature? 2 degrees.
What melting ice are we talking about?
You're talking about in the winter. You said the water was 0 degrees and the air was 2 degrees.
Just to give you a hypothetical situation where
the air was
the
water was 0 degrees and the air was -2 degrees. Is what you said. It's not about the
that's just a hypothetical.
Yeah, but it does the opposite of what you'd say in the hypothetical. Your hypothetical, the results are the opposite of what you said would be in the hypothetical. It would cool it down still. Yes, the melting of the ice is an exothermic reaction. Dude, my guy.
What ice? What ice? Is it always ice when it's winter?
Degrees. If the water's 0 degrees, yes. My guy.
Okay, well, yeah. We can have a frozen lake. We do tests over frozen lakes, Dude,
Yes.
we do tests over frozen lakes, and the laser still bends upward or goes straight.
But
We have side views of the laser transit,
I'm just stating
so we
what
can
was
prove
wrong
it.
with your example, and it's quite blatantly goes against science. What was wrong with your example?
It doesn't go against science. You can have
No, the refractive index part. It was that you can't have 0 degree water without it being
Bro,
ice.
what are
was
you
that,
getting?
and
You're
ice
just googling
equals.
stuff. This is
No, because I
your
know
links
it's
are
true. I
Quora.
googled it to make sure it's true for you, so I could get you a
What's
reference.
your claim? What's your claim?
That
Specify your claim.
I just said what was wrong with your thing. I've just explained what my claim
say
was.
it. Okay, go ahead. What was wrong with
That
my
it would
claim?
cool the air, not warm it up.
I didn't say anything that it would cool the air. I said you can have cooler air than the
It would
water.
increase the refractive index. What you said.
That's not what I said, dude. You need to listen.
My guy.
No, because look, dude, I know what I'm talking about, and I wouldn't say that because that's not how it works.
I mean, if you know what you said you didn't know. You said you mislabeled water as not being ice.
Huh?
So you didn't say anything about ice when it was 0 degrees as you labeled it at. You didn't even. Did you not know that water turns to ice at 0 degrees?
It tends to, but it doesn't always.
What did you say?
Does water always freeze at 0?
Yes.
Really?
Unless it's under immense pressure. There's special
salt water? What about salt water?
We weren't talking about a saltwater lake.
Oh, really? Did someone specify that it was fresh water, or did I just say water in general? And it was just a hypothetical.
I'm pretty sure the effects of salt water are worse.
Dude, this is what you're doing. You're trying to nitpick, right? So my whole point was that so you said that light tends to bend downward more in wintertime. It's got nothing to do with that. It's got to do with the gradient, the refractive index gradients.
What you said about refractive index gradients, that's what the conclusion I made from what you said, and then I googled it and it said it was correct.
You googled it and it said it was correct.
It was based off what you said, my guy.
You don't understand what I said because you've not researched refraction.
Oh my god. Dude, I've been here for days listening to refraction non-stop. Yes, I have.
Well, you think you can just listen to this for days and then you understand refraction?
It's not
I've read dozens and dozens of papers and spent countless hours watching videos about it and seminars.
Yeah, but
and reading books about it. This is why you don't know what you're talking about. It's obvious.
I'm basing it off what you said, my guy.
Okay, what you misunderstood what I said.
You can say that.
If you knew about refraction, you would know that I didn't mean that, what you thought I meant. All I'm saying is that in wintertime or summertime or any time of the year, light can bend upward. It doesn't just mean that it's going to bend downward because it's winter. That would be a ridiculous statement.
There'd be more refraction in the winter, though, above a body of water.
Why? What causes refraction?
Different densities of air, etc. Different densities of mediums that the light's traveling through.
Okay, so what controls that mostly?
I think it's density, right? And
what controls the density? What controls the density? Okay, so you could have a uniform. So let's say you have the same temperature water and the same temperature air. Now you don't have much of a change in the refractive index, right?
Okay, yeah, but have you got an example of that? Of perfectly
of what?
Temperate water with temperate air that's the same temperature?
Yeah, it happens all the time. You can go out on a day where you have.
Happens all the time.
It happens sometimes. Are you saying that it doesn't happen ever? What are you talking about?
It is a body. I'm gonna Google it. I don't think so.
Do you see? This is all you got, bro. You just Google it. Just Google everything.
Does he not think it's possible for
researching in real time?
Dude, you need to get out more. You don't think it's possible for the water's temperature and the air's temperature to be the same?
It depends.
What are you talking about? It depends. Yeah, it depends on the day. I'm asking, is it not possible?
No, because of the dip of night and day. Say
the water is 75 degrees.
The water
You're telling me the air can't be 75 degrees?
The water would have to be super shallow.
You're nuts.
What?
It literally would
You're
have to
making
be.
absolutely no sense, dude.
That makes complete sense because
Have you ever been in
takes
a
a
body of
long
water
time.
outside of a bathtub?
Water takes a long time to absorb the temperature and equalize. Why are you imitating me? I'm trying to have a conversation here, buddy.
Here's the weird thing, right? Even if it
night
was
and day
shallow
cycles
water,
are too
it's
long
still
for a large body of water. And what's
even
your
if
point?
even if it was shallow water, it's still water, and the surface of that water is flat and level.
That's not my point. What's that got to do with dude? Why you just derail? It's weird. Fuck me.
Dude, the air temperature is colder in winter as well as the water temperature is colder. You can get some days where it's very similar. The point is, you can get days where the air temperature is colder than the water temperature in winter or in summer. So it doesn't matter. Light will deviate towards the higher refractive index regardless. But you also have to take the humidity into account, which is always much higher, lower to the surface, especially over water. And this is the fact, right? You won't ever be able to produce any footage of lasers consistently bending downward as would be required for these laser tests to be explained on a globe.
Irrelevant. I was just correcting your example, my guy.
No, my example was correct, that light will deviate towards the higher refractive index. It can happen in winter, it can happen in summer, it can happen in autumn or spring. Just depends on the gradient. Do you not agree with that?
Yes, but refraction gradients are generally a lot higher in the winter.
Why
and
would they be
above
higher in the
bodies of
winter?
water. I've already explained this. I've already sent you the link that explains
What's a
this,
refraction
the
gradient?
image.
What do you think a refraction gradient is? What?
My guy.
Yeah.
Stop, man.
No, you don't know what you're talking about. So look, dude, I don't mind. You seem like a good guy, but you're out of your depth in this conversation. You're googling your answers on the spot. You don't know what you're talking about.
I'm verifying it on the spot.
Dude, you're just
I'm
getting
sending you the link.
Google results off Quora and shit like that.
It's off Google, my guy.
What do you mean Google?
Quora?
That's just AI that's ripping. It literally says Quora plus
the
2
AI
in your example.
Overview, my guy. Okay, and then the other one.
Yeah, it cites this. It lists this. It lists the sources, dude. Right, so I'm going to post what you posted in the chat.
And this
you're getting it. It pulls information off places like Reddit and Facebook and Quora, which is just information that random people have posted.
It literally pulls like the best information. What are you talking about? Generally,
it pulls the best information.
Generally, yes.
Dude, it's telling you. Do you think Quora is the best source of information?
The one I sent to you also, by the way, the first one I sent to you is from phys.org and meteorologist Eric Schnitt. My guy, you're misrepresenting me again.
I'm not misrepresenting anyone. You're just you don't know what you don't know what you're talking about.
In the first screenshot, there's no Quora in the first screenshot.
Yeah, but there is in other ones. This is the problem. You don't know what you're talking about, and you think you can argue this.
All of it based off that one.
No, I'm not discrediting it. I'm saying that you don't know what you're talking about, and you have to Google your answers.
But it is
I haven't touched my keyboard. I haven't touched my keyboard.
At the end of the day, buddy, doesn't matter if I Google it. It matters if I'm correct. I'm correct.
How are you correct? What are you correct about? What are you correct about?
It's a viable source. What I sent you in the
first what are you correct about?
The first
what
one
do you
I
think?
Sent you. Yes, there is significant more visual refraction above a body of water than over the surrounding land, especially in the winter. My initial point, I'm absolutely correct by that. Phys.org. Why are you misrepresenting me based on the Quora thing on the second thing I sent you? On that point, post that one.
What's that?
Post that one.
Okay, yeah, I'll post it.
You misrepresent me by
you do realize you can
waving it all as Quora, though. Why did you do that?
I didn't say it's all Quora. I said that you don't know what you're talking about, and you have to Google what you.
Quora, Google.
No, I didn't.
AI response. That's literally what you said verbatim.
No, it's literally not what I said. I said that this is what I said, bro. Shush for a second. This is what I said. This is what I said. You don't know what you're talking about, so you're trying to debate a conversation, a topic that you don't know anything about. right? So you are Googling things on the spot.
Yeah,
I don't even know what your prompt was, right? And you're just Googling things on the spot, and you see the first result, and you think that that backs up what you're saying when you've misunderstood what I was saying in the first place. Because you don't know what you're talking about, dude. This is straight up Dunning-Kruger syndrome right here that I'm experiencing with you. You don't know what you're talking about. Why am I wasting my time talking to someone that has to Google? I may as well just have a conversation with Google. What's the point in doing it with you? At least it's not going to interrupt me every 5 seconds.
I'm checking what you're saying, and it disagrees with you.
Yeah, what did I say? What did I say?
I don't know. We're about 20 minutes in now.
Oh, really? So what does this... Okay, so I posted in the chat. How does that contradict anything that I said?
I said it at the beginning, my guy. You can go watch the stream. I said it at the beginning.
So you can't remember?
I can't remember, no. I've been up for...
Wow. Yeah, great.
I've been up for 24
so
hours.
So if you... that's the problem, because you don't know what you're talking about.
Is it, or is it because I can't remember?
Okay, so it's written right here. Shouldn't this spark a memory? Do you want me to read out your citations? Yes, there is significantly more visual refraction above a body of water than over the surrounding land, especially in the winter. When was I comparing refraction differences between land and water via seasons?
You said there was less refractive index over water because the temperature was stable, actually, is what you said. I remember.
I didn't say that.
Yes,
no,
you
I
did.
didn't say that.
You said it's more...
Why would I say that? That's not true.
You said it's more stable over water, the temperature, because of the water.
No, I didn't.
What you said. Yes, you did.
Why would I say that? That's not true.
You said there's less refractive index because it's more stable from the temperature because of the water.
No, that's absolutely not what I said. It's not true either. That's not even true, and it's not what I said. Why would I say that? That's not even what I think.
No, that was a later Kathos.
Really? Do you think... All right, well, I guarantee you, I bet you $1,000 right now that you can't get a... you could just go on the VC, right, and clip it, right? Clip me saying that.
I won't clip. I'll tell you when the timestamp is.
And then if you don't get it right, right? If I didn't say that, then you get banned for being a dishonest piece of shit. You don't have to give me $1,000. You can just get banned for being a dishonest piece of shit. How about that?
You can't do monetary bets anyway. So it'd be void.
Tips. I'll tip you.
No bets.
No bets, just a tip.
Yeah, dude. I don't know.
A tip for your good work.
Take you up on that.
What I said, I'll restate what I said. Right? What I said.
I'm listening to the video.
Okay, bro.
Now you see why I got frustrated with this guy earlier, DJ.
Yeah, he's a liar. And he's a Dunning-Kruger. He doesn't know what he's talking about. So specifically what I said was that if you have the water temperature and the air temperature the same over a body of water, whether it be the summer or the winter or any season, right, then you don't have the conditions to have heavy refraction. Doesn't matter if it's winter, doesn't matter if it's summer. If you don't have the change in the refractive index, then you're not going to have heavy refraction, whether it's summer, whether it's winter. I didn't say that there's less refraction over water because the water like does something to the refractive index. I wouldn't say that.
No, and you also said that it doesn't happen all the time, but it does sometimes happen, which he denied flat out, said it couldn't happen.
Yep.
The fact that he had to Google whether the air temperature and the water temperature could be the same tells me everything I need to know.
He's off trying to get his tip.
No.
I mean, Google also tells you that Earth is a ball in space, so.
You know that the flat Earth exists because I believe in it too.
Right. So look, here's a great example of how retarded Google AI is, and how it just lies.
It's literally
Okay,
smarter
so
than
this
you, though.
this is what I typed in. Did flat earthers do a laser test and debunk themselves? Question mark. And it says number 1 result. Yes, in fact, prominent flat earthers have accidentally disproved their own model. Lake Pontchartrain test. Flat earthers set up an experiment over a 6-mile stretch of water at Lake Pontchartrain. They placed a laser and a series of boards with aligned holes at fixed heights. On a flat earth, the laser would easily shoot through all the holes. Right. So this never happened. Okay. This literally never happened. In fact, it's saying that it's in the documentary Behind the Curve. In Behind the Curve, they never went to Lake Pontchartrain, and they never even used the laser. So if I question the AI on this, which I've done, it apologizes and it says it was wrong. So you can't just Google your responses and think that it's going to give you a correct answer. That's why you need to do your research. Otherwise, you're going to piss people off
Just
that
use
have done their
ChatGPT
research.
or Grok.
This is just Google, just straight up Google AI.
Oh my god.
Why did I get
One
muted?
here, one here. That was perfect.
Sorry, guys.
Why did I get muted?
Sorry, guys.
I believe I was muted.
I'm learning problems. Hello?
Hey, sometimes you're like insanely quiet. I literally don't think people can hear you. You're really quiet.
You guys reading the side chat? Guys, is this the curve test that you can do with a stick?
Something tells me you can barely even understand yourself.
Because I just looked this picture on the side chat. it shows where does the curve start and stuff like that. So I'm wondering if it's like the same experiment that you do with the stick. This end. You understand that? Not palatable enough for you to understand?
Nope, not a word of it.
Damn it. It's so hard for you to understand. Sorry.
No, it's very easy for me to understand that I don't understand.
About the curve experiment or
Your sentence that I could hear was the curve experiment or.
anyone else heard what I asked? No?
No, the images of bridges have nothing to do with sticks in the ground.
Okay, thank you for answering. I think it kind of has to do with the experiment because has to do with like length of like things or whatever and the way that like they curve, right? The bridge to like find if the earth is flat or not.
No, wrong.
What is that?
The shadows of the sticks curve?
No, but you can see like the curvature if you use like a stick or whatever. It's like an experiment.
No, you're out of your mind. Good luck to you. You all right? You all right, kiddo?
All right, Strudel, did you find the clip of me saying that there's more uniform refraction index over a body of water?
No, but I found the actual reason I sent the actual evidence.
Right, so I didn't say that.
Yes, I misremembered.
So I didn't
you
say.
put me on the
I
spot.
didn't say that.
Yes, I agree. Right, but the actual reason I sent
right,
you that
and do you remember what the
was-
agreement was? Right, so I was going to
could do
tip you
whatever you
$1,000, and if it turned out that you were lying, then you get banned.
You know, you can ban me if you want, but you just asked me to admit I was wrong. I was going to.
Well, that was the agreement. So at least you admitted that you were
What I
wrong.
wanted to say. You said we were going to discuss this.
Yeah, I'm not going to ban you, dude. I'm not going to ban you.
So what?
I think he should be banned because he's just not here to learn.
Can you mute that guy so I can explain what the
he's a moderator,
misconception was?
and he's
All
correct.
right, I don't know that. The misconception
Yeah,
was
what do you think?
I sent you the link as per the screenshot you got in the chat because you said that the material below the water wouldn't have an effect on the refractive index of the air above the water, and
Why is that? What's the reason?
Why are you interrupting me halfway through?
What's the reason for that?
Fuck me.
Yeah, that's actually not what I said. It's not what I said. You've strawmanned me again.
It's in the stream.
No. Listen. Let me just explain how it works. Right. So the material below's temperature, the temperature of the material below can have an effect on the refractive index in the air above it because it can heat up the air, or it can cool down the air, or it could be dispersing a certain amount of water vapor into the air. So that's how the material down lower can have an effect on the refractive index. The optical density of the water itself doesn't have any effect at all on the refraction that's being measured or whatever, or observed above the surface of the water, right? So it doesn't matter what the optical density of the water is or whatever material the ground is made of, the temperature of the ground and how much gas is being distributed from the surface, that can have an effect on the refractive index in the air. Does that make sense?
Have a massive effect on the refractive index in the air because certain
what
materials
would
absorb the material below the air during the laser experiment would have a massive effect over a long distance on the refractive index because different materials absorb heat and different materials don't absorb heat. And that would change the temperature of the air. So yes, the material would matter. That was my point.
Right. The material matters in relation to it
for a more valid argument. So I was just trying to get the argument to be accurate.
Right. But what I'm saying is the water's refractive index, it doesn't make a difference. Whatever the water is made out of, right? Like when it comes to how much like mud is in the water or how dense the water is, that sort of thing, that's not going to have any effect on it. Yes. So you just misunderstood what I was saying. That's all. It's all good.
But the water would have a big difference on the refractive index of the air in general.
No.
Yes, it would because it changes
the temperature of the water
and
only.
creates more convection.
It's when the temperature of the water and the temperature of the air directly above the water have a severe differential in it.
Not necessarily.
That's what he's been saying. You haven't listened to anything he said.
No, not necessarily. That's not how water works. Constantly evaporating water.
We're not looking through water. We're looking through gases, air.
Yes, water vapor. Yes.
It's not water.
And the
it's
water
gas.
has an it's large bodies of water, which is usually what it's measured over. It's never just a puddle they're measuring it over. Let's be real here.
It's not water. He hasn't even gotten to the point where the water vapor is less dense than air. He hasn't even gotten to that point yet.
That would have a negative refractive index on the thing, and that's
right. So it would deflect up, not down.
No, I think is it a positive or a negative that reflects it up?
It's a positive.
A positive reflects it up.
Yeah.
2 seconds.
Yeah, the air above the water is more dense than the like than the air at the water because the water vapor, right? The water vapor is less dense than the air. So it's going to move towards the more dense medium, which is up.
Hold up.
I love how Strudel, all this water vapor in the air. You think this helps you see further?
Looks like the price.
We didn't even get to that
I
part
was just
either.
trying to create a more accurate argument for him.
Okay, try again.
No
I'm
offense, but
not
you just
wrong,
showed
it
that
would
you
change it.
don't even know the absolute basics about light refraction.
Well, no, actually, no. It would bend down
No, dude.
because the refractive index would increase below the laser more. It would increase downwards.
Sticks
Because
about
it's directly
anything.
above the water, and it's not ever at direct water level. It's above the water. No.
Yeah. So,
Yes, so
dude,
then
you
downwards.
don't know what you're talking about.
Explain.
This is like, not only am I, it's like I'm arguing with someone that I'm trying to teach at the same time, and you're just Googling things on the spot.
I'm not arguing.
You
I'm
know,
just trying to correct the
AI,
argument.
Google AI, they butcher refraction, and if you correct it, it will apologize and say, yeah, that I made a mistake there. It always butchers it until you correct it when it comes to refractive indexes and things like that. It does it all the time. It was very frustrating when I was learning all about refraction, trying to talk to AI about it to confirm the papers that I was reading, and it kept butchering, and I'm saying, hey, why do you keep making that mistake? And it's like, I'm so sorry, because it gets confused in regards to the natural pressure gradient that reduces over a huge scale as you go up in altitude, right? And it confuses that large scale gradient with the small band that you're looking through, right? Because the natural gradient, when you're looking like just over from a few meters height over the surface of water, the natural density gradient in the atmosphere, it's negligible. It barely changes at all over that few meters height. That's why they say temperature controls the refractive index. Okay, so the temperature lapse rate that's normal, it's called a normal lapse rate, is that it gets cooler as you go up. And it's also more humid when you lower to the ground as well. So that's why we don't see lasers bending upward. I can show you countless examples of lasers going straight over huge distances, right? And then there are some examples of them bending upward. I can't show you examples of lasers bending downward through the atmosphere.
Because of the cooling of the air directly above the lake, the laser would bend downwards towards the less dense air.
Well, that doesn't happen.
Because light travels slightly faster in warm, less dense air than it does cold. Dense air, a temperature gradient. With dense air, a temperature gradient is created. The laser light refracts as it passes through this density difference, causing the beam to continuously curve towards the colder, denser air near the water's surface. Yes, it does.
Right, but you're not taking the humidity into account. You're not taking the water vapor into account. So you have very, very high humidity and water vapor, very, very much so as you get just above the surface of the water. So even in situations where you have a colder temperature down lower, it's diluted, right? The refractive index is diluted by all of the water vapor because it's way less dense than the dry air. So if you explain all of that to your AI, right, it will agree with that. And this is the thing. If what you were saying was correct, then we would be seeing lasers bending downward. But we have thousands of hours of videos that we can show you, and you're not going to be able to find a laser bending downward in any of them. So yes, I agree that in theory, right, sure, we should see lasers bending down, but in reality, we don't actually see that happening. It's definitely not the normal. I agree that it could happen.
It says that light water vapor has nearly a negligible effect on the refractive index of visible light above a lake. Negligible.
It's
By
not a
only about
negligible
1
effect
times
at
10
all.
to the negative 6 to 3 times 10 to the negative 6. That is so minuscule. It's crazy.
Right. So the difference in the refractive index as well is minuscule. It's like 1.0000023 to 1.00026 or something. It's like some tiny little difference that causes drastic differences in the refractive effect. This is the fact, bro. You don't have any evidence of the lasers bending downward. You don't have any.
Ask your AI or Google another question about refraction. Just say that's not what I understand. Can you give it to me in a different way? I bet it'll give you a different answer.
Sorry, what did you say to ask it?
Just ask it. Tell it that you aren't comfortable with the answer that it gave you. Can it verify it for you, or did it mislead you? And see what it says.
Then ask it, why would you lie?
And get any new
Look, this
information
is how ridiculous the Google is that you're talking about, right? So this is the prompt that I just put in just for fun. Okay, does water vapor lower the refractive index? And then the first result it said was no, it actually increases the refractive index. Then I just clicked on AI mode, same AI. Yes, water vapor lowers the refractive index for visible light, but it increases it for radio waves, which is true. Right, so we're talking about visible light here. So it butchers this stuff all the time. It contradicts itself all the time. Yeah, the difference in refractive index that causes all of these miraging effects and all of these refraction effects are minuscule changes in the refractive index. Like Andrew Thomas Young says, who's an optics expert, he says tiny changes in the refractive index can cause spectacular effects in the distance.
Well, yeah, but these things are measured over a long distance.
Exactly. So tiny changes in the refractive index can cause large effects over distance. It's kind of like if you veer a ship off its course by a few millimeters, right? And over a long distance, it's gonna be way off its target.
And the
because even though it's a small change, it makes a huge difference over a long, you know what I mean?
And the cold
massive
water
difference over a long scale.
The colder in comparison water has a larger effect than the water vapor exude from it over that distance.
Did you ask your AI the question? Did you ask your AI to verify that for you?
Yes, I did. It didn't give me anything. It just gave me the same answer again.
Oh, did it?
Yes, I can send you a screenshot if you want.
Here's the crazy thing, right? If you have a tiny deflection upward at a short range, but you're looking over a large distance, that slight deflection upward could sink something below what you would call the horizon off into the distance.
Right, but the one we're looking at is across a lake specifically, and it would bend it downward.
Why would it bend it downward?
He said it would. I've already explained this.
Okay. All right. Show us that. Show us it bending them downward.
What's the temperature of the water?
To experiment myself. I'll go do
and the temperature of the air required to bend it downward.
Yeah, go do it. That's what we did, dude. I went to try to debunk flat Earth, doing long distance observations, and became a flat earther. That's what Dr. John Deed did. He's a PhD in spectrophotometry. He's done 3 years worth of laser tests, and he became a flat earther reluctantly in the process as well. And he said that he's never seen a laser bend downward in years, 350 plus hours of laser tests in the United Kingdom as well, through the winter, through the summer, using different spectrums of laser beams. He's documented all of this as well. He's never seen a laser bend downward. He said they either go straight or occasionally they can bend upward. And he's got footage of them going straight. He's got footage of them bending upward, but never downward. And
well,
he encourages people. He says, "Scour all of YouTube." What's yeah? See, that's you guys' only rebuttal. Or maybe the flat earthers are just lying.
No, that's not what I said. I said that would mean the internet's lying.
Oh, the internet. No, sometimes it just gets it. So it's not the internet, right? It's just AI. AI butchers this stuff. AI butchers this stuff all the time, right? I just typed the same thing in twice, and it contradicted itself.
But you said it would have a large effect. No, sorry. It says it would have a large effect. Everything
would you like to
every
see
source says it would have a large effect. Verified
would
sources.
you like to
the
see a
original
video?
thing that I sent you to was a verified source from a professional body.
Would you like to see a video where you could see the entire laser at the starting point, but you can see the laser bending upward? Would you like to see a video on that?
2 seconds. The original thing I sent you to was from phys.org.
Yeah, but that had nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Effect.
Yeah. Listen. That had nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. That was highlighting the difference between the land and the water, right? That there's a difference between the refraction levels or the variance of refraction over the land or over a surface of water, and that it can be more significant in the winter. That's got nothing to do with what we're talking about right now.
Yes, it is, because we're talking about the material difference. Yes, that is.
What? We're talking about lasers bending downward, and that you don't have any evidence of lasers bending downward.
No, that's not what
You've got claims that you can't back up. What do you think we're talking about? Oh my God, dude. Hey, look, I just typed this into Google. Did flat earthers do a laser test and debunk themselves?
The material below would have an effect directly on it. Is my point.
Type this into Google.
And over a large distance, which you agreed, any minor effect would be massive over a large distance because it would compound.
Type this in. I'm 7 years old. Is Santa Claus real? Type that in Google. I'm 7 years old. Is Santa Claus real?
But I didn't say I'm a glober. Please verify this for me. So that's not a good accurate.
It assumes you're a glober. It's an idiot.
It assumes.
Yeah, it will admit. Oh, yeah, look, it does say, yes, Santa Claus is real.
Because if I look up I'm a flat earther, does refraction do this? It's going to show me what I want to see, and it's going to say the opposite of what I've just viewed.
No, it doesn't do that. It hates it. It doesn't do that.
It hates flat earthers. Okay.
It does.
Man, dude, you put a lot of stock into AI, bro. My God, what is up with
AI?
this AI. It is frightening to think of the future with your adherence to this bullshit. Wacky,
the quote
dude.
is from phys.org, my guy. The quote is from phys.org.
Yeah, but it's got nothing to do with what we were talking about. I agree. Look, there's nothing in that quote that goes against. What in that quote goes against anything that I said?
You said it wouldn't bend down above the water. It would. It says it would.
Okay, prove it. Prove it. That screenshot it doesn't say anything about that at all. It doesn't say it should bend down. Right? Let's put the screenshot in shot in the side chat. So we're in this screenshot. Okay, so this is phys.org. Okay.
Look at the next
right. So this is what it says. Yes, there is civic. This is what it says. I'm just getting, dude. This is a blatant lie right now. If you don't admit to this, it's not going to work out well. Because I don't appreciate lying.
Screenshot directly below it as well.
No, this is the one that you sent. This is the one that you sent.
He's been lying all night, DJ. He's just full of bullshit.
Whatever you say.
This is the one that you sent because you specifically said it was phys.org. It says, yes, there is significantly more refraction above a body of water than over the surrounding land, especially in the winter. What does that have to do with lasers bending downward?
Right. Now go down to the next screenshot. Yes, melting ice cools the air. As ice turns from solid to liquid, it absorbs a significant amount of heat from its surrounding, known as the latent heat of fusion, which actively lowers the temperature of the air immediately touching it. And this would result in that bending down.
Quora? Is that your Quora? You said it was a phys.org citation. Now you're quoting Quora.
Send the screenshot. Here we go. Hold it for a second.
It's see, Sheepdog asked if Santa was real. He's 7. It told him yes.
Yep. Yeah, I checked it. Mine said yes as well. Santa's real. Must be true then. And yeah, look, so this guy blatantly said that his phys.org said that the laser would be bending downward, and to post the next screenshot. The next screenshot is literally Quora.
So just whatever somebody wants to write on there, basically. And he doesn't
Yeah, it
want to
can just
take. He
yeah.
doesn't want to take
Yeah.
the guy you had mentioned who's done hundreds of hours of laser tests. They're not somebody you should listen to.
Apparently not. It's almost as if he's not here in good faith.
Totally, dude.
No, that's why
Yeah,
earlier I
this
got so pissed off at him, because he's just pulling shit out of the air.
Yeah, man. Well, I missed the first section of that conversation, so now I get it. Get where you're coming from now.
yeah at this stage of his brain development, there is no having a conversation with him. It's too bad because he's semi sharp fella, but nah. When it comes to this, he's just looking for excuses and finding them instantaneously.
See, if he was here to learn, he would be like, "Oh, that's. Can you tell me more?"
Yeah, don't stick with Google. You guys read some old books. That's where you start, and listen to people.
Yeah, and the problem is, after he gets his AI answer, then he tries to shove it and shoehorn it into whatever context he needs to feed his confusion.
I mean, it's on the internet, so hey, it must be true. It's like that'd have its 30th anniversary.
I don't know. When he told me that the circumference of the Earth was 60,000 miles, he was at that point lost for me.
I specifically remember him saying that he Googled that as well.
Eric
I Googled
Schnittel.
it. I remember him saying that.
No, he said he didn't know, so
else.
he basically made it up just to give me an answer so he didn't have to say I don't know.
Yeah, he said that later on. At the time, he said that he Googled it. So it was like he knew what he was talking about because he Googled it. And then later on, he said that he just guessed because he didn't remember it. So yeah. Each conversation exposes these people more and more.
And I don't like, why are they defending it? Like, what do they get out of it? Like, waste all this time defending something that you're not even going to look into, and try to make us.
Barbara.
Stockholm Syndrome.
U.S. Santa Barbara. Law of
Say
refraction.
something about Santa Barbara.
Light travels faster through warm, less dense air and slower through cold, denser air. When a laser beam passes through this temperature difference, it naturally refracts bends towards the medium where it travels slower, so the colder air.
What does speed have anything to do with direction?
That's what dude, listen. Through cold, dense air. When a laser beam passes through this temperature difference, it naturally refracts bends towards the medium where it travels slower, so towards the lake, because that's where the colder air will be.
Yeah, cool story. So show us it. Show us a laser beam bending downwards.
That's the law of refraction. That is the law of refraction, my guy.
No, that's not the law of refraction. The law of refraction is called Snell's law.
Dr. Snell himself says it. Meteorologist Schnittel.
Hey, buddy.
Well, all the
you don't know what you're talking about. Snell's law is the law of refraction. Snell's law requires that you have two separate isotropic media, like two separate mediums, like air to water or diamond to air, and you need to have a sharp boundary layer. And as the light passes on an angle from one medium into the second medium, it will slow down through the second medium and it will deviate, it will bend.
Or air of
it will
different
deflect.
densities across a large surface
That's
area,
not
like
Snell's law. Snell's law doesn't apply. Snell's law does not apply to a gradient medium. You would have to use a gradient differential form of Snell's law, which is not the law of refraction. It's not a natural law. The law of refraction is a natural law. It happens, right? The gradient form is an alteration of Snell's law to use it in a gradient, refraction gradient. That's what they use in fiber optical cables, in GRIN fiber optic cables.
Right, so
different.
You know what de-albedo effect is?
Across the lake, a large surface, there would be multiple different fronts of less dense and more dense air, and it bends towards the colder air over the distance.
Yep.
Now type in, I tested this and it didn't work. Can you explain that to me? Type that in.
You reckon that'll come up with anything?
No, dude. What you're doing right now is moronic, brain rot behavior.
Is that not true, what I just said?
It is correct, but there's also more things to take into account. There's more things to take into account.
I think that's
and there's also
one of the largest factors.
Yeah, it is, right? But what it said specifically was that where the refractive index is higher, that's where the light will bend toward. So if you have cooler air, unless the colder air is actually mostly made up of water vapor, which is 40% less dense than the dry air, This is why we don't see lasers bending downward, because it's not just about
How much
the
water
dry
vapor?
term,
So
right?
do you
So
have to have a
there's different things
50%
called
humidity level?
wet term and dry term. In the olden days, when they did surveying, they would only take the dry term into account, but they realized how much of an influence the moisture in the air has on the refractive index. So now when they do these types of tests, they have to take in what's called the wet term, and that's the water vapor. So you need to take that into account, right? And once you take that into account, then you have a different set of variables. And what we have in reality when we actually test this is lasers not bending downward. Now, you might be able to find a rare situation where it does happen, but the normal is that it doesn't. It doesn't do that. You could even look up right now, what's the normal lapse rate? And it will now contradict itself, and it will say that the normal lapse rate is that the temperature gets cooler as you go up away from the surface by 6.5 degrees per kilometer. So when we have a normal situation, normal situation, like most of the time, a normal lapse rate, light will deviate towards the cooler.
Right,
So
so the
that's why we see
material
them bending
below the
upward.
laser would have an adverse effect on the index.
Sorry, say it again.
So the material below the laser would have an adverse effect on the index, though, at the end of the day.
Only the temperature, the temperature and the humidity being distributed from it, not the actual material itself.
But the material causes that effect because it absorbs.
No, the temperature causes the but it's all about the distribution of the heat off the material. So it's only about that. It's not about
That's
the
based
actual
on the material.
What's based off the material. So now once again
And
you're
the
saying
current
temperature is the
temperature.
primary cause. All right, so cool. Ask
Yes,
it what's the normal what's the normal
would be
lapse rate?
relevant in that fact that metal would make a big difference. And
Metal.
You said metal. You mentioned metal in your specific example. It doesn't matter what the material would be. It could be metal. It could be. You said that specifically.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
You said it.
You said metal.
You said an iron. You said an iron. You said it. You said you watched a video.
That was
of
what
it
I
or
mentioned
something.
to you in private message, and that was yesterday that I mentioned for that.
What?
I'll look
I
it
didn't
up
talk
again.
to you yesterday in private message.
I'll look up. I'll get. Listen. I'll get the clip.
I think he got you beat, DJ. I mean, you
Oh,
met your
yeah.
match.
Good Lord.
He's just a compulsive liar.
Yeah, it seems that way at this point. I think he just misunderstood. He's like freeballing. He's trying to be smart, but he hasn't done the research, and it's like this is like an ego thing at the moment or something like that. He doesn't
Yeah.
want to admit that he doesn't know what he's talking about, and he doesn't want to get beaten in a debate by a stupid flat earther. So he's trying to do
Dude,
whatever
I
he
don't
can
care.
to try to save that
Why
ego.
are you imposing this on me? Why? I don't care
Now,
what your ideology
Why you
is.
because you're just making shit up at this point, right? So
not.
you didn't even know what the law of refraction was.
Dude, calm
now
down.
DJ, when you have
Calm
refraction,
down.
you also have to have reflection, right? And have the albedo effect. Is that right?
You're doing way too much hold about.
Well, it's like a deviation, so it kind of like deviates. You could call it reflect, I guess. I don't know. I haven't looked into the albedo effect, to be honest. So
Yeah, it's
no
like when you
comment.
have refraction, you have to have reflection. Like, and the amount of heat that the Earth absorbs, it has to disperse. There's a little more to it than that.
Quote exactly. You said 38 minutes ago. Well, 39, let's say, just to account for it. You said if you have air above metal, it wouldn't make a difference. That is what you said.
Yes. So if the
So
metal and the air were the same,
you said I said that. What the fuck, bro?
no, yeah, because if
did.
you were
That's what I was
talking about an
referencing. You said
iron,
I didn't say that.
if you scroll up a bit high,
But
if
you
you could
did
scroll
say
up a
what I
bit,
said.
hey
I never
buddy,
mentioned the iron again. No.
Okay, so let's just shit all over you again really quickly, right? So what you said was that you had watched a video in regards to an iron, and that the iron being hot or cold would change the direction of the light. So that's what I was talking about. Now, if the iron, if the metal, don't talk over me. Don't talk over me, Poodle.
You misrepresented
Strudel, sorry. Right? Look, this is the thing. If the iron and the air were the same temperature, then it would have no effect. Do you agree?
I'm talking about your recorded message with J-Dog, dude. Not our DMs. What are you talking about?
If the metal, listen, answer the question, be honest. If the metal and the air were the same temperature, would the metal have an effect?
Probably not, no.
Okay, then.
The water is never the same temperature of the air. A large body of water is never the same temperature of the air.
Oh, really?
Never.
Google that. Google that and then post the result.
What the hell, man?
It would have to sit in the sun.
This is nuttiness.
Google it, Mr. Google.
Are large body water the same temperature of the surrounding air?
No, water is just say someone is claiming water is never the same temperature as the air.
I never said that. I said large bodies.
That's exactly what you said.
I specifically said large bodies. I will look at the stream right now.
No,
now you're lying about what I was saying.
All right, if I can pull this clip up, and it turns out this is your last lie, bro. If you're lying about this, then you get banned.
What you said. You have lied about what you said specifically.
What did I say? Sorry, what did I lie about?
The iron thing. I gave you a timestamp. 39 minutes and a half ago, you were talking to J-Dog. This is what brought the original comment up. You said metal would have no effect on the refractive index of the air above it. That's what you said.
Yeah, right. The metal itself. So the metal itself would have no effect on the refractive index.
It would. Metal would be a different temperature to the surrounding air because they have different thermal properties. Different materials have different thermal properties.
Yeah, so it's just so the metal itself. It's got nothing to do with the metal. It's got to do with the temperature that's being distributed off the metal. So if the temperature of the metal and the air were the same, then you wouldn't have any effect of the metal on the air. Look, bro. You are a dude. You're just a Dunning-Kruger clown at this point.
Temperature difference.
Right, anyone else want to talk to this guy?
No, I've been asking for his ban for like 3 days now.
Yeah, ban Strudel.
All right.
Fuck him.
All right, you're done, bro.
Maybe ask him if he has any globe evidence, because this ain't it for him.
Yes. No,
you're just Googling on the fly. So why do you think you're living on a ball?
What are you saying, dude?
What's the radius of your ball?
Start over, dude. You're about to get yeeted. I'm just trying to offer you some life preserver. What's your evidence that you're on a
large
ball?
body of water is a total cooler than the surrounding air. Always.
Who cares?
All right, we have an objection.
Always cooler than the surrounding air.
Strudels. Ask Google why you believe the Earth is a globe.
I give a fuck, dude. Ban me if you want. It's for entertainment at the end of the day and to learn.
Well, you ain't learning. And you're not teaching us.
Under the screen if he asks that. Turn it a lawnmower, man.
About refractive index. And I've taught you that materials have different thermal properties. They would have a direct effect on the surrounding air. Absolutely. That is fact. A bona fide fact. And that was my original point.
Right, but if the material's the same temperature as the air, the material's not going to have any effect on the refraction, is it?
But it wouldn't be.
No. Answer the question.
It would never be.
It would never be?
You're talking about something that never happens in an open air environment, my guy.
Really?
What? Absolutely. Because there's factors like the sun, especially with metal. Different materials have different thermal properties. Air has a different thermal property in how it absorbs heat than the metal would. And how it exudes heat.
What if your metal's on the north side of...
exudes heat.
What
These
if
are
the metal's
very
on the north side of your
important
garage?
factors. What?
I said,
The
what if
metal's
the
what?
metal's on the north side of your garage? It's going to be different than if it's on the south side of your garage, right?
Yes, because the sun might be shining on it.
Right. So the
And even
temperature
then,
probably.
if the sun wasn't shining on it, it'd be cooler than the surrounding air, and if it was, it'd be hotter than the surrounding air.
Prove it.
Go fucking touch something metal. What the fuck, my guy? Now he's acting like he's never touched metal before.
Well, I
You're
know
just
you've
making a
never
fool
looked
of
at a
yourself,
gold model
bro.
before.
That is observable fact.
Okay, here we go. Can metal be the same temperature as air? Yes. Oh wow. Yes, it
Surrounding
said
air in
yes.
an open
Imagine such a thing.
environment.
Metal
Surrounding air
can
in an
and
open
frequently
air environment.
metal can. Hey buddy.
Okay, my guy.
Shush.
You're not
Shush.
looking up a good. You
Oh really? So you've been googling this whole time? So I just googled
yes,
it
but you
like
have to
you
Google
did.
it correctly. And you know it. You
Can
know you
metal
did
be
it
the same
disingenuously.
temperature as air? Yes.
Open
Metal
air surrounding
can
environments in
and
a stagnant
frequently
room.
does
Yes,
reach
it
the
can.
exact. All right. Can metal be the
In a
same temperature
stagnant
as air?
closed room.
Yes. Metal can and frequently does reach the exact
In a
same
stagnant
temperature
closed room.
as the surrounding air. This
We're talking
state
about
is called
outside.
thermal equilibrium.
We're talking about outside. You're talking about that's in a stagnant.
Oh, now it's
steady
outside.
temp room. Yes, because this experiments are outside. Yes. I said in
So
an
you couldn't
open
do this
air
experiment
environment.
Okay, let's
Mike,
read out the
no,
new
I
prompt.
classified this.
Let's read
It's
out
in
the new
video.
prompt.
I
Hey,
said
Dunning.
in an open
Hey,
air
buddy. Shush.
environment
Shush. We've just
specifically.
updated the prompt with your change. Can metal be the same temperature as air outside? Yes, metal
In
can
open air
absolutely be the same temperature as the air outside. If a metal object is left outside, it can reach thermal equilibrium. Its physical temperature will match the air perfectly.
But it also exerts
But
temperature in a different way, though.
Fuck
And
off,
that has
bro. You're
that's
full
a
of
big
shit.
variant. What do you mean? Literally, metal
Dude, you
gives
just...
off heat in a different way than other materials.
Yeah, no
You
shit,
should
dude.
go hang out with the mole people.
And that has a big effect on the surrounding air.
Yes, if there's no... dude, you just said before, it will never happen. Apparently it happens frequently. They even have a name for
It feels
it.
hotter than the surrounding air.
Good lord.
Because it's good at giving off heat.
What's good at
Or
giving
cooling
off
the
heat?
surrounding
What's
metal.
good at giving off heat?
So it feels hotter than the surrounding air
Metal,
because it's
apparently.
so good at pushing out the energy that it's got stored. Or sapping energy if it's cold. And that would have a massive effect on the air
or
above
just
it.
being the same temperature as the air if it's the same temperature as the air.
What's it called?
So the actual material itself, right? The material itself, the makeup of the metal, the elements in the metal, right? Just by themselves have absolutely no impact whatsoever on the refractive index of the air. It's only if you input some outside source of energy like the sun, some source of heat to heat up the metal or cool down the metal, then the metal is going to affect the temperature of the surrounding air around the metal. This is just basic common sense shit,
The
dude.
thermal properties of the metal are much better than other materials at giving out heat or taking heat. The heat transfer is much greater.
Yeah, wow.
Henceforth,
Imagine
it would have a more
today
drastic effect on the gradient. Yes, it would, and it depends on the material.
Such an intellect,
yes.
bro. Such intellectual argumentation.
I'm still correct. The prime point's correct.
Nobody said that Nobody said that
You did.
didn't
You said
happen.
that was incorrect. You did. She did in the video. I gave you a timestamp and everything. You haven't viewed it. You said it wouldn't
No, I
matter
didn't
what the
say that.
material is. You said it wouldn't matter what the material
Yeah,
is.
the material itself doesn't matter. It's the temperature. The temperature.
The temperature.
Not the material itself.
Dictates the You change the material, it have a different effect to another material. No matter what the temperature is. If the two materials are the same temperature, it'll have a different effect on the air surrounding it. Yes.
Right.
No.
So different temperatures have
Independent.
different effect.
Yes, because different materials have different thermal properties in how they transfer heat.
Depending on how much
Yes.
it's heated up or cooled down by an outside source.
No, if the two materials are the same
It
temperature,
doesn't have
water,
internal heating or cooling properties. A piece of metal doesn't heat itself up or cool itself down.
No, but it gives heat out better than other materials.
Only if it's heated up. Only if you heat it up.
Nope. Two materials that are the same temperature. Two materials that are the same temperature. One's metal, one's water. Metal gives off the heat stored within it much better, much faster.
You just said two materials at
has
the
a
same
different-
temperature.
Yes, two different materials.
At the same temperature.
Yes.
They're giving off different temperature, different heat if it's the same
They give
temperature.
off a different amount of heat per second.
If they're the same temperature.
If they're the same temperature. Yes. Yes. Because they have different transferable thermal properties. Absolutely.
So if they're the same temperature,
why
they're going to give off
metal,
different.
Yes, because metal at the equilibrium feels a lot hotter than water at the equilibrium. Does it not?
Thank you for the clip.
I'm right.
There's something wrong with you, man.
Just shut the fuck up. I think you're done.
Yeah, quit being so dense. Accept defeat.
Google the physics.
I think what he's
Have
saying
some
is something
honor.
like
Google it.
The metal
That is
transfers
well-known.
heat better than air.
Yeah,
and
no
then
shit, dude.
something like
Dude, nobody's disagreeing with that. He
but,
said
like,
he
it's
said
some
no,
weird
this is what he said. This is what he said,
Google
Debate Daddy. He said if the water is the same temperature as a piece of metal, it's going to put out more heat than the water. That's what he's just said. And you want a white knight for that shit? This is
no,
like
I'm
you
not.
should be
I'm
embarrassed
actually not.
at
no,
this
I wasn't
caliber.
white knighting. No,
The metal
I was
would
going to jab at him,
more heat.
but
the metal would transfer more heat to the surrounding air than the water,
You're gonna jab at him.
regardless if they're the
We will
same
allow it.
temperature.
Yeah, bro, but you have a hypothesis, right? Like you're saying something like the metal is like transferring more heat, so that's going to cause like a different effect. Do you have a test showing any of that?
Thousands of years of physics, mate. What are you talking about? There's literally.
You're just doing like, it's common sense, mate. Like
there's a physics thermal
you have a
property table
hypothesis.
for materials, my guy.
All right, I got.
If there's thousands of years of science,
I got a
show
solution. I got a better solution.
Thermodynamics.
Yeah.
Okay, it doesn't matter what the transfer property is. It only matters what the ambient temperature is of the medium in which the light is passing through. And that is a given temperature at any given time. It's that simple. I don't know why it's so complicated.
Yeah, Strudel, go get a test where someone has taken the ambient temperature of the air and the temperature of the metal, shown them to be the same, and demonstrating a distribution of heat. Doesn't make sense, but apparently it does to you. So go get a test of someone actually doing that. Put it in the chat, then you'll be unmuted. This is insane, man.
Listen, if I have to hear someone say thermal property one more time, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have to start drinking. Never drank before in my life, but I just might start.
Just don't drink the Kool-Aid.
It just doesn't make sense. I thought when I learned about heat transfer, it was they'll reach thermal equilibrium and they'll keep transferring heat until that's reached, regardless of whether it's into air or metal. Like no matter what the material is made of.
Well, yes, well, yeah, but like anybody who works with tools outside in the cold knows that if you pick up a steel hammer or if you pick up an aluminum square, one of those you touch and you're okay. One of those you touch and your hand instantly starts to freeze.
Yeah,
But the
All the
hammer
aluminum
is the
for
same temperature, right? Like, if you measure the temperature of the hammer and the
yeah.
air, they would
It's
be
just that
equal if they were like left out long enough.
yeah. But when you touch the aluminum just sucks the heat out of you so much faster than the steel.
Yeah, but he's saying that's that thing can cause refraction or something, right? Even though they're at equilibrium.
The problem.
That's the weird thing.
Yeah.
Listen. Let's not get any illusions that he's actually trying to make a coherent point. He has no idea what he's talking about, right? If you understand that he doesn't know anything what he's talking about, that makes perfect sense.
I think it's funny how you guys, like, he walked himself down the plank willingly, but you guys did a good job of like poking him to get him to go further down, because now it's just crazy.
You weren't here like 7 hours ago, I guess.
No, I was sleeping.
That's how we feel about most Globers. Like, we'll start talking about observations, laser tests, such and such, and they'll be like, hey, in the right conditions, I could see my own butt because of refraction.
He walked the plank, my guy.
Like, if he's still here, is he banned? You didn't have to die on
No.
this hill. You could have chose a different hill, like a better hill to die on.
Yeah, the worst thing is he set up the plank for himself to walk over. That's the worst part. And yeah, he's on mute right now. We're anticipating him actually bringing a test in, demonstrating what he was talking about. And since he won't actually be able to do that, arguably he'll be on mute indefinitely. Now, he actually won't, because he'll be unmuted automatically at some point. But, yeah.
Isn't it the case that like I would assume that in winter the land generally would be colder than the air, or like it would hold coldness more, and then as the air fluctuates, sometimes the air would be warmer, sometimes it would be at equilibrium. Like in daytime, the air would be heating up a little bit, so you'd have warmer air, colder land. And then in summertime, it might be the opposite. Like land
You
holds a
would
lot of
think that.
heat.
You would think that, but under the water, it's still flowing, right? Or under the ice, it's still flowing. It's not completely frozen. Only the surface where it's touching the air, where it's mixing with the air.
Twenty cups. Can we unmute him for a second?
Yeah, go for it.
Strudel, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. So I posted what you posted in the side chat. Do you want to explain what you just posted?
So, thermal conductivity and the properties between two different materials. One exudes heat much more efficiently than the other. So if that material was underneath the laser, it would have a much more adverse effect even if they are the same temperature on the refractive index of the air directly above the material. Because of the material, there are also other factors like reflectivity, which would factor in, and that's completely material based also. If it's more reflective, you know,
All right.
I think you can connect the dots on that.
All right. So what you posted is explaining that the metal will cool your hand down faster.
Or heat it up if it's hotter. If
it says here
40
metals
degrees or 2 degrees, yes.
Okay, so this is all it's saying. So it's saying that the metal feels colder. The metal feels colder to your hand because it removes the hand from your heat faster than the wood does.
Yes, but if it was hot relative to your hand, it would do the opposite. It would feel much hotter. That's why we use it to cook.
So what does this have to do with
It's thermal conductivity. Have you never heard of it?
Oh, come on,
That's
dude. You serious?
What?
Oh my God,
You're denying thermal conductivity right now.
You gotta be kidding me.
Dead ass. That's what you're doing.
Dude, we understand this. We've been talking about this the entire time.
Yeah,
we
you talked
understand
about
this.
it and it proved my point. That was my point. It would matter the material. That's my exact point.
Yeah, but we were recall that we were talking about when the metal and the surrounding air are at equilibrium, right?
Wouldn't matter.
What wouldn't matter?
It wouldn't.
We're not saying. Hold on. Okay, let's clear this up, right? What's not being said, okay, is the notion that the metal has different thermal properties when its temperature and the surrounding medium's temperature reach equilibrium. We're not saying that the thermal properties change insofar as like we're not saying that you know, the fact that metal would absorb or dissipate heat differently changes because they've reached equilibrium. Right? You catch that? We're not saying that. What's being said is once they reach equilibrium, there is no temperature differential to actually shift around faster or slower due to the fact that it's metal.
What would feel hotter, standing if the air above a marble floor or a metal floor?
Sorry, repeat it.
What would feel warmer, the air directly above a marble floor or a metal floor, even if the room's the same temperature?
What would feel different?
Even if the total average of the room started off at the same temperature.
Yeah. Well, check this out, right?
Which would be warmer?
If you touch the metal floor, check this out. If you touch the metal floor, you're immediately changing the temperature ever so slightly. That's why you feel it colder, because it's drawing the heat from you faster than it would have been if it was marble. Yeah, we get that. Or hotter. Right? That's not in contention, dude. We're talking about in a steady state where they are at equilibrium. No one's touched it yet.
Hey, I got a question. 20 cups. At what temperature does light boil? Rest my case.
Who do you talk to?
Yeah, what temperature does light boil?
What the fuck does that mean?
That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing, dude. You're trying to gaslight yourself into thinking that because you as a human walking on a floor, you could feel something on your foot, has anything to do with the ambient temperature in the room. So, what temperature does light boil?
3.
If you have a room, right, that's the air is a certain temperature and the floor is a certain temperature, right? And there's a conductivity rate between the floor and the air. That's just going to be what it is. As the light passes through it, it's just going to pass through it as what it is. The light passing through isn't going to change it.
It depends on the conductivity of the material.
I think I agree with Strudel on this one.
The conductivity of the material would matter.
Okay, so at what rate of conductivity does metal transfer heat to light?
Why are we talking light? We're talking about air
Because
temperature.
it's no,
You
we're not, friend.
can't transfer heat to light.
We're talking
What are you
about
talking
light
about?
passing through mediums of varying temperature. This whole conversation is about
No, we're
light,
not.
friend.
You've twisted it,
Okay,
mate. You've twisted it.
No, he didn't
What are you
twist it.
talking?
We've been talking about laser beams and refraction for the last 2 hours. So no, he's not twisting it.
yeah. So now that I know that you're not even paying attention to what we're actually talking about, dude, you can just not speak here anymore. There you go. I'm not going to listen to 2 hours of somebody like you saying thermal conductivity 700 times when they're not even paying attention to what we're actually talking about here, which is light passing through mediums. Okay, this isn't a materials course where we're trying to figure out which material is the best for a kitchen floor. Good grief, dude. One last chance. Okay, go back to the stream and find where the conversation diverged from talking about light passing through mediums. And then if you can find that, then you can get another chance. Himself. He's like, we're not talking about light passing through mediums. I'm like, oh, so you admit we're not talking about the topic anymore.
I don't think I've seen this before. There's a guy on a zero turn texting on his phone while mowing the lawn. How the hell is he doing that? You need two hands. Holy shit, just when you think you've seen it all.
you really can't underestimate humans on their determination. Like one time ago, I was with my friend Daphne, this little tiny girl, and she was before hands-free, of course. She had her cell phone on her shoulder, leaning over while talking on it, while eating a double Whopper, while actively driving and shifting her Toyota Tacoma. So pretty cool to watch.
Dude, does anybody remember the banana phone that went on the back of plug-in telephones so you could put it on your shoulder and pinch it to your neck?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you guys know, like the one of the most famous scenes of that is when the John Connor calls his mom, but it's really the T-1000. And then she puts the phone on her neck so she can stab the stepdad in the face.
Yeah, I remember that.
She's like, "Hold on, dear, I gotta crook my neck over here to hold the phone." So let me ask you this question, guys: why would the T-1000 crook its neck to hold the phone when it could just make a hand come out of its side of its head to hold the phone?
Because it hadn't revealed itself to the husband yet, so that would have revealed itself, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
he might have freaked out and moved out of the way from the blade.
Yeah. Oh yeah, good point. Good point. Do you guys know how they defeated? Do you guys know how they defeated the T-1000?
Yeah, lava.
They threw some water on it.
No, they put him in a medium with very high thermal properties.
Okay. He matched the medium temperature, is what you're saying? That was great.
But this all made me have another question about that. Why did he have to wear sunglasses?
I mean, this is just my theory. He saw how cool Arnold looked when he
Style
put.
factor. Okay.
Yeah, he's like, I can't be one up by that, you know.
Yeah, dude, it's the same reason why Matrix powers don't work without a trench coat.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, they were, but yeah, they had trench coats plus sunglasses.
That explains why they were banning them from high school.
What, cell phones? No,
no, Matrix
because
coats. Oh, it's the trench coat mafia.
Yeah,
I specifically remember this moment. It was because of where I was. I was in Cleveland. It was the night of the Mike Tyson Lennox Lewis fight at a BW3s, and there was a sign that said, "No talking on your cell phone while you're ordering." First time I'd ever seen this. And I thought to myself, why in the world would anyone be talking on their phone while they were ordering food? And 25 years later, they're omnipresent.
So much quiet. All right, I'll do it. The Earth's a globe.
Rumble, 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 rumble.
I'm trying to get somebody fired. Anybody doing anything fun or exciting today?
Making money.
Yeah, same. I'm traveling across this flat plain from one place to another.
Spraying weeds.
That sounds exciting.
Never ending process.
I need to do that. I've just been lazy.
Yeah, they get out of hand real quick.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a dry spell here in Tennessee, but then we've had pretty good rain the past week or so, and now everything's just going nuts.
Oh yeah.
You know, when I was a kid, everybody used to grow tobacco here. The government came in and paid all the farmers more money to not grow their tobacco, and now everything is soybeans. And those things, they're almost ready to harvest at this point.
Yeah, speaking of growing like weeds. Yeah, maybe we should go spray them. We don't need more soy boys. There's still got to be tobacco farms down there somewhere, right? Not in my region. You know, I cover like about 5 different counties for work, and pretty much, and I know people in all those places, and I never see tobacco at all. And I mean, I'm on the back roads where all the farms are at all the time.
Had the natives taken over the tobacco? Maybe like up here in Canada, they kind of have.
Yeah, I completely believe you. You know, when like the younger generation will take over a farm, because I'm sure that's a lot easier to deal with than hanging tobacco and all that stuff. Just having the machine, because a lot of times when they do the soybean, they don't even have to deal with it. They have someone else harvest it, and it's gone. When in the old days, you would see in the
it's all
barns,
done with a
they would
tractor.
but you would see them have to hang they weren't finished when the tobacco was cut down. That was just part of the process. Then they have to hang it in their barns. It wasn't
I
like
know.
they
I used to work
shipped it.
tobacco a lot.
Yeah, it's not like it was shipped off right away, you know. So it doesn't surprise me. They probably offered them more money and it's easier. So yeah, the generations shifts over, and a lot of times in these farms, you'll either get you'll get the old school mentality, or they'll sell the damn thing, or they just want the easiest crop to grow.
Is there any biofuel they can
Well,
get out of
so what,
soybean?
I don't know, honestly, but what happened in the 90s, like, for example, one of my dad's good friends had a big tobacco farm, and I was a kid. I don't know the real numbers, but let's imagine one crop or one harvest net him $50,000. I'm just making up numbers. The government literally came in and said, "Hey, we'll pay you $65,000 to not grow tobacco, not to grow something else, just to not grow tobacco." And I think what they were doing is just playing with supply and demand to drive the price up of tobacco. Because of course, then a pack of Marlboros was $2, and today that's $10. You know.
Yep, I've heard of that with other crops. I think potatoes, people being paid just to not touch the ground for a year.
Yeah, it's I don't know.
So
The government sucks.
There's actually credits down in the States now, like the 45Z and 45Q for land that you don't till. There's a bunch of different 45 numbers that give you these credits based on how you work your land.
Did you say you're in Canada?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in Canada.
Yeah, so you said the natives. We don't really have any natives in East Tennessee, but right across the mountain in North Carolina is the Cherokee Nation, um, which is only now like 300 square miles. I mean, it's nothing, and they don't do anything except for run a casino.
Yeah, see here they like a carton of cigarette, it would be like $130 in Canada. But if you go to the Indian Reserve and buy the Indian cigarettes, it's $15 a carton. So the natives up here have kind of taken over that, and lobster fishing and anything the government can give them, and it kind of takes away from everybody else.
Yeah, that's insane. Not to go off on a tangent, but have you guys ever seen the similarities between the Cherokee language and Aramaic Hebrew?
I haven't looked into that, but up here we have the Micmacs, and even their headdress, their flag, their language is very much Chinese. If you look back, and there's some theories about some old Chinese settlements found around here, but nobody will give it any validity because it'll just change history.
Yeah, I mean, I used to always think as a kid, like when they taught us that it was frozen between like Alaska and Russia, and then you look at the Native Americans, how they looked so much like Oriental people. You know, they had to have traveled across and then down through all the way down into South America. Um, but phonetically, Aramaic Hebrew and Cherokee is like something like 90% the same. And like, you know, Indians believe in like multiple gods, like the tree god, the earth god, the sky god, whatever. But they do have like one central god, and essentially those other gods are just like the spirit of God in those things, and their word for God is Yah.
Oh, the Chinese were here in 1421, 1422. There's a great book you guys might want to check out, 1421, the year China discovered North America. They also mapped Australia, Antarctica, did the first circumnavigation. Columbus had a copy of the Piri Reis map that was copied from an old Chinese map that had Puerto Rico on it. He knew where he was going. He sailed right to Puerto Rico.
Yeah, those are good books. There's another one called The Island of Seven Cities by Paul Chason. It's based out of Nova Scotia, but it talks about all the folklore about the Chinese and the Indians here. It kind of ties into that 1421 book.
What was the title?
The Island of Seven Cities by Paul Chason.
Nice.
And
I'll check that out.
there's some videos on YouTube of it too, like where he shows where he found foundations. But they just want to call it fire breaks and stuff like that, right? They don't want history to be changed.
Right.
Well, you know, have you ever heard like where they said like east becomes west, west becomes east, like they purposely skewed the compass to keep us lost? And like in the Old Testament, they're always talking about like the East, you know, which would be, you know, what we call the Middle East. What if like America is the place that the Old Testament went down, and they've tricked us to look in a different place?
Well, there is
You know,
maps
because they
that
talk about the
show
river.
that. Yeah,
Well, yeah,
there
like
is
the river
maps
they
and
talk
stuff.
about has 7 heads. That'd be the Mississippi.
And there's so many towns that are named like Rome, or named same as cities over in Europe, or Bethlehem. There's all these same
Or
Jerusalem. There's all these same town names.
Like Memphis. They teach us the name Memphis comes from an old Egyptian town, except for like when you look it up, it's like, no, it's a transliteration of blah, blah, blah. So, like, you know, Memphis actually, there's pyramids in Memphis, Tennessee, and it's right along the river. Like, so what if that's where it went down? I mean, I'm not saying that it is, I'm just throwing out ideas.
Well, I don't discount it. I mean, like the Chinese, they had the big ships, right? And all they had to do was catch a current, and then they're in North America in no time.
Yeah. Yeah. And we know Chinese history goes back, what, like 5,000 or 5,500 years on paper?
Yep. And the Chinese too, they believed in the ether, but they called it the key, the Q, the QI. But they didn't subscribe to gravity when Newton came up with it. It was Jesuits who went there later that fucked up their education system with that.
This year, my daughter will be homeschooled.
You talk about the Chinese in the 1400s discovering America, but the Vikings discovered America, and late 1000, early 1100s. And then the Greeks were actually talking about America back in 70 AD. So
Yeah, we just attributed the Native Americans to the Chinese.
Yeah, like my last name is Scottish, but ultimately it goes back to the Orkney Islands and then to Norway, which would be like the Vikings. I've done a lot of time. I learned about the Vikings a lot growing up. In the last 5 years or so, I've spent a lot of time kind of investigating their whole story, and they have a lot more history than we're ever taught about.
Yeah, for sure they do. They landed in Newfoundland. I spent a year in university in Sweden, and it was pretty eye-opening. It was pretty cool to see all the Viking history.
Mind intellect, isn't it obvious? So I have an ISO creation tool. I have a compiler. Basically, I'm the best programmer on earth, chosen by God, and I was endowed with divine
Congratulations.
intellect.
Congrats.
I'm the best
I'll say
programmer on
this.
earth, as
I'll
evidenced
say this
by
too.
divine intellect.
I'll say this also. It's worse than what you think about the Vikings. A lot of the symbols that you find in Norse and Gaelic are also found in South America.
Yeah, I can
Yeah, I
verify the
think South
Gaelic part for
America.
sure.
Sorry. I think South America's got a lot more history. You know, we still today look at South America as kind of just like a jungle and very primitive people by comparison to Westerners. But I think there's a lot more to South America than we're taught as well.
Yeah, and a lot of South America didn't get destroyed by World War I, World War II. I mean, they had their wars in the days and the Spanish and stuff, but yeah, it didn't get destroyed like our history did.
Have you ever watched any Harry Hubbard videos, Techno Viking?
I have not.
He talks a lot about that. I'll try to dig one
Did you say
specifically up. But if
Harry
you just
Hubbard?
Harry Hubbard, yeah, he does a lot of talks about like Little Egypt, which is like in the areas of Illinois, and artifacts he claims that he's found, and caves and maps, and yeah, Harry Hubbard.
And the Fertile Crescent would be the
Like one
Gulf of
thing.
Mexico.
So have you guys ever seen like on old maps where California is actually like an island? There's like a sea between the mainland of America and California, and it was called the Red Sea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
And then
think that
the other,
that's probably because they got confused by the Baja Peninsula. Maybe that's all. Maybe that's the person who made that map. Maybe the only place they were in California was where there was a peninsula, and they just said, "Oh, this goes up to who knows where." But anyways, but yes, I've seen the maps.
the other thing is the other thing I found out that's kind of crazy is uh, in the Old Testament talk about Moses standing on the top of Mount Nebo, and in
You're
Israel,
roboting.
Mount Nebo is like. I'm sorry.
You're roboting.
The Is it better now?
Yeah, for now.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of nowhere. Sorry, guys. Um, but Mount Nebo in Israel is like a hill, you know. And in Utah, there's Mount Nebo, and it's 12,000 feet high. And then all the towns that supposedly were able to be seen from the top of Mount Nebo exist within eye shot in Utah when standing on top of Mount Nebo in America. So again, like, and then the state Utah comes from the word Judah. Of course, if you they'll tell you it came from an Egyptian AH. But
And
I don't
the
know. I just
Salt
like it feels
Salt
like a
Lake
big
could be
mystery.
Salt Lake could be the Dead Sea too.
Yeah, yeah, very true. But like, think about our history, what it teaches us about the United States and even Canada. It's just like these wild savages running around in the woods, and it was just raw, untouched, and there's like nothing that goes pre 1400s because nobody was here. But like maybe that's done on purpose. Maybe that all went down here, and again they fooled us to look elsewhere. So we're looking in the Middle East, trying to line up all these things, and the truth is, it all really happened here. This is the Holy Land.
It sure doesn't seem very holy over there, so it would make more sense to be here.
Yeah, and now we're the new Babylon. I mean, let's face it. America is the one that's throwing out all the most like perverse ideologies and things, in my opinion, that are absolutely immoral and disgusting. But I don't know. I just ask questions.
Yeah, America is the biggest terrorists on in the world.
100%.
We're number one.
The thing is, I would say like 95% of Americans are completely against what they're trying to make us look like to the rest of the world. I mean, at least where I live at.
I mean, the amount of people your military has killed, it's not even unthinkable. It's not even thinkable.
Well, you got the three city states. You got DC, you got London, and you got the Vatican. The military, the money, and religion.
Hey, McCandles, let me ask you, what country's military hasn't killed hordes of people?
Well, I think the American military are probably
Thank
the
you for
worst.
not answering my question.
Your question is deviating from my point, so that's why I'm not answering.
Well, I mean, the whole purpose of military is to fight and kill. I mean, let's face it.
Right.
Switzerland.
I'm saying in modern day age, within the last, let's say, 50 to 70 years, right?
Oh, absolutely, America. I mean, we have our nose in everybody's business, and even the folks I know that are in the military, they're doing it to make money. I get it. We have to survive, but they don't want to. I mean, it's just the old men at the top that are basically giving these orders that are
Here's what's
for their own.
strange, McCandles. Here's what's strange is that 50 to 70 year period is also the same period of this evil empire showing the world that they're traveling to the moon. So why is it you guys demonize the United States, yet their story that they give that has everyone lost in this globe delusion, you gobble it up? How does that work? Because you're not the
Yeah,
only
no,
one. You think Americans are idiots, yet you believe the American story. It's weird. Had
my
you never
favorite is
thought
all
of
the.
that?
I like the COVID deniers. They're everybody's like, and I'm one of them. I'm not poking fun at them. I'm just saying.
That couldn't be any more off topic. But McCandles, how do you do that in your mind where you gobble up a story that
Another
is
good
created
example.
by people that you just think are just awful?
Another good example is the space
I was
race.
just I was just adding on to what Techno Viking was saying, so that's all.
Yeah, if you look at the space race between Russia and the United States, Russia gave up on the space race and they started drilling right at the time that the moon landing was happening. They were drilling. Like the space race wasn't even a thing.
I think they doubled down on Antarctica too, because they have control
Yeah.
of the Vostok base of the Vostok Lake, the sixth largest lake in the world. And it's
Was it
completely
part of
cut
New
off from the rest of the
Swaziland?
world. No, it's
Like,
way deeper than that.
is it?
Yeah, it's near where they say that magnetic field lines converge too, so they own that. But in Lake Vostok, there's life forms that don't exist anywhere else. So if anybody's looking for some kind of alien deception delusion, they just got to grab a gravy ladle of plankton from Vostok. Nobody will have anything to compare it with on Earth. They can claim, oh man, space plankton. There's so much more to talk about that, though. I have a meeting in 5 minutes. Wish I could stay.
Even the U-boats that the Germans came up with, like, is it possible that they did it to go underneath the ice shelf?
I was just saying there's so many people that don't believe the government about so many topics, but then they'll say, but I believe NASA 100%. So like if they can see through the lies of so many other topics or so many other things that the government throws at us, why do so many people believe NASA would just do nothing but tell the truth?
It almost seems like NASA got pushed aside now, and SpaceX is doing everything. Like NASA couldn't even go get its own people at the ISS when they were there, right? SpaceX had to do it. Like that seems kind of weird to me that NASA really fell out of the picture.
It's because everything's becoming commercialized. I mean, like think about the movie Idiocracy. There's like a label on everything, you know. What is it, Blammo or whatever that drink was? You know, it's what plants want. You know.
I think some of
It's
it might
fun.
be
It's
like
it's
people
fun
waking up
though.
to it. Like if people are waking up to it and they're realizing that this money's getting spent on a government agency that doesn't really do anything, if they privatize it, it kind of gets NASA out of the picture. Because
Yeah,
come in the next few years, like there's these kids that have been going to school in the next 3, 4, 5 years, they're going to be asking their teachers about flat Earth and about all this shit that we're talking about now, right? It's going to be a big clusterfuck coming.
oh yeah, my daughter already does. she she just got out of second grade, and I don't tell her what to think. I just tell her to ask questions. And she actually went with me for one of the experiments that I did. And of course, she doesn't really understand the math in totality. But when you show it on paper and kind of explain it, she understands, okay, like as we go out further, this laser should go up higher and higher because we're going down a hill. And she witnessed with me that it did not happen that way. And she told her teacher, and oh, I got a phone call from the principal and everything.
Like, can you imagine if we did that when we were kids? Like, we were so blind, right? Like, I wish I had the opportunity where my parents thought what I think, and maybe, my schooling would be different.
Oh yeah, yeah. My dad's ex-military, and he was in intel and kind of high ranking. And I was taught this is America, this is real life, this is what we do. We're good people, we're heroes, and then I tried mushrooms.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. My dad was in the military too, high ranking, kind of the same thing. And it was just authority. Even still to this day, he's 80, retired long ago, but whatever authority says, that's right. You can't
yep,
question it.
yep, same. Although I'm upside down. I mean, my dad's my best friend. He's 77, and I talk to him about these things, and now he's completely on board that we never went to the moon. He was with us for the experiment we did with the laser. He's completely on board with the Earth being different than what we've been told it is. So, in the long run, I got him away from that thinking, But
That's good, but it takes experiments like that to really open their eyes. These old boys. I mean, they're a hard nut to crack when you're just trying to describe it to them and discuss things.
Yeah, it kind of went in one ear and out the other until he went with me.
I got my wife and my sister-in-law are trying to convince me to do my father-in-law because he's a complete moon and space nut, dude. It's not gonna be easy.
How many of you guys were like big sci-fi fans before? I mean, I'm still a sci-fi fan. I still kind of like movies about like
Yeah,
space exploration.
before and still am.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've always been
Yeah,
into it.
same.
I learned something pretty neat. Mr. Spock was from the planet Vulcan. Well, back in the day, they really thought there was a planet Vulcan based on Newtonian gravity. And it wasn't until Einstein came up with, because they had to, something to do with the way that Mercury orbited the sun. There had to be another planet there, and it was called Vulcan. So I never knew that growing up, but now it looks like they told us the truth in a TV show.
You mean they programmed you when you went to a channel and they told a vision?
Yeah, but I didn't tie in that Vulcan actually was thought of as a real planet. And like I just came across this last week that they thought there was this other planet called Vulcan for a long time.
When I think of Vulcan, that just reminds me of a local business that does mining, Vulcan Industries.
But now when I think back to Star Trek and Spock was from Vulcan, like it just makes me question. I know the space is fake and all that stuff, but is it the reason they called him being from Vulcan is because of that planet they said existed at one time?
Yeah, they're trying to slip the idea into your mind that there's this planet and it's like today when they're trying to do this alien disclosure crap. And I'm sorry, I believe in God. I believe in like what they're really doing with CERN is tapping into like the spiritual realm, and we're going to start seeing physical manifestations of evil entities, and they're going to say they're aliens. Listen to them. In reality, it's the story of the Bible is this is Satan's realm that we live on, and they're just going to try to convince us to follow worldly ways. I mean, that's the religion in me talking, but
That'd be like we're in the little season, right?
yeah.
The only downfall is like with the religion part. When I think of like all the old buildings that are over here, like was there the 1,000-year millennial reign, and that's over, and now we're just totally screwed?
Yeah, like what if
I'm going to disagree on something, and I'll just leave it at that. If there's evidence contrary to what I'm saying, then I'll gladly look at it. But this is not Satan's realm. Satan has come down to earth, but this is not his realm. This is our realm. We were given dominion here. So I just wanted to say that.
Well, the way that I believe, and I hear you, the reason I say it's Satan's realm is because we're given free will, and we're faced with temptation all the time, like money,
But it's still our
power.
dominion. We still have all the power here. He just has experience. We have all the power. That's why Jesus said, "Don't you know that ye are gods?" Right? He knows what we are. We're special. We're very special. And to say that the devil has dominion, no. When everything's said and done and the great white throne of judgment occurs, everything that is evil will be burned up, and heaven will come to earth. We don't go to heaven. This is our dominion.
But
Just
before
the
heaven
sad
comes
part
to
is
earth,
that
go ahead.
the sad part is that a lot of people don't know that though, right? And they fall into the temptation and the evilness and the greed.
No, what people don't know is there's people out there teaching them that Satan owns this world, and that's just not true. Everything that I've read in the scripture, and again, I'm open to anybody that wants to show me the scripture that says Satan owns this world. But in my experience, we've been given dominion in Genesis over this world. And then it says later on, woe to the inhabitants, for Satan has come unto you and to the world. So he's come to our dominion. He's no longer somewhere else. He's in our domain. And so now we have to contend against that enemy, but it's our home turf, for lack of better terms, just to simplify it.
Well, what about like in the book of John? I mean, Jesus says Satan is the ruler of the world.
Can you pull up the verse? Because I'd like to read the exact terminology.
Yeah, hold on.
And Revelations 3:9 too says basically the Jews are synagogue of Satan. And they're
So
kind of like
John,
in control.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. John 5:19, John 12:31, and John 14:30.
Hold on.
And also in 2 Corinthians. I don't know the Bible front to back, and I'm not going to claim to. I had to use Google to give you those. But
So you said John 19, John 5:19.
John 5:19, yeah.
So John 5:19 says, "Then Jesus answered and said to them, Most assuredly I say to you, the Son, capital S, can do nothing of himself, but what he sees the Father do. For what he does, the Son also does in like manner." So it doesn't even say anything about Satan.
This says the whole world is under the control of the evil one.
John
But
5:19.
it also
I'm
says
looking at it.
first. Yeah, this also says First John, like as if there's a second John.
Okay. First John 5:19. First John 5:19. We know that we are of God, and the whole world lies under the sway of the wicked one. So it doesn't say that he's the ruler. He's just giving influence.
Try John. Now this one doesn't say First John. It's just John 12:31.
John 12:31. Now is the judgment of this world. Now the ruler of this world will be cast out.
And then it says it's also repeated in John 14:30.
John 14:30. And I'll have to look into like the actual Greek.
Yeah, and I'm not saying you're wrong, and I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just going by memory.
I just from my experience and prayer with the Holy Spirit, I don't see how Satan has dominion in this world. Like we are all powerful. We have the spark of life. That's why he's jealous. I will no longer talk much with you, for the ruler of this world is coming, and he has nothing in me. Well, so I don't know. It's weird because when it's so weird. Uh, when when Jesus leaves, it also talks about the Holy Spirit replacement. So like they're like I'd have to look at the Greek because I think they do a horrible job of mistranslation of things.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's like that game Telephone. It just keeps getting changed every time it's translated.
But
I think
I'll
sometimes.
look into this one. I have it golden, so
Let me ask you this: like, so we know, like, even if you're not a believer, if you're 100% atheist, if everything we see and know ceases to exist, like if everything just vanishes into thin air and it's just black void everywhere infinitely, time never stops, right? Time is just something like we put on a line. That being said, time never began. It goes infinitely in both directions. So, I personally believe once life leaves this physical body I'm in right now, my soul lives eternally, hopefully in heaven. But do you believe before you were born, your soul already existed? Do our souls also exist infinitely in both directions of time?
I have no idea, man. I have to go off based off of memory. Some people like to claim this enlightened memory, and I have to call bullshit on that because you can't provide any evidence other than your own personal feelings.
Right.
I know it's been explained that deja vu could be that you're showing your life before you live it, and that's why we have deja vu. But I don't know how true that is, or it's something that I heard though.
Well, we're also on repeat on a daily basis, and so just because you have deja vu doesn't mean something hadn't already happened similar to that. You're just,
Oh no, for sure.
that was similar.
And I think kind of way they explained it was like if you have deja vu, it showed you were on the right path or something. I'd have to look it all up again. It was years ago I heard this.
Isn't deja vu such an odd phenomenon, though? Like, I've experienced it a few times where, like, I had to stop and be like, holy shit, I've been here before. Like, I already knew what's around this next corner, knowing that I've never been there before, somewhere in a different state or something. And I'm like, how do I explain that?
Well, I don't think it's like a personal experience of being there before. I think what it is you're interconnected in this world, like in an electrochemical sense, and that's kind of what the undertone of the overtone of what the spiritual world is. And so people tap into their psychic abilities all the time. I prefer the understanding of psychic ability over this whole like looping reality that's occurring and blah 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 blah. Like you got to be real careful when it comes to these whole religious beliefs. You got to go with what is observable and real, and then anything beyond that, you just got to say, throw your hands up and say, "Well, I don't know."
It kind of reminds me of that 100 monkeys theory where these monkeys on this island started washing their sweet potatoes, and then it just happened that another island over, the monkeys started doing that also without ever engaging with each other, like a cosmic consciousness, like what we've learned we all inherit.
It's not it's not a cosmic consciousness. It's just like a psychic phenomenon, right? For the same reason, like if you're looking at a beautiful woman, right, and she's not looking at you, and all of a sudden she looks dead at you, because she can feel someone looking at her, and she looks at the thing that's looking at her. It's just psychic ability, man.
Just a wild question. Were any of y'all in the GATE program growing up?
Yes, sir. It was called the tag up here.
Yeah,
the talented and gifted.
So have you heard about so like there's a bunch of people that are now, late 30s up to 50s that grew up in those programs, and they're finding all these commonalities, like for example, a lot of people are sharing like this same dream about like this mall.
Yeah,
And
the
I've been
mall world or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, so I've been experiencing that for like the last 8 or 9 months. And then I come across a random video that was talking about it. And then I start going through the comments and I see it's all these people that were in the GATE or TAG program. And then they were all saying, like, do you have the birthmark? And so I start trying to figure out what they're talking about, this GATE mark, birthmark. Like, come to find out, like 90% of those kids all have like a large freckle or mole on their left forearm. And I do.
Yep. Yep.
And
And you
then
grew up
like,
on military bases?
yeah. Yeah, my dad was
Yeah,
a
me.
Russian linguist. He was intel in the military.
Yeah, me too. And that's where they get a lot of us at. Is us military kids and institutional kids.
So remember the hearing test where you went in that portable and put on the headphones and
Yeah. And
it
then
was like all these beeps?
and the Zener cards. I just remember it
Yeah,
looked
yeah.
like pieces of bacon. One
Yeah,
of
yeah,
them.
yeah. Like what's on the next card, and you had to like predict what's on the next one. And so one thing that I've seen for my whole life, and maybe like 15 or 20 years ago, I'm talking to a friend of mine who's like, he does a lot of hallucinogenics. I'll just say that. But he's fun to talk to, and he was talking about auras. Like people have auras, and I've always seen that. Like when I look at anything living, I can see like a prism of light around people that changes. And I thought it was just the way light works and like reflects off people. But come to find out, like the GATE program, they were looking for people to do like astral projection, and because they wanted to use them for like spies or people
Yep.
that have like these quote unquote psychic abilities.
Question:
I don't
Are you a
know.
C-section? Are you a C-section baby by any chance?
I'm not.
No.
No.
I find that like I'm a C-section baby, and a lot of people I run into, I'll know that they are. Like I could just tell, and then when I ask them, it's like, wow, how did I know that?
Yeah, that's weird.
Like technically, I was never born, right? I was delivered. I never went through the trauma of childbirth, so it makes us a little different
Yeah.
somehow.
Well, because like DMT, which is like in our body, you experience that during childbirth. That's why babies don't die from the trauma. So like maybe you never experienced the release of DMT in your system because of the way you were born. I don't know. I'm just throwing out shit.
Yeah, there's something to it. I mean, it's not like everybody I meet that I know, but it's quite a majority that like if I ask them if they're C-section babies, it's probably like 85% of them that
Wow.
I kind of know they are.
What's the
How
look
did
that you say you're able to identify?
For a C-section baby?
Yeah, you said there's a look.
I guess I
I don't think it's a
misworded
physical
it.
attribute.
No, it's just the way that you feel around them, the way that they present themselves is kind of, I don't know.
Just a feeling.
It's just a
Yeah,
feeling.
I'd
Yeah.
I'd never really thought about this. But yeah, now that I think of it, the people I do and don't know, but that's interesting.
I'm trying to think if I even know anybody that I know was a C-section baby. I don't think I do. Or that I'm aware that they were a C-section baby, I guess I should say.
And the weird thing is now is that they want to do C-sections. Like it's really common for doctors to push C-section. Is it like that down the States too?
I wonder if it has like a specific effect on the child/person as they become an adult.
Yeah, I read something that like it kind of makes us more retarded or something. Unfortunately.
You remember those? You were talking about those cards. Do you remember how you did with them?
It's such a hazy time.
Yeah, so that's the other phenomena. Like most of these kids or adults, when they were kids, that time that they're in the program, they don't have much memories of, which I don't either. I can remember being a small child I can remember kindergarten first, and then I went 3 weeks in the second grade, did a test for like a week, and then I was placed in the GATE program third grade. So I skipped second grade until the eighth grade when I moved to Tennessee. From third grade to eighth grade, I have like zero memory. Just highlights, like when I was looking at these GATE program and they were talking about like the pink drink and the hearing test, I can remember those things as they're presented to me. But I don't remember specific things that happened in my life during that time.
The pink drink, eh? And that person would come and stand at the back of the classroom where
Yeah,
you
and
take your pill.
so some of the teachers chimed in on these forums I was on, and they even said, like, they didn't really realize what they were doing. They were just told to do it. But they said that when the kids would take that pink drink, it's like they looked like zombies for the rest of the day. They were just stared into nowhere.
Yeah, I wish I could, like I
Bro,
did
that
dig into
pink
it a
drink
little
was
bit years
mouthwash,
ago.
man. It was bubblegum mouthwash. I don't know why people were drinking it. You were supposed to swish it around and spit it out.
Yeah, not the one we were given.
No, we were
I
drinking
remember.
that stuff.
Yeah, sodium
We
fluoride is from what
we chew the pills and then swish it and spit it, and it would turn our teeth purple. But then there was another one we drank.
Yep, same here. And I think maybe that's why they had the other kids swishing the pink stuff. So if they talked amongst each other, they didn't find it unusual.
Sounds like you guys went to school in Willy Wonka's chocolate factory.
Pretty much.
Well, I was on an army base, and you know how they. Yeah, I think they tested us kids a lot more on army bases and like
So
private
come to
schools.
find,
Well, at
the
least you could
hearing
buy Air
test.
Jordans for cheap.
Well, that hearing test, there's recordings of it on YouTube, and come to find out, like, so this guy's voice would come on, and he's like, "This will be an auditory test of the blah blah blah," but the whole time he's talking in the background, there's like these beeps, like it sounded almost like a old sci-fi intro or something. Come to find out, it was actually used for like hypnosis. So they would do that early in the morning, the supposed hearing test, and then they'd send you back to class. And we didn't do like regular, like, here's 10 math problems on a piece of paper. They'd like hand us these thought experiments. Like Jim, Jim is in the woods and he's got to cut down 10 trees, but he doesn't have a saw. What kind of invention other than a saw could Jim use to cut down the trees? And they'd want you to like come up with new things, like, oh, a laser, whatever. Um, and
Yeah,
they didn't
they
really.
tested our imagination.
Exactly. Yeah, they just wanted to see what we could come up with, or it was just really odd. But the dream, the mall dream, it started for me as like this bathroom that was like infinitely long, and all the stalls were only like 2 feet tall, like the same height as the toilet. The toilets were like overflowing. They were randomly placed everywhere, and then you could leave this big bathroom and go into this mall, and it had like escalators that went to a second floor that was just nothingness. There's like elevators that you couldn't get on that are going up and down all the time. The doors never open. And then I start seeing all these people. Like some people have even started like waking up and drawing what they're seeing in the dream, and it's weird because there's like tens of thousands of people that are having the exact same dream, and it's all started in like the last year and a half or so. So maybe something to do with RF that they're pushing in the air, or I don't know. I have no clue. I'm not going to claim that I do, but it's just weird that so many people are having the exact same dream, including
Yeah,
myself.
I kind of have one like that, but it's like I'm climbing into this sleeping bag that's hanging up, and I can't remember my dreams too well when I wake up unless I write them down. And maybe I should start, but yeah, and it's only been, yeah, like you said, the last year and a half. I climb into this sleeping bag that's hanging up, and
Y'all is
then
crazy. Like, so I've got the birthmark supposedly, right? But I never was in any of that tag or whatever it was. And here's the funny thing: I don't even have a dream about them all. Most of my dreams, believe it or not, I'm with some other beautiful woman. Like every time, it's a different woman. It's the weirdest thing ever.
Sounds like a great dream. Like here, I'll put it in
Not
chat.
really, because I would rather be with my wife because she's so beautiful. You know, I love my wife. I think I've
You're
only
a
had like
sleep
one or two
sinner.
dreams about her.
You're a
Look, I
sleep
just put.
sinner, sheep.
Go ahead.
Huh?
Sorry.
Sheep's a sleep sinner.
Oh man, dude, horribly.
Hey, look in the side chat. I just took a picture of my arm. Like I started going through the comments of these people talking about the mark, and like they all have the same exact. And I don't remember having this mole before the gate program, like as a kindergartner or first grader, because I remember I became real. I was like embarrassed of it on my arm, like in the third, fourth, fifth grade.
Honestly, I think it's just a mark that seems to be random, right? But if you really want to compare it to anything, I would say it mostly happens with people between the ages of like currently their ages would be like 33 and 46. Those people tend to typically have that mark, quote
I
unquote.
mean,
But
let's
like,
say
I
you
still
take a
think it's random.
sample. Well, let's say you take a sample of like 10,000 people, random people from all across, we'll just say the United States. You know, I would imagine 30% of them have something similar. You know, I'm just making up bullshit numbers. But the weird thing is, like the gate people, it's like 85% of them have the same thing. So it's like an unusual percentage uh, with those folks. That was one of the things I almost had like a full blown panic attack when I was reading this stuff, and I was like
Yeah,
kind of
but
freaking out.
you could make the same argument for like the majority of doctors are left-handed or the majority of lawyers are left-handed.
And also reading this stuff, you can kind of turn your dreams into like you've read it and you see some similarities you have. So then you do start dreaming about Mall World. It's a possibility.
Yeah, well, I only saw the video about it like a month ago, and I'd been having the dream since like the middle of 25 or maybe the beginning of 25. Because the first one I saw was a video about the bathrooms, and I was like, holy shit, that's crazy. I have the same. And like, you know, I'm 40, I'll be 44 this year. I used to tell people, like talking to my dad or whatever, I'd be like, Dad, I don't dream anymore. From like the age of like 25 to 2 years ago. Like I never had dreams. And now I have them almost every night, and they're like so realistic.
Yep, I'm with you right there, man. Now, do you have aphantasia? Can you close your eyes and if I say think of a yellow banana, can you see it?
Yeah.
Or is it just black? You can, eh? See, I can't.
Yeah.
But I can
You
see
have,
stuff in my dreams, but I can't. Like when people used to say a picture walking down the beach, like I just thought, okay, I know I've walked on a beach before, so, but I didn't realize that people actually could see it in their head. Like
oh
I've
yeah.
never experienced that.
What about like the voice inside your head? Do you have like an inner voice? Like when
It's,
you think, do you hear yourself talking to yourself in your head?
but it's not my voice. I don't think anybody hears their own voice.
But you do hear like verbalized words, like your thoughts are like a voice.
Yeah.
Yeah, so come to find out that's only like 1 out of 5 people or something. So like what are those other 4 out of 5 people doing? Like they don't have any when they think what do they don't hear anything? It's just
They're globies.
Y'all should see the show Flash Forward.
what's it about?
The whole world falls asleep at the same time. Some people dream and some people don't. But the ones that dream about a specific day in the future, at a specific time, and then they all end up experiencing that specific moment.
That sounds
That's how I
interesting.
feel right now.
Oh, Peter.
KJ, is that you?
Yeah, bro.
Long time no talk, bro. How's it going?
All good. I've been kind of away from X. I've been writing books. start my third
you're
one.
writing that book on.
I finished two. I finished two books. I was writing one about like the integrated continental system of the United States and Canada, and how our
Oh
provinces are
yeah,
going
it was
to.
a legal book. A legal book, right?
Yeah, it turned out to be like 700 pages, but then kind of another one fell in my lap. So I wrote that one at this kind of the same time, and now I'm going to start my third one here soon.
Are you writing those books the same way that Fun Conspirator wrote his book? If you know what I'm saying.
No, I'm reading. I read and read and read. I've downloaded so many books off of
So
like.
you're reading, not writing, because AI is doing
I'm
the
read.
writing, right? And just
No,
read
no,
what
I'm read.
AI writes.
No, I read books and I jot stuff down. And the hardest part is
Uh
getting the
huh.
end notes. Well,
And
how
then,
else are you
well,
supposed?
what happens after you jot those things down? What happens after that?
Well, I jot a whole bunch of things down, and then I review them, and then I put them into certain chapters in my spreadsheet, and then I start building it from there.
And by building, you mean?
I mean writing. I mean going back through all the stuff I've read, all the stuff I've researched, and
Yes.
get it
And
all together.
writing the text, right? Do you write the text yourself, or do you write the
Yeah,
prompts?
I have a pen and a fucking notepads that I write on, and sometimes I sit at the computer and I type, and sometimes I even talk and record myself, and then I can write it down while I listen.
So no AI, purely organically, old school, old school.
I mean, I use AI for some stuff to help me like research, like find
Research,
where
yeah.
find me some PDF files that have to do with this. It helps me track down information,
Yeah,
or
yeah. Like
but
search, like Google, yeah. Of course.
yeah,
But
yeah,
the actual composition is organic, like coming from you.
yeah. It's in my voice. It's in my. I had a really hard time with the like the continental system one because I had to write it in neutral, where I'm kind of not very neutral. I'm
Dude,
not.
700 pages, that's a lot of pages.
Well, a lot of it's end notes, and I put up a lot of appendixes in, like historical. It starts from the Great Depression till 2026. So it's, I mean, it's.
Yeah. Do you have anything
Well done,
published?
well done.
I just published them on Amazon.
Can you send me any links so I can find you?
Sure, I did. I did reach out to agents and publishing companies, but by the time your book gets published, it's like 2-3 years away. So I just
Oh,
said,
wow.
frig it. It was more something for me to do for myself than to make money with. So,
Right.
but
Well, that's
since
good.
I started, I can't stop. Like,
By not being motivated by money, it's going to make it more real. You know.
yeah, actually, my next book's going to be a flat Earth book, natural philosophy of flat Earth.
So KJ, what's your account on Amazon? What's your author name so I can look it up?
J.K. Hill. There'll be two books. There'll be one called The Continental System and one
I'm
called
looking.
The
Revolution.
Administered Nation.
Oh, I found you. I found you.
J.K. Hill, I see other books like after.
Yeah, there's only two that are mine: The Continental System and The Administered Nation.
I see it
Yeah.
in all caps. Nice.
What part of Canada are you in?
It's
Nova
in Nova
Scotia.
Scotia.
Oh, wow.
I lived all across the country though, because the old man was in the army, and then I was out on the oil rigs for many years out west and down to the states.
Do you know
Bro,
where
the cover is
Cornwall?
so cool. The cover for your book.
Yeah, I like that.
Well,
Do you know where
AI has
Cornwall in
advancements.
Ontario is?
Cornwall, yeah.
So, like right across the St. Lawrence is a town in New York called Messina.
Yeah.
That's where my dad's from originally,
Oh yeah.
and his
Thanks for
parents, his
sharing.
mom comes from Canada. Her last name was Boyce, Boyce, and then her mom's maiden name was Delisle, which I believe is French Canadian.
Yeah, and it was probably pronounced different back. Like the name Oliver is or Boutlier's common name here, but they would have been Boutillier or Olivier. But because the French and the English were at war with each other, a lot of them kind of changed their names to be more English.
Yeah. I don't claim.
Bro, KJ, this is an awesome book. Why did you divert from talking about his accomplishment to like telling us how your family names were pronounced? What the heck?
It's just called random conversation.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it, Peter. Hey, Peter, have you thought about my iceberg experiment yet?
Bro, I always think about that experiment, but never mind. You guys continue. I was just like to stay on point for a few minutes. I don't have the TikTok brain, you know what I'm saying?
I've got like 7 lanes of conversation going at the same time, and I can change lanes at any time.
You got 7 lanes of something else.
And Peter, I still have one question for you that you've never answered. How come we can't make water on a commercial level?
Bro, that's the best. To be honest with you, in all of my internet adventures, this is the best question I've ever heard asked.
I mean, we should be, if we could make water, we could, put water on any planet we wanted, right?
Exactly. But we can't make water on a commercial level.
Nope.
That's really clever. Dude, the book is awesome. The language, the paragraphs. Dude, how did you know all this stuff?
Well, I
like the style. I like the short, kind of telegraphic style in it. The new element was scale. Relief coordination had been domestic. Wartime coordination was international. Public works had linked Ottawa provinces and municipalities. It's beautiful.
Were you reading on the Kindle?
I'm reading like the free preview, right? It's quite a big chunk that they offer. Yeah. Oh, it's $36 in paperback. Oh, not bad.
I only make like $6 off of it, so it's a pretty thick book to print. I think is like $18 or something like that. Plus, they take 40% or some shit like that. I don't really pay much. I think I sold 3 copies or something.
And the other one is The Administered Nation. Technology, continentalism, and the Canadian condition.
And that goes into a lot of like the Ash conformity test, the Universe 25 Calhoun experiment. Just a lot of tests they did to manipulate people and propaganda. That's the book that fell into my lap when I was doing this other one. It's more in the voice that I normally speak, being very critical of the country. The continental system, I had to be pretty neutral because I wanted it.
It's more like academic book. It reads like an academic book, right? Like something a student would pick up.
Yes.
Maybe an international relations student.
Yeah, I mean, it breaks down how the Canadian federal government really owns nothing. In our Constitution, Section 109, all the provinces own the resources. So, like CUSMA's coming up here, I don't think it'll get signed, but you'll see like Alberta's already starting to make trade deals with the United States. Ontario's going to have to. If you look back in history at the Hyde Park Agreement and the Ogdensburg Agreement, the way that they say things like for national defense, for this and that, it basically gives the United States free reign in Canada. Like during the 40s, you guys built the Alaska Highway through Canada. No, didn't ask in Canada. You guys built pipelines in Canada without ever us saying yes. It was just a matter of national defense, right? it kind of goes right back to the Monroe Doctrine, where China's kind of creeping into the Western Hemisphere, and especially in Canada. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a boring book, but it's history.
It's a good one. It's my type of book. Thank you, KJ, for writing.
You better buy it then, Peter.
You know, I don't think I am. I don't think I have the time to allocate the time
No,
that the book deserves.
no, don't. I don't expect you to buy it. I don't even care if anybody does. I just
What I
was
could
in a
do is ask ChatGPT to summarize it for me.
It's free. It's free for me. I got Kindle Unlimited.
There you go. But yeah, it was like something that it's always been something that I've been working on since my university days, and I'm pushing 50. I just had never, like, I always wrote growing up, but I never let anybody read it. And I was always kind of a history nut, so I didn't plan for it to start at the Depression, but it just kind of happened. But yeah, I urge anybody, like, just put the pen to the paper and see what you come up with, and it's very rewarding.
I have a problem. I can't write. Like, I have to type because I sit in front of a computer all day and I type like 120 words a minute. So when I try to put a pen to paper, it starts really pretty. And then by the end of the sentence, it's like scribble because I'm so frustrated at the speed at which I'm writing.
Yeah, I get that too, and I hit the computer too, but I don't know. It's just something about going through your handwritten notes and seeing how you got messy, because that's kind of where you almost fall off. And if you're typing it out, you don't notice those changes in your writing, where maybe you got too tired, maybe you got too hungry, you know.
Yeah, I agree. Hey guys, I gotta go in here and move 3 computer systems for these ladies in here, so I'll be gone for about an hour. But if you're not here when I get back, I hope you all have a good day. It was really nice talking to you. If you're here, I'll talk to you in a little bit.
Yeah, you betcha. It's great talking to you, man. I don't spend too much time on here. I mostly just listen on Rumble. I don't really tune in too much on the talking part.
I talk too much. I'm divorced and I only have my daughter half the time, so I find myself talking to the dog a lot, you know. But yeah, you guys have a good one.
Hey,
Hey,
KJ, show
Peter.
me. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, go.
I was just gonna say, Peter, if I did use AI, I would have an index and I would actually have the table of contents numbered, but I just fucking couldn't handle doing that, especially the index.
Bro, respect. I respect it. I respect that you did it all by hand. It's pretty awesome.
Hey, show me, you there? I guess not.
I'm kind of here. It's loud.
I can understand that. I got to be judicious about when I, talk and turn my mic on too, because I'm at work and it gets loud, and plus I have some, customers in the morning, early afternoon that I, sometimes can't talk about this stuff around. So gotta wait. But probably pick your brain later on the. I want to pick your brain a little bit on the deja vu and dreaming stuff. So probably do that later when you have a better environment. Same here.
Yeah, just to give you a little quick idea of like where my mindset is when it comes to all that. Like the psyche in me is, I don't know, it's something different than what everybody thinks it is.
Once he said I got muffled, he said everybody's what, please?
It's different than what everybody thinks it is. Whatever it is, it's a spark, and that's what God gave to us.
I feel that same way too. They were talking about AI sentience, for instance, yesterday, and like, is it sentient? Is it not? And you know, my whole thing was, well, computer can a computer can learn all this stuff. It can even learn to, have reactions to the stimulus, external stimulus, as far as a lot of human emotion. But the one thing it can't actually do is love. That's so then it crosses the barrier. So that spark, I feel, at least.
I don't think it's that. I don't think it has the ability to manifest.
Yeah. I
I
mean,
think
yes, correct. Yeah.
sentience is something different. You only know what you know, and you don't know what you don't know. So whatever AI doesn't know, it can't be aware of it.
Yeah, that's what they were saying yesterday. Is that, the only thing that AI knows is what it's gotten from people, and in general, that AI overlord was saying that you can't have two things interacting without some sentience, um, and so there has to be some sort of sentience behind things in order for that reaction to even happen. Because again, if an AI has all this stuff that it can react to external stimulus, like answer questions, feel emotions and stuff, where is that external stimulus coming from? I mean, even if it's another robot, that robot got it from a sentient human, for instance. So that's what they were, running around yesterday. It was a really interesting topic.
watched a video and it was really good. And I was talking to my friends about certain stuff. My friend is like very smart, so he like told me everything. I don't think that the Earth is like fully flat. I think that it's like in between, maybe. I don't think that Earth is flat because gravitational pull will be, you know, different, and that would just cause a lot of like tsunamis and stuff like that. So
Not true.
how?
If the Earth were very large, and the part where we live, roughly in the center, on top of the center of mass, all of the gravity vectors would be roughly parallel.
Well, yeah,
Where we live,
obviously, because it's like balance or whatever.
where we live, right? But on the edges further out, they would be diagonal. But so that's how to think about it.
Speaking like two different languages.
Congratulations.
You're acting like we don't know how big Earth is.
We don't.
But like, okay, what about that like study that was done like 2,000 years ago, and like this guy
Oh,
like
With
got
the
the
sticks,
shadows.
with the sticks. Yeah,
Listen, this
I knew
guy
it. I
got the
knew it.
shadows of the
And
pillars, and
his
he
name
put one in
was
the middle of the Earth. Hold on,
Elaboratosthenos.
and then he put another one in front. And what he did was just multiply that by multiple times.
no, that was
And then he did.
Aristophanes.
ChatGPT just told you that, right? Like you just
Yeah.
looked it up 2 seconds ago. Let's do a quick test,
No,
KJ.
that was
Can you,
actually 30 minutes
nice
ago.
lady, can you pronounce the name of the Greek guy? Let's have a go.
Aphrodite.
Aphrodite. There you go.
Just
Nailed
because
it.
I can't pronounce his name, it doesn't
No,
mean that I don't know
that
what
was
he
the
did.
name. That was the name. He was
How
inspired
did
by Aphrodite.
how did he talk to his friend on that same day to know what the shadows were? Well, I mean, was it cloudy at his
He did that
spot, or
multiple
was it?
times
No,
at
no,
Did
different
no.
he?
KJ,
spots.
you're misrepresenting
He
the
did.
globe claim now. Sorry, I need to correct my friend KJ. The globe claim says these measurements were done separately in different years, but on the same time of the year, right, with the same sun position. So that wasn't like a real time. Hey, bro, what's your shadow?
Do you think
So
that the fucking Earth changed that much?
no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just correcting my friend KJ because in this VC we hold each other accountable to a higher standard. So
Like, if he
I
didn't
yes,
do it multiple times, wouldn't that mean that it's like...
we know your claim. Aphrodite did this, and there were angles of shadows measured.
Right.
Yes.
You could do the same on your kitchen table and make your table a sphere. So
I'll do that at my
it's
kitchen table making brownies.
you can put a light above, put a bottle underneath, so there's no shadow, and then have another bottle and have a shadow, and then just do the math, and you can make your table a sphere. You just have to measure
But
the
I
shadows.
feel like that's like a low budget, you know,
Well, that's
experiment.
Exactly.
exactly.
Like
Thank
it is,
you.
you know. Okay,
Was
but
it low budget for him?
It was it.
That's a good point. So why couldn't
years ago, but like
Aphrodite?
the guy was like really smart.
Yeah, right, because he was Greek. Why didn't Aphrodite just go and measure the curvature directly? Why did he or she go with this like low budget approach with like sticks?
But that's like saying Albert Einstein doesn't know anything just because it
Well,
was
he
like...
doesn't because he's dead, but that's just a false
Brother.
analogy.
Okay.
You're early in your journey
Do
discovering the
you
shape
think
of the Earth, right?
gravity is man-made or no?
What?
I think it's not. I think it's one of the fundamental forces in nature. So nothing to do with humans.
Okay, but if humans didn't know what gravity was, like...
What?
A better question: why can't we make water on a commercial level? Answer me
KJ, come
that.
on, those your questions. Don't throw everything. She's new to the scene, and you're throwing everything at her.
Can you filter water? Like, I don't know. Why?
All right, KJ, it's too late. It's all you, bro.
Don't we need like, okay, what if like we did that and then like we ran out of water?
Wouldn't that be great for the world? But instead, we'd blow ourselves up.
But we never run out of water. Like there's a whole
Exactly. How
cycle.
come? Right? But is the moon the tides, or is it just the cycle of the Earth breathing, being a living thing? Never
The
know.
earth is a living thing.
Why not? It can explain tides.
Yeah, and when we die, we're gonna turn into like demigods that are like half worm, and then
I didn't say
have
that.
our own little planet. No.
I know that there's a beach here where I live in Nova Scotia that on the hottest of the summer, it's freezing cold water and it has the whitest sand. It looks like Mexico, but the water there is never ever warm. It's crystal clear, but it's always freezing. And my belief is that that's one of the parts that the Earth breathes, filters its water. I
Bruh,
can't
if
prove
you
it.
literally go on an airplane and you
No.
like, yeah, and you go like far high enough, like you can tell that the earth is like,
I've done that. You can't.
sphere. Yes, you can, because there's like different kinds of lights that you can see. Like, don't you see like blue light? Have you ever been to an airplane before?
No, I never
I've flown
was. I
all over the
don't know.
world. I've flown all over the world, and every time I've been in a plane, this is all before I was a flat earther, I would still say, wow, look how big the earth is. It still looks flat. When I was a globe earth believer, I used to say that.
Yep. Yipper. I think
Caveman
planes
2,000
actually.
years ago? Bruh, I'm sorry.
I think airplanes being on them so often in my life, I think that's actually what opened my eyes to flat Earth. Long before I was a flat earther, like it just put the thought in my head because, yeah, I've been on a lot of plane rides.
Tell me, Data, I asked you why the Earth, not just me, someone else asked you, like, what's the proof that the Earth is like, a sphere, and you didn't bring anything?
What's the proof the Earth is a sphere, you're asking us? We don't think it's a sphere. We know it's not, because we measure it flat. That's the proof. Measurement.
Oh, wow. It's like really good proof, actually.
It is, right?
You didn't even hear how we. So you're a flat earther now because we measure it flat. You don't need any proof or anything.
That's to say that the size is not the same, but in a different shape.
What? We don't claim a size. The size is the globe claim. The radius,
I
the
know the
bones, the
shape.
We know the shape, we don't know the size.
How do you know the shape?
Because we measure for curvature on the surface and we don't find any.
Oh, okay, wow. Okay, never mind.
I mean, that is the direct answer to your question.
You measure it?
Yeah.
I'm curious, Peter. What was your measurement? How'd that day go?
How do you measure it?
Sheepdog measured it. I know one case where he measured it. He put like this reflective tape on his shoes and he went across the lake and then his friend observed him. I used other people measurements. I'm too lazy to actually go and do a laser test.
Guys, why do we have to like use water, light, and all of this stuff? Like, why can't we all just like save our money and just like, I don't know, like send a camera in space or something?
Because we
That's
can't
what
do that.
KJ is saying. KJ is saying we should redirect all these efforts to figuring out how to make water on a commercial level.
But
Exactly.
there's laws, right? There's laws, right.
The one thing you have to do in order to become a flat earther is go for pizza on a bike ride and go downhill both ways, like Peter did.
Okay, but
Yes.
listen, I see a water ship coming,
True
and
story.
I only see the top part. When it first comes, I see it go up. I never see it coming like from the front. Does that make sense? Like straight. Does that make sense?
Not at all.
Not one
Bro,
bit.
what do you mean? I see the ship, like the top part of it, like that's the first thing that I see when I see the ship coming towards me. I don't see. Well, it depends on how you look at it, right? Okay, my friends tell me that isn't true, but
How
why
far away is the ship?
do I see the top part of the ship before I see the
How
whole
far
thing?
away is the ship?
Like very far away. But what if you use a telescope?
No. Give me an example. How far away? How many miles? How many kilometers is the
No,
ship?
I'm asking you, like, what if we use a telescope? Is there gonna be a
Well,
difference?
you just saying it being really far away kind of makes it not a globe because you wouldn't see it if it was really far away.
Yeah, I'm looking for the tangent over the sphere. That's what I'm looking for.
You only see the top part because it's coming from down. Like what?
So just tell me how far away the ship is.
Bruh, I don't know, but that's what I noticed.
So if I can demonstrate bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface, then what?
Oh, okay, you might be right, actually. Okay, but I don't mean like that. Like I actually see like the ship, like
Right. It looks
like
like it's
not
behind the
that
curve.
one. That's
It
like a
looks like
boat.
it looks like it's behind the curve. What if I
But
can
that's like a
demonstrate the
boat.
same thing? What if I can demonstrate the same thing on a flat surface?
Need to see like a big ship with the whole thing at the top and the thing that moves it.
What if I scale it down to size to a toy boat, and you can see the whole toy boat go away, and it disappears bottom up on a flat surface?
What do you mean scale it down how? Sorry.
It's a toy boat. It's still the shape of a
Okay.
boat.
But it's not the same. I'm talking about a huge ship. You can actually see the difference.
Is a ball whether it's 3,959 miles in radius or 2 inches in radius?
Let's use a toy boat.
Do you think that boats go behind the horizon and go behind the curve?
Why do you have to use the smallest ship? You can use the big one like Pirates in the Caribbean.
Because what we're trying to do is we're trying to eliminate variables and see whether or not this can actually be done on a flat surface.
I don't know. I feel like that makes a huge difference. I'm just saying. No.
Well, I mean, if I wanted to test for curvature, I would also want to test something on a flat surface, right?
Okay, you did. Now, can we see a big ship or no?
Yeah, most of the time when I see a ship, it doesn't go behind the curve. It just goes far away and
But
vanishes
that
into the
ship
horizon.
is going like horizontally. Like it's not coming like like it's not coming forward.
I'll tell you what, next time you go to the beach, go record a ship and record it entirely leaving from the dock all the way out to the ocean. And I want you to record how far away it is when you see it disappear.
Yeah, I know, but it could be wrong because I'm not a professional and stuff. So.
Well, then I guess you'll never know.
Bro, can y'all help?
I'm
You're
trying to
gonna
help.
show me
I'm
the
giving you
data.
examples, and you don't want to
Can you like
understand. You're like,
actually show
but
me the data?
boats go down behind the curve, and it's like, okay, there might be 100 videos
Okay.
on the internet that show that, but that's all there is 100 videos. That there's not there's that's not what's experienced in reality. When you go out to the ocean to watch a boat go away on a calm day, it doesn't go behind the curve of the Earth. It just gets smaller and smaller and then
Can we
vanishes
see
in
more
front of you.
studies, please? Like, that's not, no, like, that's just one out of, like,
Yeah, so you have any measurements for curvature?
bruh, can you give, like, measurements too and everything that I need? Please. Can you put it in the chat? I'm not Albert Einstein.
Yeah, do you know what a zero measurement for curvature is called?
I think she's asking for a citation to your measurement, sheepdog.
I think your microphone, I can't hear you. What do you say?
Yeah,
You broke.
me or the other guy?
The other guy.
Yeah, sheepdog. I think he's in a busy environment. Sheepdog. She's asking you for a citation, I think.
Damn it.
I'm going to
She
ask
can
her for a
study it.
citation.
No. But come on, KJ. That's a lame move. She's asking to see those measurements that we're invoking, right? That's a fair ask, I think. I think this lady is literally 15 minutes away from becoming a flat earther if we show her the proof.
I doubt it. She's not gonna. I don't think she understands it. She's just gonna be like, "Oh, I don't understand. I guess you're right." That'll be her final answer.
Well, that's the first stage, I guess.
At least she won't be a fake flat earther like you, Peter.
So,
who said that?
At least he knows about Aphrodite.
So yeah, measurements for a flat Earth. I'm going to show you a laser over the surface of water, and that laser is going to be parallel with the surface of water. That's gonna, that aligns with flat. Wouldn't you agree, Peter?
Absolutely.
Because if there was curvature, then the water would start to deviate from the laser, and then there would be the laser would get higher and higher above your head, right?
It would go overshoot because you'd be geometrically lower than the straight line.
Right. So basically what we're doing is we're differentiating the surface of the water between the tangent, or in this case, the laser, right?
That's right. It's like a null hypothesis, right? If the Earth is curving with the claimed radius, then the laser should overshoot the observer, and it doesn't. So it goes in a straight line. Plus minus some refractive factors and divergence of the beam, right? Dispersion, but we take that into account.
I mean, the divergence of the beam would be obvious because it would have that narrow fixture. Like as it gets further and further away, we obviously see divergence in the beam. Not
Inverse
only
square
that,
law.
yeah, not only that, but it also loses power. So eventually, it would just dissipate until it is
right. What I'm
completely
saying is
extinct.
we take those things into account to preempt her possible, not her, but her friends' possible comeback, right? Because they're listening and they're feeding her what to say. So just getting ahead of that curve.
Yeah, no, for sure. But we have to come to an agreement and understand what it is that is going to be discussed. All right,
Right. So hit her with the video.
Yeah, man. Give me a second. Let's see. I can do a simple one. I like this guy, Gruda1. He's a pretty cool dude. Show copy. There you go. She's still here. Stardust. If you want to look in the side chat, Stardust, there's a video, and the person doing the video is going through the complete documentation of the surrounding environment and what it is that he's doing while he's setting up the laser, leveling the laser, setting it to a certain height over a frozen lake, noting that the water is calm because it's frozen, and then, over 8 miles, there should be some drop over distance. Not a lot, right, Peter? Some.
Yeah, roughly 8 inches per mile squared. Sorry, I'm not sure if I got the question, but like that's what we would expect, right? At 1 mile away, the laser should go over the 8 inches above the observer's point, assuming the elevations are the same from the source and target.
What's up, Stardust? I don't hear anything. Do y'all hear anything?
Nope.
No. And I like starting with this 8 mile laser test because you can claim refraction, but then I can show you longer laser tests, and then it just gets progressively worse for the globe.
Oh yeah.
So anyway, just to kind of go over what they did in the video. I believe he uses GPS for his coordinate system. He's done this before where he actually drove over the lake and used his odometer to measure, which I found very interesting also. Takes local temperature, it gives you a height of about 40.5 inches from the center of the camera. Uses a laser with up to 50-mile range. It just walks you through it step by step.
Spartans never retreat.
Dang, nobody's getting flat smacked?
Well, I did flat smack somebody just a moment ago, and they've gone silent.
Oh, dang it, I missed it.
They asked me for, I asked them for their evidence, and then they asked me for mine, so I gave them mine, and then I haven't heard anything since.
I hope they respond.
So here's the weird thing. Even you, Peter, agree that when you're measuring for curvature, you shoot a tangent over the surface of a ball, and then you'd measure the deviation over distance, right?
In the globe model, that's exactly what happens.
That you can measure curvature, or that you're supposed to measure curvature?
You're supposed to, because you're shooting a tangent, and then there should be a, you know the definition that I always use, right? Globe Earth is an Earth where 2 points of equal elevation are never on the same horizontal plane, right? And flat Earth is an Earth where 2 points of equal elevation are always on the same horizontal plane. That's really what you're saying.
You stole that from Says Who.
No, I didn't. He stole that from me. I introduced it 2 years ago in this very VC.
I thought you introduced rigid flat Earth, Peter.
That's new, but this definition, because people were arguing, oh, there's no definition, Heretic would say that, Miggy would say that. I said, no, there is a definition for flat Earth, and that's the geometric definition. 2 points of equal elevation are always on the same horizontal plane.
Write it.
Which is what Sheepdog is saying, right? If you have the source and the target at the same elevation, then on the globe, they're not on the same horizontal plane. Therefore, the laser will travel on the plane, horizontal plane of the source, and the horizontal plane of the target is not the same plane. It's at an angle to that plane. So the laser will just shoot over. And that's not what happens. And that means that the source and the target are on the same horizontal plane. And that's flat Earth.
I tried watching a video, but I don't have a trained eye.
You don't have a what?
Brain.
You don't have a trained eye for that video?
Have you guys ever?
Did you watch that video again and train your eye? Stardust?
Oh, which one?
The one you just watched and said you don't have a trained eye?
That was kind of like a fast one, and they were just like trying to prove that the Earth could be flat and stuff. So like they were just like shooting the laser at the sky.
No, they weren't. They weren't trying to prove the Earth was flat. They were showing you that the Earth is not a globe.
Oh, yeah, sure.
They weren't pointing the laser up into the sky.
Yeah, they were like at an angle.
No, they were shooting it horizontally over the surface of the lake.
Oh, that one. Yeah, I haven't watched that one. Let me see.
What are you watching then? I gave you like a 25 well-documented video where the guy himself, you can tell he's not like, a Harvard PhD physicist. He's just like some random dude that understands geometry and engineering, and he goes out over a lake and shows you like, hey, I'm going to shoot this tangent over the surface of water, and it's going to be locally parallel. And so, if there's any curvature after 8 miles, it should be up in the air and not hitting the camera on the other side.
Right, but I'm dumb, so like I have to watch it and like fact check it.
What did I tell you, Peter? What did I tell you?
Yeah, she's trolling. She's just trying. People send her here, hey, have some fun
Bro,
with flat
what?
earthers.
I'm literally asking for myself. Do you think
It's
that just because
okay.
I'm a
This is
woman that I can ask for
no,
myself?
no. Don't play the woman card. This is not the first time this has happened. Okay, college
Yeah, this
bros
is
come here
literally
all
the
the time.
first time that it has happened with me.
Can I
What do you
explain
mean?
to you the context? Can I explain to you the context?
Oh, never mind.
Every now and then, college bros who have been here before and got cooked will send one of their friends and say, hey, bro, there are people who think the earth is flat. Go and have fun with them, ask them for evidence and such.
I did.
And they send their college bro in here, and he goes through exactly, it's usually a he, yes,
I
not
came in here by
99
myself.
out of 100 times. And he goes through exactly the same script, throw the ChatGPT stuff at them, Aphrodite's, this and
How
that,
old are you?
boats, 16, boats,
Are you
and
serious?
whatnot. Yeah, I just had a hard life in Eastern Europe, so
Yeah, I'm 22 and I don't know anything about this.
Okay, so they do all this stuff, and then we detect this immediately. So we knew this from the very beginning. In good faith, we gave you some evidence and proof, and now you're disengaging. That's fine through trolling. It's like
I'm asking
disengaging
questions
through
because I want
trolling.
to
We get this.
learn.
All right, we gave you the answers. So what's next?
I'm not argumentative. Like, I'm just trying to ask questions so I know the thing.
Yeah, but you don't have a trained
No,
eye.
you're not argumentative. You're just trolling, and that's okay. We've seen this before, is what I'm saying.
How can you say I'm trolling if I'm actually asking? Anyway.
I've seen you here
You're asking
before.
us pull you through the needle island. Yeah, she's been here before, mostly listening, but she's asking us to
No,
pull.
I've been in the chat too, and you were literally talking
You're
to
trying,
me.
you're acting like a string, and you want us
Someone
to pull
asked
you
you to
through the
show me
needle
proof and you
island.
didn't. Why I asked you?
I
Not
gave
because
you
I want
proof.
to be argumentative.
I gave you. I know you want to be argumentative. You don't want to
I
look
don't.
at the
I just
video.
want to know what's up.
Yeah, it's not so. So when you shoot a tangent line over water, right? Locally, it's going to be parallel and it's going to look flat, right? Do you agree?
You got to explain
I
what the
don't
tech.
know if she
I
knows what
forgot the
tangent
video.
means.
I forgot the video, bro.
I know you forgot the video, so I'm going to explain it to you like you're a third grader now.
She
So
starts
when
talking
you
about what
are
the tech.
standing over water and I shoot a laser over the water, locally it's going to be flat because the earth is so big and you're so small, right?
Right.
Right. And then after a long ways away, boats go over the horizon. So if I shoot my laser over that distance, then eventually if I put the laser at one location and I go to the other location where boats go over the horizon, when I get there, that laser to be so many feet above my head because the Earth is curving, right?
But how do you know that a 7.5 mile laser is like good enough for like stuff?
Because of
Oh my
math.
God! Go watch
Like, how
the
do you know
video.
as
He
long as
measures the lake. It's a known distance. He lives by that lake and he goes out there all the time and creates debunked videos for the globe. He literally proves the flat Earth every time he goes out to that lake.
Yeah, I think her question is, how do you know the 7 miles would prove curvature? And you just look up the curvature rate required, right?
Yeah. So the Earth is curving all the time, and it roughly curves at about 8 inches per mile squared. So after 8 miles, if you square 8 miles squared is 64, and then you multiply that 64 by 8 inches, and that will give you a number as well, which is what 8 times 6 is 48, 32, 512 inches, right? And then divide 512 by 12, and that'll give you the drop over distance of how much that laser should be above your head. You understand?
yeah, but I'm doing the math myself and stuff.
Now I'll push back a little bit because if you take curvature into account for both sides, like the center being like the hill, right, and it curves away. Not that I believe that, but I've heard the argument.
Well, I mean, there's no reason to really push back. She needs to realize this herself, basically. She doesn't need any help on this. She needs to figure it out inside her own mind, because she's going to answer a lot of her questions once I answer some of her questions for her. But she's got to ask the questions first, right? She's got to walk through the door.
So
I
isn't
can
the
open the door,
laser
but you got to walk through it.
isn't the laser
Exactly.
longer than what you need or whatever?
Say that again.
Isn't the laser like go further than what you need?
Yeah, it goes beyond 8 miles. He just has a stopping point of 8 miles. That's where he put his camera at.
Thought it was only 3 miles. Okay.
Watch the video.
3 miles is like the physical horizon would be at your observer height,
Yeah,
roughly.
if you were 6 foot tall, yes, 3 miles would be the horizon. Because again, 8 inches per mile squared, right? 3 miles squared is 36 times 8. Wait, 3 miles squared is sorry, 9 times 8 is 72. 72 divided by 12 is 6. That's 6 feet. Geometry. Actually, I'm doing algebra, but geometry would be the measurement.
How can they see it behind the
How can they see what? How can they see the laser behind the curve?
horizon, dude? Okay, I'm learning how the laser works.
Through what? Google AI?
Just listening to the video.
You're listening to the video to know how a laser works, and you're not watching it to see how it works?
Did you watch my
But
video
I watched a
first, or
different one too.
did you watch my video first, or did you skip through it, or are you just completely ignoring my video?
I watched another one and now I'm watching yours and I'm like 10 minutes in.
Why don't you finish my video first and then watch another video? And don't just skip around on my video, just watch it. You know, I was under the same impression as you, though. Stardust, glitter unicorn. Um, I thought boats went over the curve too, because I saw that video when I was in elementary school when they're teaching me about the globe. But like I said, when I go out to the real world, I don't see boats go over the curve. Now, there are times where I thought boats went over the curve, and then I would see them bob back up. And I'm like, oh, they're behind a wave. And I was like, oh, wow, look how far away that boat is. It still looks flat. Like I flew in planes prior to learning about the globe, and when my teacher told me the Earth was a globe, I said, "How so? I've been in a plane; it looks flat." And she goes, "Well, that's because the Earth is really big and you're really small." And I was like, "Oh, okay." And that's what I took it as. I didn't say anything else from there. I just believed what my teacher was telling me was true. Because why would my teacher lie to me, right? And so I just always thought the Earth was too big to see curvature. Like the best evidence I ever had really was sunsets. But that later on, I'm like, how would sunsets work on a flat Earth? Oh, well, there's a possibility of some refraction and other things going on with the atmos, and that the air itself has a thickness to it, and so as the sun moves further and further away, there's a lensing effect that takes place, and when things get lensed, they get magnified. Like, oh, okay, that makes sense. That like the sun doesn't really get that much smaller as it moves away, and then like if it refracts upwards, then yeah, it would give the appearance of looking like it's going behind a curve. when in reality it's just moving away. So after that was done, I was like, okay, cool. I'm all in at this point. Like, there is no evidence, right? Like, oh, well, what about satellites in the sky? I mean, where they are and what they're doing, I have no idea. All you need is a radio repeater, and you got a satellite. I mean, an airplane could be a radio repeater. Shit.
Yeah.
My only experience was ever always the Earth is so big it looks flat. That's my only ever experience. The Earth is so big it looks flat. The Earth is so big you can't feel yourself moving. So why in the world would I think that the Earth is a ball, and why would I think that the Earth is in motion if I don't experience that?
And then came the measurements.
Well, the measurements just put the nail in the coffin, right? I go with the experience first because
Right,
it helps
but
to
that's
drop
the
the facade.
but that's the scientific process. You observe something, right? You have a certain intuition, and then to confirm it or to reject it, you perform measurements. That's what physics is about, for example, right? Mainstream physics works like this. You have an intuition, a hypothesis, and then you confirm it or you reject it using either experiments or measurements.
Yeah, I say it like this, Peter. I'm okay with my senses deceiving me, but you're going to have to show me the magic trick. And the magic trick involves all the calculations, all the measurements, everything that's going to like show me where the illusion is.
Exactly.
And then, I don't know, maybe you understand this a little bit better now that you're trying your best to steelman the flat earth side. Um, but in a magic show, right, the whole audience is not in on the magic trick. But anybody who says that the magic trick isn't real, all the people in the audience are going to turn to that person and say, "You're delusional. I saw it with my own eyes." Now, in order for a magic trick to be successful, some people are going to have to be in on the magic trick, and they're going to have to do their part at the specific time. And not every single one of those people is going to know the whole magic trick. They're just going to know enough to perform the part that they're doing. So, I mean, really, if you're on a stage with 10,000 people in the audience, you know, maybe 8 or 10 people know any part of the illusion at any given time because some people have to do their part at a specific time.
There's an
Wow.
important difference here, Sheepdog, because in modern day and age, when people go to a magic show, they all know, or most of them know, that it's fake. If you were to stand up and say, "Oh my God, that's fake," they would be angry at you because you're ruining the show. Like they came, they know it's fake, but they want to enjoy the ride, and you calling out inaccuracies is ruining it. It's like the guy in a movie that keeps saying, "Oh, that's not accurate. Oh, he couldn't have done that." Yeah, we know, but like, let us watch the movie, right? Now, there's a difference between that, them being angry at you because you ruined the show, which they knew was fake, and the cognitive dissonance from you pointing out to them that they've been taught a lie, and what they've been taught about the reality of the world they live in is not true. That's a different type of anger. That's an anger at causing the cognitive dissonance, as opposed to ruining
Right.
a show that, you know, they paid for the ticket.
It's the allegory of the cave, right?
Yeah, I don't know about that, but you know what I mean, right? Different anger, different sort of, you know, nobody's dealing with a cog desk when you point out that the magic show is fake because they know it's fake unless they're like some kind of wacko, right? Who believes in magic and stuff.
Yeah, but look at like 50, 60, 70 years ago, people probably thought it was real until TV came along
That's
and
true,
started
right?
showing,
That's true. Like
right?
in 1800s, many people thought magic shows were real.
I don't know, man. I saw David Copperfield make the Statue of Liberty disappears. But yeah, no, like when you start messing with people's reality and what they perceive as reality, if they don't want to change their minds, then they're going to be angry with you trying to change their minds. You can experience the same thing when somebody who doesn't believe what the Bible says to be true, and you're telling them, hey, you need to go read the Bible, and then they just start getting angry at you because you're Bible preaching to them. They don't want to hear it. Same experience.
I don't know about that, but let's not invoke the scripture into this. It never ends well.
Yeah. But anyway, hopefully Stardust is watching my video. I bet she isn't.
Ban incoming. All right.
funny that, given that the internet is pretty much infinite and so is Discord, people will come here just to disrupt a conversation in a small community that they shouldn't care about.
How's your video watching going, Stardust? Hey, Peter, when's your flat Earth anniversary?
I think it's about now. 1 year anniversary, I think.
It should be a special day that you know right off the top of your head.
It's easy to look up. If you look up my Twitter account and the last episode of As the Globe Spins, when I stopped making the unfortunately failed series of videos, unsuccessful, I mean, that's around that time.
That was your final cope?
Hold on, that wasn't a year ago. That was a year and change.
No, it can't be that long.
Dude, I'm telling you.
I'm sure it was only last summer you drove for pizza with your bike.
Nah, I think it was maybe spring. I don't know. I could look it up, but I'm too busy right now.
I think you should celebrate by going for a bike drive for pizza with your son.
I totally should.
Yo.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, can you help me understand the flat Earth position a little bit better?
Yeah, it's simple. It's observably and measurably flat, the surface of the Earth. That's all there is to it.
What about like mountains?
First, do
What?
you understand the globe model?
I
KJ,
don't
take it
fully
easy.
understand
KJ,
it.
KJ.
Wait.
Before I unchain you, okay? Just one question at a time. So, is that clear, Bandy?
Wait, I only asked one. I think it's another dude. Wait, what happened?
I know KJ. He's like my hound dog, so
Oh, okay. My fault.
don't worry
No,
about it.
I don't fully understand the globe model. I don't fully understand. I have like a basic idea of it, like a
We
common
do.
sense.
We do. So we understand that. We know it predicts a curvature on the surface corresponding to the radius of 6,371 kilometers, give or take.
Okay.
And we have measured that this curvature does not exist in reality. And that's all there is to it.
Okay.
That's the short version, but that's the kind of bottom line of our position. Okay, we can talk your ear off, and we probably will, about all the gory details, but that's that's the bottom line, which is what you asked about.
Okay, break this down for me. How do you? So when you say it's flat, you just mean it doesn't have the curvature though. Like mountains and stuff exist. It's like
Yeah,
it's not like
it's
literally. It's not like there's a
it's a,
flat surface.
Doesn't have the
it's a
curvature,
stationary,
yes. So the
stationary
definition of the globe geometrically is that 2 points of equal elevation are never on the same horizontal plane due to curvature, right? So if you pick any 2 points that are not the same point, obviously, on the surface, and they have the same elevation above mean sea level, let's say, then, and you create a horizontal plane for each of those points, they will not be the same horizontal plane. They will be two intersecting planes, right? On a flat Earth, that's the opposite. Any 2 points of equal elevation will be on the same horizontal plane. We have confirmed through measurements and observations that it's the latter, not the former.
What observations have confirmed that? Out of curiosity,
The best ones are laser tests are the best ones.
Okay, interesting. Wouldn't lasers curve with the light? I'm not unsure how that would
no,
work.
somewhat.
Lasers are not curving, or a light doesn't curve on Earth due to gravity, for example, if that's what you're thinking, because of the scale is too small, right? Gravitational lensing is a real thing, but on the surface of the Earth, given how relatively small it is, at least where we live, it's negligible. So nothing's curving. And light is affected by the atmosphere, but we took that into account in our measurements.
Okay.
Wait, Peter, may I ask a question?
Always.
So, like, how big is the Earth, like, vertically?
Vertically, we don't know. That the deepest hole that humans have dug was 8 miles. We don't know how deep it goes.
There's no like predictions on.
Well,
We're
there's
not
globe
in the business
predictions.
of making predictions here, our community. We're in the business of measuring reality.
Okay.
There's plenty of people on the internet who have predictions about, Nazis having secret bases underneath the earth, or reptilians living there, or all sorts of worlds and whatever. We don't do that here, so we don't know what's there.
Manifesto free zone.
Okay. I'm just thinking about how you would do this, because so much of the things that you would do, I just don't know about the lasers, but I'm imagining besides lasers, what's another way? Because I'm imagining if you build like anything like
Okay,
straight
so
from like one point to one end, it would just follow the curvature in theory. Like if there was
do you know
curvature. Go
do you
ahead.
know what the drop over rate is of the globe?
Say that again. I'm not sure. I probably don't
Do
know,
you
but
know?
if you say that, what it is.
So if you look over water, the Earth should curve 8 inches per mile square. So for a 6-foot observer, the horizon should be about 3 kilometers away, a little over 3 kilometers away, and then you should start seeing things would start being obstructed by the curve. We don't see that. We can see far. Like we can see way too far.
Okay.
You can go to earthcurvecalculator.com. It's not a flat Earth thing. It's based on the radius of the Earth. You can punch in some numbers and it'll tell you how many feet. I think it's 66 feet at 10 miles. Is that right, Peter?
Sorry, I was focusing on something here, KJ. What was your question?
I was just telling about the Earth curve calculator, and I believe it's 66 feet at 10 miles or 10 kilometers. 10 miles.
Nah,
66
I
feet.
don't remember these numbers, and I made a choice early in my journey here to use the SI system of units, like in physics. So even though I fully embrace the imperial system as an American, but in physics I use SI, so I can't think feet and miles when it comes to these things.
That's cool. I'm a kilometer guy too. I'm Canadian, right?
Yeah, in day-to-day life I use imperial only, but in physics I use SI. That's just how I program my brain.
But if you want to learn more about flat Earth, just go research the globe. You'll find so many inconsistencies with it. It'll make you scratch your head. Nobody can convince you. You have to kind of have an open mind and go into it and learn it for yourself.
I have an open mind right now. I'm not convinced the Earth is flat or curved. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Do you feel the Earth moving, or have you ever seen the curvature?
I've
Because your
never seen
sensor.
it outside of satellite imagery, and I don't know how accurate because I don't know enough about satellites, so I don't know how accurate I would trust that. I've never seen the Earth curve though, from any
Right.
perspective.
Have you felt the motion of the Earth? Like we're rotating at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, and we're orbiting the sun at 66,000 kilometers.
Well,
Or
I have a good understanding of motion and like how motion is relative. So I understand that even if that was true, I wouldn't feel it. Like just like when I'm. Go ahead.
if you're going in a car and you're going straight, you might not feel it, but as soon as you take a turn, you're gonna feel it.
Yes, but I understand that it's also relative. The reason why I feel that is relative. I understand. That's the problem is not on if you can feel motion. It's like understanding what would cause you to feel it. I don't see based on the theory of how the Earth moves. I don't see the problem with you not feeling it.
What about like water? Wouldn't you think water would slosh around if it was constantly on a ball that's spinning and moving? But you see lakes and stuff that are dead calm, right? I mean,
The water. So the problem is with all this stuff is it's going to be relative motion. That's the same problem for that too. If it's sloshing around, what's it sloshing around compared to? So it's a giant body of water. It's not like it's like one thing moving way faster than another, where it's like they're all moving at the same speed. That's the problem. It's not like I'm moving slower than the Earth, where I'm going to feel it, or there's like a gap. There's nothing to compare it to.
Well, just your senses,
How
right?
relative motion's a good theory. I don't know the extreme in depths of that, but
And even look at the tides. They say it's the moon, right? Did the Great Lakes have tides?
I have no idea. I don't know about that.
No, just the oceans have tides.
Okay.
So you'd think all water would have tides, right? If it was the moon.
I'm not
It's
claiming
just
to
those
have
things are different.
theoretical understanding of either way.
Well, look into the globe. Try to prove the globe, and you'll be surprised at what you come across.
Well, I'll be honest. I don't think about it very much, but it's interesting to see because the main thing for me I think about is like practically does GPS work? I'm not saying it because GPS works that means that satellite imagery or all this stuff has to be correct, but at a practical level, it doesn't matter that much. It's more interesting the theoretical and then testing it because that's the actual question. For most of my everyday use, I've never had to think about if the globe was actually flat or round. Like most people just take it because that's what's given to them in school and like it's propagated. But I can
How
think a
much
little bit.
communications do you think go through satellites?
Say that again.
How much communications and like the internet and GPS? How much do you think goes through the satellites?
A shit ton. I know it's a shit.
It's barely any. If you look at underwater cables, that's like 95% of all
That
data.
might be in percentage. In percentage, it may be a lot, but I know that there's a shit ton that goes through satellite comms. I know that verifiably and things like that. I won't comment on those things. I've worked for the government. I'll say there's a shit ton of information that goes through satellites.
So, but there's still like 95% of information goes through undersea cables. So if a shit ton goes through satellites, a whole
Hey,
lot of shit.
KJ, if I may, hey, Glober guy, listen. Even your own claim in the Globe is that most of the data on Earth travels through cables. It would be ridiculous to send the ungodly amount of data that we send every day through satellites. The latency, it's nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. The latency and the bandwidth required would be insane.
I agree. I'm not saying that most information. I never claimed.
Stop. This whole argument is ridiculous. KJ also. Everybody knows it goes through the cables. It's by design. It will never go through satellites. Not for the majority of the stupid Netflix, YouTube, and TikTok videos that people watch, because it would clog up everything, all the frequencies.
Who here's a flat earther?
The problem
cables are important.
Okay, so wait,
Like
let's be clear. Let's be clear. Nobody, I'm not claiming. I never made an argument about satellites, and I did not say the most information. I said a shit ton. Like that's all I said. I didn't even reference that.
People use Starlink. Some of the people in our own community, Flat Earth community, use Starlink.
What does that have to do with that? But I'm not making it as like a point against or for. I never said that it was a point for or against either side. That's not. That's why you're
But
missing
with
it.
KJ, you're entering the world of pain. We're going to be digging into this for the next hour. I cannot listen to this. It's irrelevant to the shape of the Earth. Yes, there are human-made objects in the sky that receive and transmit data.
Okay, I agree with that. Okay, so I can agree, but yeah.
I mean, there's nothing at this point to agree or disagree with. People in our own community are paying a subscription and they point an antenna at the sky and TikTok videos come down. So we all know that's the case.
Some people might disagree that there's objects in the sky. I don't know. That's why I said
Nobody in our community disagrees with that in 2026.
I didn't say in your community. But.
You think the Earth is actually flat?
No, I know it is.
We know that it is.
I think that really changes if you laugh or not on if it's true. But yeah,
it's a common reaction for that, like a college bro that pops
I don't believe either way. I'm interested in understanding how people have came to know either side. And
I told you this at the very beginning, and you still haven't processed that.
No, I mean you told me, but I want to better understand. Like that's why you said. That's why I'm asking more things. I mean, if you don't want me to discuss, it's okay. But I'm literally.
We do. We just hey, have we provided him with some materials in the chat so he can study? He seems genuine.
He wants us to teach him everything. You gotta look for yourself, man.
I'm not saying
KJ, but we gotta, dude, KJ, we cannot just leave him cold like this. We gotta give him a link like Sheepdog did earlier. And if he's genuine, he's gonna go on and ask some follow-up questions. We cannot leave him as like, oh, go find out. That's not why we're here. We're here to actually provide people with at least a starting point.
What's like your arguments for why you think the Earth is flat?
It measures flat. 2 points of equal elevation are always on the same horizontal plane.
Do you have like a diagram?
What makes you think it's a globe?
Listen, hey troll, listen to my words and picture them in your head. Pick 2 points on Earth of equal elevation above mean sea level on a globe, they would never be on the same horizontal plane. They would be on two intersecting planes. On a flat Earth, they would be on the same horizontal plane. That is what we measure. The latter.
If you take I'm sorry, you said if you pick 2 points on a globe?
If you take 2 points in the world on Earth, pick 2 points of equal elevation. Do you know what that means? One is 10 meters above mean sea level, and the other one is also 10 meters above mean sea level. They're 2 different points, some distance away. On a globe, if you imagine a horizontal plane for each of those points, right? A tangent, essentially. They will not be the same horizontal plane. There will be 2 intersecting planes because one point will be curving away from the first point, right? Can you imagine 2 tangent lines on a circle?
Yeah, I got it.
They intersect, right?
2 tangent planes on the sphere at 2
Yes,
different points
intersect.
on the globe. Let's say that they're not. Let's say they're like.
Follow. Let's not say anything. Let's just
away.
Let's not say anything. Let's follow what I'm saying, and then let's argue about it. So 2 points on a sphere, equal elevation. So far, so good.
Oh yeah.
Tangential plane to those points. Yes.
Yeah.
Intersecting or the same plane.
Those 2 planes. I mean, if we're assuming a globe, then they would
Let's keep
intersect.
it over water.
The globe. We're talking about the globe. KJ, take a break.
Okay.
We're talking about the globe, a sphere. 2 points of equal elevation, 2 tangential planes. Are those planes intersecting at an angle that's not 0?
Yeah, they
the answer is yes. The answer is yes. Okay. Now, flat Earth, flat plane, 2 points of equal elevation, 2 horizontal planes at each of the points. Are they the same plane?
Yeah, they would be the same plane.
Okay, that's what we measure in reality. Thank you.
Yeah, could you point me to something where you actually measure that in reality? Could you?
Guys, give him the links.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay,
what measurement?
Bro, hold on. So you followed so far. Great. Sven's gonna hook you up with a video, okay? Just wait a few minutes.
All right, I can't wait
to
see it.
Go to earthcurvecalculator.com or any Earth curve calculator. It's not a flat Earth calculator. It's a globe Earth calculator.
All right, that's it. Both of you. So listen up now. What's your name? Jacarius, and we have another one guy, Bandy, as well. Can you both hear me? Because I'm going to do the exact same presentation to both of you. Are you able to see the chat?
I'm looking in the chat right now.
Okay, so we're going to go over this. It's super easy. Do you happen to know the size of Earth, the claimed radius, for example?
No, I
don't. So if I tell you the radius, are you going to be able to retain it?
I'll have it written down somewhere in the chat, hopefully.
All right. So 3,959 miles. That's the radius.
Okay.
Yeah. Because they have told us this, we can easily use math to figure out how much water needs to curve around that ball. Do you understand?
Say that again.
Okay. I'm going to paste the picture in the chat. You can see it there. Have you ever seen pictures from space of Earth? They look something like the one in the picture I pasted.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. And all of the blue stuff there, it's water, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it curves around that ball. For example, I can see my own country. Well, not on this picture, but I've seen these ball pictures. They have a few of them, right? You can see I'm from Sweden, so I could see that there is like water between Denmark and Sweden that actually curves on that picture that they show me. But when I go there and I check if that's actually the case in reality, there is no curve because I can easily see Denmark from Sweden. I can see the beach on the other side. That's 10 miles away. That should be impossible if we lived on a ball with the size that they claim. You with me?
I'm following the argument.
Yeah. So over 10 miles, if we live on the ball with the radius that they say, 3959, there has to be at the tangent. Do you know what the tangent is?
No, I don't.
It's a straight line from where you're standing. You shoot something, for example, a laser straight out. If you're on a ball, look at the picture and you shoot it from the top of that ball, it goes straight out. That's the tangent, right? over 10 miles, that thing should end up 66 foot in the air over the beach on the other side of that 10-mile wide lake. You with me? If you live on a ball, yeah. So you can do these kind of tests. So there at the tangent, there's 66 foot. Now I'm a little bit over 6 foot tall, so it changes a little bit for me. It's not 66 foot if I shoot the laser 6 foot up. It's about 30 feet at that point, right? So if you have a 6 foot tall friend and you take him to a 10-mile wide lake, you can have your friend flash a mirror from the other side. If you can see that mirror flash, it can either means that your friend is over 30 feet tall or water doesn't curve. And if you shoot it at the tangent, that laser has to end up 66 foot in the air on the other side, but it doesn't do that. You shoot that thing from a foot over the water on one side, it's going to end up 1 foot over the water on the other side because water doesn't curve. You're still following, right?
Yep, I'm following you.
Yeah. So that's what we've done. And I faced you a couple of tests. I mean, there was these guys who went out to Salt Lake. They shot the laser 21 miles, 5 foot over the water on beach A over to beach B. That thing hit the target. It should have ended up over 266 foot up in the air on the other side. It didn't do that because water doesn't care. It doesn't curve. Here's the laser test. When you have time, you can watch it. Now, do you have any
Okay.
questions? This is why we call ourselves flat earthers, because they claim that the Earth is covered by about 70% water, so it cannot possibly be a ball because water is flat.
Mhm.
So that should answer your question, Bandy, and yours as well, Jacarius.
Okay.
I get that tangent plane a reason.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, or I mean, like someone was like, "Oh, they're gonna explain to me. There's gonna be like a video or something that shows like, oh, we actually see that two things, or two
Earth is not flat.
elevation that you're at
It's
uh,
not flat. Okay.
wouldn't intersect and they would be parallel. I was just wondering if I could get that measurement experiment, something like that.
We got a chanter.
I'm so sorry. Someone was talking while you were talking, so I didn't hear your question. Please repeat. I muted him now, I think.
Someone was telling me that if if you have 2 points on a globe at the same elevation of the mean sea level altitude, then they would intersect those two tangent planes. But if you're on a flat Earth, then they'll be parallel completely. I'm following the logic. Could I actually like get a video of like someone saying, "Oh, that's actually what we observe"?
Yeah, I
What?
pasted it in the chat. It's the 21-mile Salt Lake video. It's perfect for you. They shoot that laser 5 foot over the water on one side. It ends up 5 foot over water on the other side. They explain it. They do a night test and a day test. During the day, they zoom in with the camera and you can see the beach. You can see little houses and things 21 miles away. You should not be able to see that from 5 foot. Like at a six, if you're about 6 foot tall, a horizon needs to start curving away already at 3 miles, and we're seeing 21. That should be impossible if you live on a ball. And here's the main point with this. What I've been telling you is that I've given you a method now, so you can go out and check for yourself. You should absolutely not take my word for it. You shouldn't believe people. You should go test yourself. And I think you already seen it in your life. You've probably seen islands, boats, things like that further out than 3 miles. And that's when things should start curving away for you if you're around 6 foot tall. But it doesn't, because water doesn't curve. You go skating in the wintertime over a frozen lake that's 10 mile wide, you don't have to skate uphill 66 foot before you can slide down to the other side. So water doesn't curve. That's just a fact. I didn't blame the people who thought about this back in the day. They didn't have lasers, they didn't have high powered zoom cameras and stuff like that. So obviously, when something disappeared, they thought it just went over the curve. That's not the case. It's all tradition at this point. I don't even think anybody is lying about it. They just believe what their parents told them, their teachers, and so forth, and that's what they're walking around thinking they live on a ball in space, but they have no actual evidence for that.
Oh, excuse me. Glad you did that. What was all that yelling? Jumped on about 10 minutes ago. Hurting my ears.
Who was yelling?
Oh, I don't know. Everyone was talking over the top of each other.
Yeah, I can't have that. Not when I'm gonna do the presentation. I'm gonna unmute you guys now, but we can't talk at the same time. And never actually heard either of you actually do the presentation. Why don't you download the links and stuff so you can do it yourself next time? Peter, I'm unmuting you now. And I muted you because you called me Sven. No other reason. Don't do that again.
I didn't even realize you muted me. Well, I'm not going to call you flat Earth whatever, because that's weird. So I'm defaulting to, I can call you Harold. What else do you want, Björn?
No, you can call me Judge.
Bro, that's really creepy. I'm not calling you Judge.
All right, well, get muted again.
Any further questions?
Yeah, I got one.
Yeah.
Are flat earthers like mainly on the same page, or there like some disagreement in some of the ways that you guys think?
There's plenty of disagreement outside of that basic question of the shape of the surface. We're all in agreement. Other things about cosmology and stuff and physics, we disagree on.
I see.
There's one claim, right? Like in the end, there's one claim that we can verify. And it's that over the surface of water, the Earth measures to be right.
Now, in this VC, we try to limit our conversations to the surface of the Earth and not other things that people have different opinions of, because we think they're tangential to the topic, right? And so we
Right.
try to be very strict here. That's not true for other flat Earth communities you might find on other servers like Earth Awakenings or on Twitter, God forbid. There's like these esoteric flat earthers that have all sorts of, in my opinion, crazy views, and we don't entertain such things here, right? So just giving you kind of the overview of the bigger community. It's yeah. Avoid TikTok, avoid Twitter, avoid places like Earth Awakenings, Ether Talk, Ether Cosmology, that sort of stuff.
Also, what he means is people will come in and they'll say, I know the Earth is a ball because I can see spheres in the sky. planets and stuff like that. So if you really think about it, those things in the sky have nothing to do with the surface, right? Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't change whether there are spheres in the sky or whether they're not spheres. It doesn't determine the shape of the Earth, right? And the shape of the shape of the Earth, the surface of the Earth, right? The only thing we can measure is the surface of the Earth. That's the only thing we can determine whether it's flat or curved. It's the only way. And then they'll come back and they'll say, well, what about the photos? We've got pictures from space. Okay, how do you verify that those pictures are true and correct? Right, because images can be manipulated, video can be manipulated. You've seen a sci-fi movie, right? Pretty good quality. So we can't, ourselves, the public, or anyone can't determine that those pictures are a true representation of the Earth. Because if you see, they say photos, right? Oh, we've got photos. Okay, it looks like a ball, right? And then you come back down to the surface and you measure it for a ball, and that ball doesn't show up in the measurements. Then there's something wrong, right? It means that photo is not a true representation. You get it?
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. So it's pretty simple when you think about it. You know, like people want to troll and come in, talk about ice walls and shit like that. We're not making any claims to any ice walls or lands beyond or silly stuff like that. Just trying to determine that the surface of the Earth, well, water more like it, because water is supposed to conform to the shape of the ball. Right? So we measure over water because it's supposed to be curving at a perfect rate. You can't really do it on land. You've got elevations and hills and things like that. So you've got to do it over water. Because that would be the true representation of a sphere. Are you do you think you'll watch Judge's video? He posted you.
I'm on mobile, so I'll probably watch it after I leave.
Yeah, just save it. Is it on YouTube, Judge?
Yeah, it's a YouTube link.
Yeah, just
it's a YouTube
say
link.
just put it on your to watch list, and when you got a spare half an hour or something, and just watch
Yeah, I
it.
will.
You don't
I'll watch
have to. You don't have to agree with it, right? Like, you can say, I don't believe this, but if you just give it a watch and see what they're trying to do, and, you'll know the other side of the argument without having to go, flat earthers are retarded, right?
Yeah, you guys probably get a lot of trolls here.
Yeah, a lot, but you become kind of numb to it, so it doesn't really bother most of us.
Yeah, and if you need more, you can always come back. We have hundreds of these. We have done laser tests all over Earth, so feel free anytime. We're here 24/7. It was nice talking to you, by the way.
Yeah, you too.
Is the other kid still here?
Nope, unfortunately not. Sometimes I need to take a little time to just think about it. It's new information, and it usually shocks people a little bit.
Yeah.
There's a kid here?
Ah, you know, what I call a kid.
Huh.
I'm 45-year-old kids. Not all of them. You know what I mean. I call 25-year-olds kids.
Hello, flatties.
Hey.
I have a flat brain today.
Yeah? Maybe you should get some coffee and might plumping it up a bit.
Oh shit.
Might get some curvature in that brain. It's the only place you're ever going to find it.
You want to see the curvature in my neck? It's flat, bro.
In your what?
Yes, suck in the chemicals, retard.
In your neck.
Man, the
Got
only
to curve it.
chemicals that are in this is propylene glycol and vegetable glycerin. It's not like there's that many chemicals. At least it's not like the 1,500 that are in cigarettes. You know what I'm saying?
You say you got a curving neck?
I have bad news for you, bro. Your body is made of chemicals.
Have you ever looked at the Earth and said, "Oh my God, that's curving"? Did he leave?
Timbo, that's like average Glober's wet dream to see the Earth curve.
Oh, this is funny. Miguel posted how to fix a flat neck. Of course, there's a video for it.
I love YouTube.
Hey guys, I have a side question. Where the heck is Heretic?
He's busy.
If you talk to him, tell him I miss him.
We all do.
I have my laser test ready.
All right. Go for it.
I can prove there's no curvature.
Awesome. What kind of setup you got?
No, I'd just be looking at the YouTube videos. Bro, they shadow ban every single one of them. I can't find the ones I've been, like the 90-minute laser test. 60-minute one.
Oh.
Well, every time I look it up on YouTube, it just seems like nothing comes up.
The 90-minute one, if you just type in FE Core on YouTube, you'll find it.
Ethical?
No, FE Core. So Field Engineer Core.
Oh. Or 90.
Wait, Timbo, FE stands for Field Engineer?
Yeah. Yeah, they were
coincidence?
See, it's all shadow banned. Like every time I'm looking it up, bro, it's
the original test was to do with radio waves. So the propagation of radio waves, I think. That was their original. They were looking. Did you find it? There you go, it's posted. Judge got it. I'll give you a PDF too if you're really interested.
the format on those is too so many pages, bro.
Yeah, if you can skip through them and you can go to so they're all in sections. There's like 7 different tests. Let me find it. Does anyone have it handy or?
A
I don't know where
50-minute laser test.
all my files are.
A 50-minute laser test.
Messed up on my phone.
Hello.
I posted a PDF.
Thank you. I don't know where it's gone. So if you go to that PDF, right, click on it and go to, I think it's 97, 98 or something like that page. It's around the 100 mark. There'll be observation 7 if you're interested.
So, like, you would your kind of thing be, like, if someone were to be like, "Oh, um"
Hello. Hi, how you going?
the atmosphere can kinda, like, refract the light a bit.
Not bad. Yourself?
Would you just, like, say that, like, that's a convenient excuse that you don't actually believe from a scientist?
Well, there is refraction, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't believe that that is, like, would actually account for anything?
Account for the curvature of the Earth. So that would have to. So if you had a observation and you see 20 miles and you can see a boat, the bottom of the boat after 20 miles, are you saying that refraction would bend the light around the ball perfectly so that it would reach your eyes at that point?
Yeah. Well, I don't know what you mean by perfectly. I'm just be like, approximately it does. Would you
So
just not?
well, there'd have to be evidence for that, right?
I mean, at least like the first piece of evidence would be that like we know that such reflection, like or like refraction, is a thing at least.
Yeah, refraction's a thing. Yeah. So you have, the way it's used, right, is okay. Well, we know the Earth is a ball of this size, right? So if we see something we shouldn't, then refraction is making us see what we shouldn't, right? So it must be refraction because the Earth is a ball of this size. Like circular reasoning. Hello?
Yeah, no, I get. Yeah.
Yeah. Because that would be if you think about it, that would be a refractive rate of 1. So in this laser test, then the atmosphere would be refracting the laser at the perfect rate of the Earth. Then you'd need to determine what conditions, what atmospheric conditions would do that.
I'm sure it's not perfect. I'm sure there is like a you know, when he looks 20 miles out, I'm sure there's like a 1 foot drop. And you can't really see the 1 foot drop. I mean,
Yeah,
like,
there
have you
could
ever
be
seen?
something, right? Yeah, yeah,
I mean, have you
yeah.
ever? I've seen. I've been out in the ocean. I've seen like boats kind of go out and then they kind of lower over the horizon. So like, I guess I don't know how to make sense of that. Like, it's not like they get smaller and they disappear. It's like they eventually do start to like lower.
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah.
Well, I don't really know what you. I mean, like when they do get far enough out, I consistently see them down. How do I make sense of that?
Well, not consistently. So if you went to the same place every day on the shore of the ocean, right? Some days you'd see them just go far and far out until your eye can't resolve it. Some days it could look like it's disappearing from the bottom up, right? So if the Earth was curving, then the then you'd see a boat disappear from the bottom up all the time, right? At a point. So if you're 6 foot tall, that point would be just over 3 miles. I think it's 3.2 miles, something like that.
So
That's
is
where
it would
that's where it should start disappearing from.
the limit of that refraction is certainly going to change depending on whether it's a cold day or a hot day. Um, uh, I don't really think I've never really seen a boat just disappear because I got too small. Or
I don't think you've looked hard.
like a
You haven't
huge
looked
boat.
hard enough then.
No, I
Do you
mean,
live near the water, near the ocean, near a lake or anything like that?
yeah, I live on like the West Coast.
You live on the West Coast. Okay. In LA or?
I mean, I don't want to give my exact location, but just,
I
That's
think he
fine.
lives in Washington. In Washington.
Oh, okay. I was going to say there's, 50 million people on the West Coast, right? It's not.
I can tell by his voice, by his mannerisms, because I live in Washington.
What are those mannerisms?
So you can
Speech
easily
pattern.
do this. You can jump on what's called an Earth curve calculator. You can put in your eye height, and that'll give you distance to horizon. If you see a boat out there, you can jump on marine.com. You can see what boat it is, how far away it is, and then you can determine how much of that boat you should be able to see if the Earth was curving.
I mean, I've done it before. But I mean, so if you even acknowledge that sometimes that can happen, like sometimes you'll actually do see a boat just lower over the horizon until
Yeah,
it
but
disappears.
that doesn't determine if you're gonna include refraction, right? That doesn't determine that the Earth is a sphere. It just means that atmospheric conditions can show you different things.
But so then, if it's flat though, it's flat.
Yeah.
Why you and I both acknowledge that does happen? If it's flat, why does that happen?
Well, then you can get if you agree that light bends, then you can get light bending up. Right? If the water's warm if the water's warmer and the air is cooler above it, then you can get an upwards refraction. And if you're on a flat surface, that would make the boat appear like it's disappearing over the horizon. And then if it gets far enough away, then you've got angular resolution to compete with as well. So it gets to a certain point where your eyes can't resolve the bottom of the boat and the line of the water. So everything just at the bottom kind of melds together. So there's a combination of things, right? It's not, okay, I see the boat disappearing bottom up, that must be the curve of the Earth. And then you go back the next day and it's 10 miles out and you can still see the bottom of the boat. And you go, oh, okay, this is different. Why is it different? And then you're going to come up with the idea that the light is bending down to reach your eyeballs, right? But you'd have to be able to determine that the surface is curving, and that's what's happening. But when we measure the surface of the water, it measures flat. So you can kind of say that, okay, well, it's not the Earth that's curving. There's something happening with the light in the atmosphere. You'd need a measurement of curvature to determine that what you're seeing is curvature of the Earth. And the globe doesn't have that. There's inferences, no direct measurement though. Unless you can find one. We haven't found any. Have you got one? Share with us. what would you think the best way to determine if the Earth is curving? What would be the best way to do that for you? You still there, man?
I'm scared of mothball.
I'm trying not to. I'm trying my dad voice where I try and make the kids feel guilty about what they've done.
That's cool.
Most of the time it works, but with my kids, not on Discord. But you still there, Jack? Don't bounce out, mate. There's many more subjects we can talk about.
You can always try rage baiting them. Like, measurements now, bitch.
Yeah. What's refraction?
Yeah. I never really ever works on anti-FE with me.
What was that
Personally,
last?
so that approach only normally works against the anti-flat earthers for me to get them to talk.
Yeah, and bait them into a conversation.
Exactly.
I think most of these guys that come in here, I think most of them have genuine questions, but like if they come in maybe with a mate or something like that, they don't want to look like they're like listening to a flat earther, so they switch, right?
Earth is round, dude. Earth is round. Get over it, guys. It's over. You can wrap this up, dude.
All right.
Everybody can go home, dude. The Earth is round.
Oh my god! Look at all this religious chanting. Holy.
What's religious about it, dude? The Earth is round.
Oh, do you have proof that it's round?
Do you have proof it's flat?
Yes.
Have you seen a
flat.
flat Earth? Have you seen a
Yes.
flat Earth?
Yeah, I think
Yes.
it's outside.
Really? Prove it.
Yeah. So, when you go outside or go to the ocean or anything like that, do you see Earth as a ball?
We're so small compared to the Earth, dude.
Okay, so the answer's no.
Obviously not. We're so small compared to the Earth, dude.
Okay, so in any of your daily life or your experience, have you ever used Earth as a ball?
No, because like I said, we're so small compared to the Earth, dude. Do you understand that? Do you understand how small we are compared to the Earth? We're like ants on a fucking ant, bro. You know?
So you've never experienced Earth as a ball, right?
No.
No.
That doesn't mean
so what? Okay, so you're going to go against your senses, and how are you going to explain that Earth's a ball against your senses? Go ahead.
You know why it's not flat? Because I can't see from, like, let's say California to Japan. You know?
Why would you be able to?
Because it's flat, right?
What? Do you want to open your local weather app?
Why can't I see Europe from New York City, dude? It's
Open
flat,
your
right?
local
You don't
weather.
understand if the Earth was flat, we'd have superhuman vision. We'd be like superheroes.
I'm talking about, like, with telescopes, dude. Don't be retarded.
Come on, dude.
Yeah, telescopes are just optical devices as well. So if you go to your weather app, right, it might say, I don't know where you are, but mine probably says at the moment 30 kilometers vision or something like that. We're in winter, so you can see
Yeah, we
30
have.
kilometers through the atmosphere.
Yeah, you know
So
what happens after that? The Earth starts curving.
even with a telescope, right? So the telescope only enlarges what you can see, what's in vision, right? Line of sight. Yes or no?
No, if it was flat, we'd have magical telescopes, bro. Come on.
Dude, I can see galaxies with the binoculars, with high-powered binoculars, bro.
Okay, how far away are they?
Very, very far away.
How do you know that?
And I'm looking through the atmosphere, but you
No,
know,
you're not.
apparently
You're looking up, aren't you?
hold up, refraction doesn't affect that though, right? It's crazy.
Well, you're not. If you're looking up, you're not looking through the atmosphere. You're looking through about. If you're looking horizontally.
Oh, so the atmosphere isn't above me?
Compared to vertically, it's like I think it's about maybe 5% above you. 5% of the atmosphere.
I bet you don't even in the atmosphere.
Was I just talking about the atmosphere?
Well, apparently it's not above me, dude.
No, I said
Right?
if you just listened to my sentence, I would have said a percentage, right? Did you hear what percent I said?
No, I didn't.
Oh, because you started talking before I finished my
I
sentence,
don't like
right?
listening to people that are wrong, dude. Delusional people, you know?
Okay, what have I said that was wrong?
Everything. Your whole ideology about
Okay,
there being a flat.
Just give me an example.
Everything you think about the Earth is wrong, dude. Sorry to say.
Now you can hear my thoughts, right?
Yeah, he's a religious zealot. You can tell.
I'm not religious at all.
There you are. You believe in a ball without evidence, right? So it's belief.
There's plenty of evidence.
Belief without evidence, right?
Plenty of evidence, dude. There's
Go ahead.
Plenty of evidence.
Present it.
Why would? Well, hold on. Okay, listen to this. Why would our planet be flat and all the other planets that we have been able to see in the universe?
No way he's opening with this one.
No, really, bro.
Cue up in 3, 2, 1, him trying to pronounce Eratosthenes.
Do you guys think aliens built a flat fucking planet for us to live on or something?
Eric, if you knew how funny this is.
No, dude, no. What is said?
You're like the 1,000th person this week alone opening their argument with this category error.
It's a valid argument. Why the fuck would we be different, dude?
How do you know Earth's a planet?
The question is, what reasons do you have to put Earth and the objects in the sky in the same category?
Are we in a simulation? Is that what it is?
No, you didn't even realize that because of your schooling, you automatically put Earth and, let's say, Jupiter in the same category. And this is...
Well, yeah.
You think about it for a second. Like, why is it in the same category?
Because they're planets. It's planets, dude.
Yeah, but that already builds on the heliocentric model, which is in contention here. So you're like saying, how can it not be heliocentric if it's heliocentric? That's like pretty much what you're saying.
Well, yeah, dude.
Yeah, we're saying it is not.
The globe model accurately predicts everything. That's how we know it's true.
Yeah, that's fine. Look, Eric, you can argue with us that it is heliocentric, and we can argue that it's not, but you cannot use heliocentric as the argument to argue that it's heliocentric.
Why do you think our planet would be any different than the other planets?
Because it's a different category. The Earth
no, it's
is
not.
the Earth, and
it's
the
not a
objects
different
in the
category.
sky.
They're both planets, Peter. You know that.
One second.
In the heliocentric model, yes.
Wongo, can you just be quiet for 1 second, dude? Just chill out. Don't stop butting in because you're hurting my ears. So, Eric, is that your name?
Yes, it is.
What similarities does the Earth have to those things in the sky?
Oh my god. We are revolving around the sun? We're
What
orbiting around the sun
similarities?
just like them.
Okay, how do you determine that?
What do you mean? Do you not think we orbit around the sun?
How do you know we're orbiting?
Because we are. What the fuck? It's like if I said the sky was blue, you guys would find a way to disagree with it. You know? You know what I
No,
mean?
the sky is blue, usually.
Oh wow, that's amazing. Yeah, usually, right?
Oh, so you were wrong on that assumption.
Well, at night it's not blue, and there are some atmospheric phenomena that make it green and purple. I know a guy named Fan who'd attest to that.
So now that you know you were wrong on that assumption, maybe you can analyze other assumptions you were making and go, maybe it's a possibility I'm wrong on those as
You
well.
think I'm assuming? Do you think I'm assuming the Earth is a globe?
Yeah,
Based on something?
you just assumed that we are orbiting the sun.
Yeah, dude, it's not an assumption, bro. It's proven.
Okay. Can you
You
walk
guys are
us
assuming
through?
complete.
Can
You
you
guys are
walk us through?
assuming.
Can you we've been through this, dude. We were biased. We were taught the same malarkey that you are projecting upon us right now. We just analyzed it. We just took each individual claim and analyzed it from a basic logic standpoint. And we go, that does not jive. Because we were honest with ourselves and we put our mindset, what we wanted to be true, aside, and we looked at it from through a truth lens.
Yeah, this is a fucking troll channel.
So if you know it so well, can you walk us through exactly how you know that we are orbiting the sun?
Is that one Aussie? Wait, who's the
What
Aussie?
crazy are you?
Yes, walk us through how we are orbiting
Solar
the sun.
eclipses, lunar eclipses.
Oh, now you're scattergunning? Do you know what that term means?
I'm not.
You mean gish galloping?
Just show us the proof and stop scattergunning. Thank you.
Prove it's flat, bro. Prove it's flat. You guys are going against the majority. You guys have burden of proof. You know.
Nope. The burden of proof falls upon you. You are
Nope.
making the claim. Yep. You are making a very, very specific claim. Prove it.
It's not that crazy of a claim that we are orbiting the sun.
All right. Explain it non-fallaciously. Walk us through it.
With modern tools, it's immediately obvious as nothing would make any sense otherwise. Studying spectral lines of starlight tells you how fast we are moving towards or away from that star. These measurements show a yearly cycle based on where in our orbit around the sun we are. And all stars show the same pattern that matches exactly what we expect from Earth orbiting the sun. Do you understand that?
I know that you just read the doctrine
No,
from
it's
your
not
high.
a doctrine.
Yeah.
Dude.
Why are you gonna interrupt me? I know you just repeated, you parroted your church's doctrine upon us, but you yourself, you understand how fallacious that is?
If we weren't orbiting the sun, the night sky wouldn't change over the course of a year and then come back into sync. Okay, do you
Why?
understand that?
How do you know that? Do you
What do you
know
mean?
exactly? Do you know exactly how the night sky? What dictates everything that the night sky does?
I'm not an astronomer, dude. Okay.
Oh, wait. So you're assuming?
You're assuming the Earth is flat, bro? For real?
Nope. I am not assuming anything.
We are telling you to show proof of curvature.
Bro, you've been brainwashed by this troll
Show
sect
the
of the
proof
internet.
of curvature
Now
before
you're
you say words. Show
now
proof of
you're
curvature.
now you're projecting.
Nope. You are.
Eric, show
You
us some
guys.
proof
You
of
guys.
curvature. Show us that the Earth is
I'm
a
sorry you
ball.
wasted your time. You know.
Eric,
I'm
just show us before
time.
before you say shit. Just show us. Show us the proof that is a ball. Just show us.
The sun
Show us.
sets. The sun rises.
So
Not exclusive to a globe model.
thank you,
Yes, it is. What do you mean?
Okay.
Eric.
Explain.
If the earth was flat, where are the edges? Where are the edges? Where's the edge?
Do you understand the arguments you are making are antiquated?
It's not, dude. Do you understand? Where's the edge? Why haven't we fallen off?
Once again, we're not making a claim that there is or isn't an edge. We are refuting the required globe curvature. If there is
So
no
we are in a simulation.
curvature, if there is
We're in a
no 8
simulation.
inches, nope. If there is no 8 inches per mile squared, the entire radius of the Earth is incorrect. If the radius of the Earth is incorrect,
Do you
the entire
understand
globe model
what you're saying?
falls apart.
Do you even
Eric,
understand what you're saying?
Eric,
Do you know
do
what
you
the radius
understand? Do you
is?
understand what we're trying to tell you? We're
I
telling you
do.
there's no fucking radius. The radius is incorrect, and there's no curvature.
If the
That you all,
required 8 inches per mile squared cannot be measured, that means the
You
radius
ever,
of the
you
Earth is
ever,
incorrect. Do you understand that?
you ever think that's the scientists are
Wait, wait,
wrong?
wait. Can
That
you admit that you can understand that? If there is no 8 inches per mile squared measured of curvature measured, the radius of the Earth is incorrect. Can you admit that?
no,
8 inches
I
per
can't.
mile squared? What are you talking
Guys,
about?
point of
You
order.
can't be honest.
Point of order. I think Eric is not a troll. I think he means well. But either he's not capable or busy doing other things to engage in a proper conversation.
No,
Maybe we
I'm
should
trying to
move
read.
on from Eric. Maybe we should move on from Eric.
No, dude, I'm trying to learn.
Eric,
Like,
you're
it's just
disqualified. Eric,
listen.
you're
No,
disqualified.
can I say something? Give me 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes,
Eric,
please.
you're not even trying hard. That's what I'm saying. Not
Give
your
me 2
fault.
minutes.
You're
Do you
not even
understand?
trying hard.
Do you understand how crazy of an idea it is that the Earth would be flat? How insane and
Yes, we do
ridiculous.
understand. Yes, we do.
You know how
Yep.
insane it is that you believe they landed on the moon 1969 when I still get lost
I
of
don't believe.
cellular data?
Let's not introduce the moon into
Yeah.
this equation, okay? Yes,
You
we understand
understand?
it's a pretty dramatic departure from
Yeah.
mainstream.
We
Eric,
understand the
move on
Honestly,
implications.
I
from
think
this.
the space is a liquid. Space is a liquid. That's what I think.
Okay,
So
Eric, I
yeah,
think you're done.
we had to come to terms with the implications of the globe model being false. Yes, we all had to come to terms with that. I think you have too weak of a mindset to be able to deal with that, honestly.
No, dude, not at
You're
all.
in this system, Eric. You can't get out of the
That's
matrix.
insane.
You won't
This
survive.
is insane.
Your brain can't handle getting out of the matrix and knowing that everything is a lie. You can't handle it. It will
I
destroy
thought
you. You can't handle it.
I thought exactly like you, Eric. I thought exactly like you until I objectively listened to the facts. Put my bias aside.
Listen to this. If the Earth is a disk, then gravity is not radial from the center, and therefore objects would not fall vertically near the edges. So all you have to do is
Oh,
stand near the
yeah,
edges
no.
and
You
hang off
assume
to
two
the
things. One, you assumed it's a disk. Two, you assume that we claim that the size of the Earth is equivalent to the size of the spherical globe that you imagine. We do not make such assumptions at all. If the Earth is sufficiently large and we live on top of the center of its mass, then all gravity vectors would be nearly parallel, indistinguishable from parallel. So even that hypothetical that you may entertain already debunks what you said, because you bake in a disk and you bake it in a disk of a diameter of 13,000 kilometers or whatever it is, 40,000 kilometers. That's your assumption, and yes, in that assumption it would be like you described it. But we don't make this assumption, and we don't think that's the case.
So quit creating strawmen by baking in assumptions. You need to take assumptions out of your recipe list. Out of your ingredients, take assumptions out. So why do you think they had to patchwork the globe model so many times once new discoveries were made that completely demolished the requirements? They had to patchwork, insert different wobbles, insert dark matter, insert dark energy to make this entire house of cards still stand.
Is that Australian guy still here? No, okay. I was maybe hopefully someone can kind of give me their thoughts on this. So like, you've seen hot pavement, a hot day. You see the mirage, where you see something that you go, I'm seeing an image of something that is slightly above what appears to be the horizon, as if there's something that appears to be obviously above the pavement that then got refracted down as the light from that object above the pavement kind of hit the pavement or got very close to the pavement. It refracted upwards. It got refracted upwards so they could hit my eye. So they kind of expanded the size of whatever was above the pavement. Does that make sense? Do you guys know what I'm referring to?
You're talking about an inferior mirage.
Yeah. And then if you think about like why, so there's no refraction, nothing. There's no interaction directly with the pavement. Rather, it's all in the air, and rather the refraction is purely happening through the air. All the pavement is doing is ensuring that there's a thermal gradient in the air. You can feel hot pavement, or you can feel the pavement. It's very hot on a day, and that's going to the air immediately above the pavement is then going to, pick up that heat. So then the air is gonna develop a thermal gradient, where it gets cooler as it moves upward. It's still gonna be very hot. All of the air around is still gonna be very hot, but the thermal gradient will be the air is getting cooler as you move upward. If you think about the ocean, right? You don't you have the opposite gradient going on. The air is very warm, and then you're gonna feel the air right off on the surface of the ocean is very cold. So you got like the opposite thermal
Yeah,
gradient
so
developing.
a superior mirage
Yeah,
versus
and I'm
an
just explaining like
inferior.
why you would get that is that like the gradient is reversed. Um, so then it's like um if we know that, okay, well then I know when I look out the horizon, I'm gonna get a superior mirage because the thermal gradient is reversed. Um, I'm like, and then so I'm seeing a boat, and I'm still seeing it out there. Why? And I know that eventually, when it goes out far enough, below um it will lower below the horizon. But I still have the entire time, no matter whether on some day it had to go out 50 miles and another day it had to go out 80 miles for it to kind of lower below the horizon. On both of those days, the thermal gradient was the same. The thermal gradient is the same, and I must still have a superior mirage going on. I still have a superior mirage going on. Why? How did it just lower below the
No,
horizon?
that doesn't happen. And also, superior mirages are extremely obvious when you have one happening.
Wait,
You'll get an
what doesn't
inverted
happen?
image.
What doesn't happen?
Boats disappearing over a horizon when you have a superior mirage.
What do you, yes, they do. Have you ever been to the
No,
ocean?
it doesn't. Yeah, I lived on next to the ocean my whole life, and also I've studied this particular topic of miraging and refraction quite a lot. So superior mirage is super obvious, and it's also extremely rare. And what you see, if you just type in superior mirage into Google now and hit images, right, you'll see examples of them. Now have a look in the side chat. Here's a picture of a normal day. Okay, we don't see any miraging effect here at all.
It's not going to be able to develop as strong of a gradient, so you're not going to see as much of a mirage. But like you can tell, you
don't see any mirage.
A mirage would have to be happening because some level of refraction is always happening. It's not a binary.
Yeah, but
it's not like refraction is happening. It's like it's a gradient of how strong your refraction is.
Exactly. So once it becomes a very strong and sharp gradient, that's when you can start to get miraging effects. We don't see any miraging effects here. Just slight refraction, right? A little bit of sinking or looming. That's not a technically a mirage, right? It's like a minor effect. So when you have heavy refraction, you start seeing crazy shit, right? Things look extremely refracted and distorted. You'll start seeing Fata Morganas, floating ships, all sorts of heavy optical destruction in the distance. We don't see that in this image, and we can see ships that 20 kilometers out into the ocean or more.
Because it's not going to be as strong, but there is still some refraction. Like scientifically, there has to be some level of refraction. And that refraction would
always going to be some.
It would have to be a superior refraction. It couldn't be
it's
an
not
inferior.
Called that. You're butchering it a little bit, but it's okay because at least you're looking into it. Now, surveyors, right? They use something called standard refraction, right? Basically, it adds 15%. So instead of the horizon being at, say, 3 miles, if you're standing at the ocean, the horizon would be 15% beyond 3 miles. Now, once you get up to 30%, that's considered heavy refraction. Once you start getting up higher than that, quite often you'll get a miraging effect. And obviously you wouldn't want to use that as evidence of anything other than, hey, look, here's a superior mirage or an inferior mirage, for example.
Here's the problem. You're focused.
But we're going out and we're doing doing observations on days where we don't see miraging effects. We see nice, clear imagery.
This very distinct observable mirage. Okay, the mirage is not always.
You said superior mirage, so you should get your terminologies correct.
Is the fact of the fact it's refracted. We can all agree the superior mirage is going to happen when there's you're going to get the superior mirage when there's refraction happening from something below the. Well, I can't say below because that's presupposing a globe. You're going to get, you can get something that's refracted. We can all agree that there's this concept of a horizon that obviously exists. On a hot day over pavement, you get refraction where you have something clearly above the horizon. Its light is going downward, and it would have gone downward towards the pavement, but it gets refracted and bent upwards, so that it would hit your eye.
Let me explain to you and show you an example in the side chat. So Miguel Souza just posted a great example. So this is a small scale flat surface, and it's hot pavement. Okay, this is called an inferior mirage. An inferior mirage is when the light bends upward abruptly because of the temperature gradient. So it causes things to become. Yeah, right. But I'm just correcting you a bit. Okay, it causes things to look like they're sinking. It causes things to look like they're obstructed from the bottom, right? This is the opposite of a superior mirage. This is the only time, other than physical blockage like ocean swells, that you're going to see bottom-up obstruction. You're not going to be able to show me a superior mirage where the ship also looks like
Right,
it
because
disappears from
I
the
understand
bottom
that
up.
because the gradient is reversed. So I'm saying if the gradient is reversed, that would mean that the light is coming from something. If on a hot on the hot pavement, the light that we're seeing
Bro,
is
chill.
coming from something clearly above the horizon, then if the gradient is reversed, if it's going out, and if we look at something, even though it's very, very small, even though sometimes it might be very small, let's say what we couldn't ever see is you could never see what the thing I'm trying to point out that I was trying to point out to the Australian guy, or I wanted to point out to the Australian guy earlier, was he was arguing, well, you can't tell me that when you look out that any of these boats, the light of that boat is actually from it being reflected upwards. And I'm telling
That's not
no,
what
you
he said.
can. That is what he said. Because then if he couldn't say
Did
that,
you see?
then he would
He
have
didn't
to
say
say
reflected.
refracted. The point that he was trying to argue for was because I said, hey, you and I both agree that you can look out and you can see boats where they do lower over the horizon. Why does that happen? Why does that happen? And he said,
Okay,
well, that could be
do you want
because the
to?
light's getting refracted upwards, same as it could be that the light is getting refracted upwards, same as it is with hot pavement. But that can't
Yeah,
happen
it's called
because
sinking refraction.
the ocean is acting as a heat sink, causing the thermal gradient in the air to be opposite of that of pavement. So you can never have refraction.
No, that's incorrect.
What is incorrect?
That's incorrect.
Which part?
What you just said is incorrect. We can
which part?
absolutely have sinking. That you wouldn't be able to have sinking refraction or inferior mirage over the surface of water because it's not hot like the pavement. Yeah, you absolutely can. And even the optics experts, when they give their definitions of how sinking refraction works, they specifically mention the horizon in it. It happens all the time. Upward refraction is the normal over water because what we have in the atmosphere is called a lapse rate, and the lapse rate describes how the temperature changes as you go up in altitude. The normal lapse rate is that it's warmer down lower and it gets cooler as you go up higher. So the normal lapse rate is that you would expect light to be bending upward in the lower atmosphere because temperature controls the refractive index. So that's why we see very often inferior mirages over the ocean, but very, very rarely does anyone see a superior mirage, because to get a superior mirage, you need an abnormal lapse rate, which means you have a thermal inversion, which means that you have a layer of cold air trapped. It becomes trapped underneath a layer of warm air. And in that situation, you can get superior mirage. But that doesn't happen as often. That's why everyone's seen inferior mirages because it happens all the time. But seeing it a superior mirage, I've never seen one. And I grew up at the beach all the time. I've never seen that once. Bottom-up obstruction can be caused by ocean swells or sinking refraction. There's a few other little things, but that's the main things. There's not a single observation that validates that Earth curvature is causing the bottom-up obstruction. And we can replicate this on a flat surface, right? We can set up something on a flat floor and just manipulate the temperature and make it disappear, make the bottom of it disappear. It's easy. I can show you it. Still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'd love to see that experiment of making something disappear with the.
Oh yeah. So yes. Here's two screenshots. I actually just took these, about an hour ago, but I'll post the video as well. Right. So basically, I'll tell you what they do. Okay. So this is a channel called Skyfree. They do at-home refraction tests, and that red thing that you can see there, that's a temperature gauge, and it has 4 different temperature gauges that you can position at different heights. So it's got one close to the ground, and then it's got 3 above it. And what they do is they set up the camera on the other side of the room, and then they introduce cold air into the room. So what that creates is a gradient where the light bends upward slightly. And that causes the bottom, as you can see there, right? Like the little yellow bit on that thing on the floor on the right-hand side, you can see that that disappears. In the video, you can see it disappear, and you'll see that will be in relation to the temperature changing. And they have tons and tons of these different tests where they, they're kind of like little experiments, scientific experiments they do. They're pretty cool. Good channel. So it shows at-home refraction tests mimicking different atmospheric effects on a smaller scale. And this just shows that you can have bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface very easily. It's actually very common.
Be back another day for you.
Okay.
You know what the worst part is, DJ?
Oh, which part?
They don't even let you finish your entire teaching. They don't let you go through
Yeah,
the whole.
they're like real hyper, like panicking while they're talking.
Like, imagine if they gave you 15 or 20 minutes to just get your whole spiel out. Like, that would be the most beautiful thing ever.
They just do like 5 minutes worth of research and think that they're experts.
Well, that's what they think that we're doing. 5 minutes research and that we're experts.
You banned the wrong person, dumbass.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Hello, Flat Earther chat. How are we doing today? It's your favorite father. I know I disappeared with the milk earlier, but I'm here to come back in y'all's lives. Not pertaining to the Flat Earthers, of course. Now, how are we doing today? Not bad, man. It's been a while. You still believe in the Flat Earth?
How was the anime marathon you watched while you were gone?
Oh, are you talking to me or?
Yeah, according to your avatar.
Oh yeah, I love that anime. No, I don't watch anime too much anymore, but if I were to watch anime, I'd watch that one. No, but what's the common denominator between anime and flat Earth. Do you want to know? They're both, they're both fictional. They're both very
Prove the globe model. Prove the globe model
Whoa,
to us, brother.
we haven't even gotten to that yet. I haven't made a claim yet.
Yeah, your claim is that the Earth is a globe. Are you that
I
dense?
never made that claim yet, but I did say that your theory is fictional. Yes.
Okay, what do you believe?
I believe in the truth, in what we can see. And what we can see is curvature and curves.
Where do we see this curvature at?
I can show you it.
You can show me an anime picture of it?
No. I can show you a very clear, real life, not fictional, picture. Are you ready? Oh, I'm banned from the chat. Wait. Can you unban me from the chat so I can put it there? Whoever's moderator. One of my little children ban me from the chat. Are you scared of the evidence? Are you scared of the evidence? So you don't want me to put the image in chat? Okay.
You can send it to someone.
You can just unban me from the chat and you can put it there so everybody can see.
You can just send it to someone and
So are you
we'll post it in the
terrified
chat.
are you terrified of evidence, sir?
No, because it's the same. It's the same thing. It's just going through a different route, right?
Okay, so
it's still
you're
going to end up in
deciding.
the chat.
So you're deciding you don't want the evidence and you don't want to look at the
No,
evidence.
send it to me. I'll put it in the chat.
Why don't you want to unban me though? This seems pretty counterintuitive.
Well, obviously, you've been banned from the chat for some reason, right?
Yeah, it wasn't any reason. It's because usually when they mute me, they like to ban me from the chat too.
Useless. This chat is useless, bro. The Earth is wrong, bro.
Yeah, exactly. They're scared of
honest.
seeing the evidence that the Earth is round. Every time I come in here,
They are, bro.
50% of the time
They
I get
are.
muted. I don't even get to speak a word half the time, and then they just mute me because they're scared of the truth.
Crazy.
Talking now, aren't you?
They're scared of the truth, bro. They want to be different, and
Yeah,
think
Deadly.
crazy ideas.
Deadly, you said before that you think you won the debate once you're muted. So then people ask you, have you won the debate? And you'd say yes, but you're not muted. So then you'd say you are, even though you're talking. You'd say, I'm literally talking right now, and you're muted at the same time, and you've won the debate, but you're not muted, but you are muted because something happened in the past where you got muted, but you're not muted, and you're muted. And this, I know, I get it. It's your shtick. This is like your thing. You do this on every channel. We can see the mod log. You go from one channel to the next, and do exactly the same thing. I mean, so at some point you're going to get bored with it, and then maybe then you'll have an actual debate where you'll make a claim, you'll have something to back the claim, you'll be able to answer questions on what you're talking about. But today's just not that day, dude.
Well,
Yeah,
that would be
buddy,
incorrect, Crit.
settle
Wait,
down.
hold on, Eric. Eric, really quick, really quick. I'm about to,
You got
respond back. Can I respond back to Crit really quick?
Yeah,
Crit,
of course, dude.
I've had serious conversations with people in here, but it ends up this way, right? Usually, whenever I have good enough evidence or I have them stumped on a question, usually they'll say I'm being bad faith or will choose to mute me because I am right. Or they can't answer the question I'm asking them. Right, Crit, I'm gonna ask you a question right now. Is gravity a sector or a vector?
Yeah, so if I just make a random bird sound, it's a random animal noise, would that still be an answer or is that not an answer?
Okay, really quick though, is gravity
Yeah,
a
I'm just trying
sector
to
or a
figure
vector?
out where your epistemology at is with answers.
Flat earthers show the lose at all.
So if I
No,
just make
Why flat earthers show the lose at all?
if I give you any feedback at all, like say if I just throw my hands up in the air, or if I start just dancing, if I just start randomly dancing, like doing a stupid dance with my hands up in the air and shaking my hands up and down, would that be an answer?
well, no, I just need a yes or no. Well,
Yeah,
actually,
I get that. Okay, what you need and want is sometimes not required by other people. What we're looking at here is, are you able to understand an answer is an answer, even if you don't want it, you don't need it, you don't understand it? Is it you put an adjective in front of it? It's an incomplete answer, it's a wrong answer, whatever it is. Like as soon as you ask a question, anything after that is an answer.
yeah. And if you do give an answer, then that's wrong.
It's still an
Objectively.
answer, right?
Yeah, but
Or
it's still
no?
wrong
Okay.
though. If you
Oh, yeah, but a wrong answer is still
yeah,
objectively an
and
answer.
yeah, I've asked you
Okay.
questions about the
Yeah,
flat Earth multiple times, and then when
it's flat. Yeah,
you give
the
an
flat Earth is
answer,
flat.
no. But when I ask, this is the question that usually has people stumped: is gravity a sector or a vector?
Yeah, you said a sector or a vector?
Yes, that's
Yeah,
a question I've asked multiple times.
it's neither.
It's neither, so you just lied.
Yeah.
Welcome to Round Earth, buddy. I
Yeah,
guess.
gravity is an effect. It's a consequence of mass warping the fabric of time and space. So it's neither a sector nor a vector. It's a consequent of mass affecting space-time.
So Eric, I'm
So
just
you
gonna
could say,
educate.
hey, is gravity an apple or a banana?
Yeah, so
Neither.
Eric, you
Neither.
see how we just lied? They lie a lot. Eric, my son, hello.
Hey,
Eric,
Crit, you know what's really funny? Had the guy actually posed like not a malformed question, maybe you could probably answer it.
I've answered every one of y'all's questions every
How
time
about
I've
this?
came in here.
Yeah, how about this? Can you define for us what a sector is, please?
I've came in here multiple times and explained it. Google's free.
Define what sector
I
is,
don't have
because
to
I know
educate your
the
small
word that
brain
you're actually.
because your brain is too small and you don't understand what
Yeah.
a sector or
Here's
vector
the
is.
funny part, right?
Yeah.
So here's the funny part, right? So like you don't know what you're fucking up the question. I know what you're trying to ask, but you can't answer it. You can't actually ask it. Just shows how dumb you are, so let's not even bother. What a dummy.
Yeah, dude, you fucking flat earthers, bro. You guys are delusional. It's crazy. Insane.
All right, well, call your mom. You can say, hey, Mom, I met some delusional people online today. She's like, oh, that's a good boy. You have fun with your friends on Discord.
No, I should probably be like, yeah, you guys are fucking stupid. You think the earth is flat.
It is, yeah.
Well, you're
It's
religious, bro.
observably, measurably, and practically used as flat. That's a fact.
No, that's not. I
Yeah.
posted a video in the chat. I think you guys should watch it.
You can give a reason
It's
why.
a flat
Why
earther being proved.
Why should I
The
watch it?
flat earther being proved wrong, dude.
We'll go talk to them.
Flat earther being proved wrong, dude.
We'll go talk to them
No,
because
dude.
what you did was you
Talk to you guys.
contradicted. So you walked yourself into a contradiction. Because you
Are you
said
not gonna watch
A,
the evidence? Are you not
your
gonna watch
first
the evidence?
statement, your first premise, flat earthers are
So you're
delusional.
not gonna watch it.
Your second premise is flat earthers are not
So
delusional. They can demonstrate and test their own claims and get to a different result.
like
You
evidence.
contradicted yourself.
Flat earthers don't like evidence, dude.
Okay, so then now you contradicted yourself again. A, flat earthers
Why
don't
don't
like
flat earthers
evidence.
like evidence?
B, flat earthers
Yeah.
provided evidence. You contradict yourself because you
What
walked
evidence? The
yourself.
radius of the Earth,
You
refraction.
walked yourself
What
into
what
a
evidence?
contradiction. Your
What
worldview is
evidence?
contradictory.
I got a question. How do we know that that black guy is a flat earther?
He took a lie detector test. Once you watch the video.
So what?
What do you mean, so what?
So,
So he contradicted himself again.
He's
You said
asking.
flat
passing a
earthers
lie
are
detector
liars.
test? Yeah.
You contradicted again.
He took a lie detector.
So, but you said that
What are
flat
you
earthers
talking
were
about?
liars. So now he took a lie detector test, proving he's not a liar, therefore not a
Hey,
flat earther.
hey, what's he? Okay, listen.
You
Are you stupid?
contradicted. Dude, you
He got.
contradicted. You
Listen,
just said,
retard.
as
Listen,
your
dumbass.
only proof of the
Listen.
globe,
Shut
that
the
flat
fuck up.
earthers are liars.
Shut the fuck up.
Then you said, here's a
He
lie
got
detector
asked
test,
if he's a flat earther. He got
proven he's
asked if he's
not
a
a
flat
liar.
earther, dumbass.
You
He said yes.
contradicted.
Okay, and it
You
was not a lie.
Dude, you
Are you stupid?
contradicted.
Are you stupid? And this is what flat earthers do, bro.
Yes,
They
you
twist words around
walked.
to make it fit their fucking agenda.
Then you
It's so crazy.
contradicted
You're not
again.
listening to what I'm saying. You're
Now
not
it's
listening to what I'm saying.
twisted. So now the
Dumbass.
words are twisted.
He was
You
asked if he is a
contradicted.
flat earther while hooked up to a
Dude,
lie detector test.
You
He said yes.
contradicted. It's a
And it was proved
contradiction.
to be a lie. It's
So
not a
he's not a
contradiction.
flat earther
He
then.
said, how do we know the black guy's a fucking flat earther?
You contradicted
Oh
yourself.
my god, dude. I'm talking to a dumbass. I'm talking to a dumbass. Right?
Yeah, you contradicted yourself.
You're a moron. You're a moron.
So
No,
here
I
the
didn't.
guy's
You're a
too
moron.
stupid to understand
You're a
that he
moron.
lied, but he didn't lie, but
You
he's
are
still a
too
liar,
stupid to understand.
but he doesn't like
Did you hear
evidence,
what I said?
but he
Did you hear what I
provided
said?
evidence.
Did you
This
hear
is
what
like
I said?
5 layers
Did
of
you hear what I said?
contradiction.
You don't
You
listen.
say
You
something,
don't fucking listen. That's the
then you
problem.
contradicted yourself.
You don't
You
listen.
say something,
You
then
don't
you
listen.
contradict. And this is
No, I
why you
didn't.
did it.
No, I
You
didn't,
ended
dumbass.
up like this because you're talking
No,
about
dude,
everything other
shut
than
the
the
fuck up.
topic.
Shut the fuck up. I was asked. Someone said, "How do we know the black guy is a flat earther?" And I said, "Because he's on a lie detector test
Which is
saying
a
he's a flat earther."
contradiction. Because you said flat
How
earthers
the
No,
lie.
you said flat earthers
How?
lie, man.
You
You
said
said
that
flat
flat
earthers
earthers
lie.
lie.
Oh my god.
Then he
Oh
said
my
here he
god,
took
dude.
a lie detector test proving he doesn't
The
lie.
Earth's being flat, but not, but they actually believe they're flat earthers, but
So now it's
they
a
lie
belief.
about the Earth being flat.
You
Though
contradicted
it is a
again.
belief.
Now it's just a belief.
It is a belief.
So
Holy
now,
shit!
so now you say
It's only
delusional,
semantic arguments with you people, dude.
delusional
It's only
liars
semantic arguments with you people every
that now
fucking time.
provide their own
Every time.
evidence for their beliefs.
Refraction,
Man, dude, this is
semantics.
how you ended
How
up
many
here.
more arguments do
You
you got, dude?
ended up in the contradiction because you're talking about things that are not the topic. The topic isn't
Contradiction.
flat earthers. The topic would be the
Contradiction, dude.
earth.
Contradiction.
Yeah, you're in a freak out over
Contradiction.
topics that you can't even understand where to
I'm
talk.
not freaking out. You're
Yes, you are. You're
freaking out.
in a full blown
I'm
freak
not
out.
freaking out. You're stupid.
And you're going to stay this way until you
You're freaking out.
understand the topic isn't people. This isn't a gossip channel. You're
What
not
the
in a
fuck are you?
gossip channel.
I never made it about people. I never made it about people. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Holy shit. Bro, why are all flat earthers like delusional and crazy and stupid? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? Holy shit, dude.
So now you
guys
don't know.
actually like go
You
through existence this way?
You contradicted again. This is another
What the
contradiction.
fuck are you talking about?
You said that you don't know
Holy
why
shit, what are you talking about?
flat earthers are like this. And then you gave the reasons for why they're like this. This is another contradiction.
You know what's a contradiction? You believing the earth is flat. That's a fucking contradiction. Because the earth is round. Dumbass.
Yeah, round and flat aren't mutually exclusive. So you contradicted again.
What the
Like a
fuck?
coin.
Are you trolling me right now?
This is like a coin.
You
A
trolling
coin,
me?
a pizza.
Holy shit.
Dude, a
I'm being
coin,
trolled.
a
Dude,
coin and a
this is rage
pizza.
bait.
A cylinder. You have a cylinder, a coin, a hockey puck. These are all
Holy
round
shit.
and flat. When you said it's mutually
Oh, so the Earth is
exclusive,
a cylinder?
no, you
Is the
what
Earth
I'm
a
saying is
cylinder? Is
you
that what you said?
contradicted. You said there can only be two choices here, round or flat.
So is the
What
Earth a
about a
cylinder, bro?
cylinder? Do cylinders exist in your worldview? Do you know what a cylinder? Do you know what a hockey puck is?
Of course.
Is that a real thing?
Yes.
And
So
if
is the Earth a
somebody
hockey puck?
says that's round and flat, you would
Where's
say
the
no.
edges?
It
Hey,
contradicts
if the
the
Earth is a hockey
worldview.
puck, where's the edge? If the Earth is shaped like a hockey puck, where's the edge, bro? Where's the edge? Nobody's found it. All these
No?
people that have sailed and sailed all over the fucking world and nobody's found the edge. It's
So?
crazy.
No one's found the
What do you mean
edge of the
so?
solar system. No one's found the edge of the galaxy. No
We're
one's
not,
found the edge
dude.
of the
Are you
universe.
serious? Oh my god, dude. Are you serious right now?
Yeah.
You're
Yeah,
serious?
they
We're
say
talking
that
about
the
the Earth.
galaxy, the solar system is very flat. It's really
Who
flat.
says that?
It's ecliptic.
Flat Earthers say that. Who says that?
Yeah, so
It's not
I
flat.
think you're the delusional one, brother. You probably think that we are talking about a flat disk in space. You're the delusional one. No one,
Okay,
no
then
one
what
is
is it?
claiming that.
What is it then? It's a cylinder or a hockey puck? What is it?
We're not making a positive claim other than the globe is nonsense.
That's not a globe. That's the claim. Then what the fuck is it
Yeah,
then?
if
That you
there's
guys
no
just don't know?
curvature,
We took
if
your
there's
globe
no
away and
curvature,
gave you nothing.
You guys just don't know what it is. That's crazy, dude. You just know it's not a globe.
it's not that crazy, bro.
It is crazy, dude. It is.
If you can't handle it, I guess you can just
Why would
spam that
why
it's
would
crazy.
this, why would the space agencies and the governments all lie?
Well, think
Because
about it.
you're
Why?
stupid.
Why
Because
would
you're
they lie to
stupid.
you?
You're stupid.
Why would they? Why
Yeah,
would
why
they
would
lie?
they lie?
They never lie to us ever.
Yeah, let's see if you can figure it
Dude,
out. I would say, why would they ever tell you the truth? You're going to believe anything they say. They could tell you anything, and your dumbass will
dude,
just auto believe them. At that point, there's no reason for them to ever tell you the truth because they got you. They got you as
dude,
a true believer. They can tell you
you
all
guys.
kinds of dumb shit, and you'll just gobble it up. They'll say, "Here's a
No,
plate of,"
not true.
just
Do you
gobble it
think the
right up.
government? You think the government has never lied to us?
You guys, dude, that's not what I said. I know we did.
No, I'm asking you a question.
They did 9/11. They killed JFK, bro. I know all this. Okay, but the
But they wouldn't lie about this. They wouldn't
Yeah,
fuck us over that bad.
they would.
you see how
Why would they?
you
Why would
just
they?
you it doesn't fit, right?
Why the fuck would they? Why the fuck would they? True,
What?
true.
Bro, they
Look,
literally get together and fuck
benefit us.
children and eat babies, and you're gonna tell me why would they lie?
Retarded, bro. You
Yeah, you got a very
That's your
contradictory.
answer? Retarded? That's your answer? You
guys are
think they're
dumb,
retarded?
dude.
He has a contradictory worldview, and rather than face up to the facts, he's like, "Hey, look at these flat earthers." I get it, dude.
Yeah,
You're in the freak
yeah.
out. So, my first answer to you was probably the best one.
Dude,
Call your
you guys
mom.
are fucking. You guys are fucking stupid, bro.
You're a
Really.
mental coward. You're so mentally weak. You
You
got to
guys,
spaz out.
dude, you guys think the Earth is flat, bro.
Why
You
would they
guys
You
lie?
actually
Oh,
think
I
that.
don't know, because they're a bunch of pedophiles and they get together and eat babies.
yeah. And then your
Hey,
rebuttal
hey,
to that was
hey,
retard.
YouTube's on. Sheepdog.
I know, but I'm just quoting the Epstein files and
Yeah.
what the Epstein files say.
Yeah, no, I think it's that P word that triggers the YouTube.
Yeah, you have to say it like Adobe PDF.
My
Isn't that
fault.
the
My
new
bad.
the new code word? I
Lesson
don't even know.
learned.
I'm not even up with the new code word.
I don't know.
Like if you download Adobe, you can get some PDF files.
But they're like they literally get together in sex cults and they laugh at how they're fucking running the world.
Sheepdog,
And they
no,
have
Sheepdog.
it's
They
crazy.
go online and they download Adobe.
Yeah, they do that too. They do, like literally like it's horrible what came out of those files. And then why would they lie? Like, oh my god, bro. Seriously, why would they lie?
Yeah. Why
Let's
would
see what
they
they're doing
teach
behind
us?
your back.
Why would they teach us false premise of where we live? It's like,
Yeah, think about that. The government lies so often that they have to warn you that they're going to lie to you. To tell you, hey, we lie to you all the time, so I'm going to tell you something. Never trust anything I say. Only trust God. Because as government, as members of the government, shot callers, executive agencies, and government agents, what I'm about to tell you, never trust a damn word of it.
What did Ronald Reagan say? The 9 worst words you could ever hear anyone say is
Yeah,
"I'm
most
from the
terrifying.
government."
Yeah, the 9 most terrifying words in the English language. I'm from the government. I'm here to help. And this dude would be like, well, I can't figure out why they would lie. What, did he
I
just
can't figure
lie?
that
Or is
out.
he telling you the truth? When he says that government's not here to help you. And if they are, that's fucking terrifying. That's absolutely terrifying.
yeah, he just can't handle the implications.
Yeah,
He's
because it
mentally
really
weak.
boils down that he's a ward of the state. Like he probably lives in, housing, like, council housing. He gets food stamps. He's on some government, a healthcare system. So he's like, well, if the government feeds me, clothes me, houses me, sends all my medications to me in the mail, how could they possibly be working against my interests and lying to me? See, for him, that's the real cog dis, the real level there, because he can't
Yeah, because
understand.
he hasn't looked into what's in the medication or what's in all most of the food.
Oh yeah,
But they're sending it to help me.
the government seems to be making a profit off me as they're taking care of me. I can't figure out why they would lie about that.
He sure went quiet. Did he leave?
No, I told him to call his mom. He probably did. Hey mom, I won the internet today. I told my friends on Discord that they're undeniable constant liars, and they're delusional, but they have beliefs and they test their claims. So then they hooked them up to a lie detector test, proving that it wasn't a belief and they're not liars. Like, oh,
And
good boy, good boy.
and they stay consistent. They stay consistent with their knowledge on the government.
And then he says, but then they told me that the pizza is both round and flat. It's like, oh, okay, we'll go get a square pizza then. We won't let that, we won't let them ruin your dinner. Like a hamburger patty. A hamburger patty. We'll go to White Castles so you can have a square patty.
Where did anime retard go?
Oh, was that Deadly? Did he change his name?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
The guy who he wins every debate he's in. Is gravity a vector or a sector?
You guys know he should be saying scalar, right? Like, Jesus Christ.
He should probably just keep his mouth shut. That's what he really should do.
But yeah, actually, yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
after
when
you
it comes.
pointed
Oh,
after
sorry.
you
Go ahead.
pointed that out, he's been he ran away and has been quiet ever since.
What was he asking by that question? By the way, I don't know what the hell the difference is between the two.
Yeah, I'll have
Well,
to look into that as well.
he obviously couldn't answer it there. But in math, right, a scalar is just a single number, usually used as like a coefficient to multiply something against or whatever in everyday kind of usage. But a vector is it's a value or an object that has direction also, right? So it can have two numbers. You ever see that, like in like two numbers in like a little square brackets or something? It indicates,
Yeah.
which direction each value corresponds to. So when he's asking that, he's basically implying like, oh, is gravity like just the scalar, just the number, or is it actually a vector? So like two values in little square brackets, wherein the first one is 0, right? Because there's no lateral direction, right?
Oh,
But
I
the
see. And
second
then
one, the y direction, yeah, it's
he's
negative
somewhere like
9.8.
downward. Yeah, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I got you.
Yeah, so the x and y would be whatever it is, right? So arguably 0 and negative 9.81, right?
Oh, got you.
That's the kind of question he's trying to stump us on, but he's too dumb to even know what he's actually asking.
Damn, you should have just shit on him with that, though.
I mean, dude, he couldn't even define what he meant by a sector. So he didn't know he was actually screwing up.
Oh well, he better change it. I think he had like 1, 2 something.
The funny part is the real funny part is he's been corrected on this before, but he like respond or whatever back to
Oh, of course. Reset like usual. I feel like everybody in here has shit on him already at least once.
You actually said something smart and insightful about this very thing one time, and I'm not sure if he meant it. But a sector in like geometry can refer to a 3D space that is part of a larger embedded 3D space. And I think he was describing that at one point. Maybe I'm attributing this, but I thought he might have actually been describing that at one point.
Yeah, I think I was there for that, and I don't think so, dude. I really think he's coming other times asking the same question and actually getting the question correct.
Yeah, when he could just simply define what he means by it, instead starts backpedaling, which is so weird.
Yeah. Arguably, he probably read this argument off of like Reddit or some shit. Is just parroting it, but screwing up in the process,
That makes a lot of sense now.
Yeah, I don't remember if I said thank you or not, but thanks, 20 cups.
Hey?
Oh, you didn't understand the accent. Sorry. Thank you, eh?
No, I missed what you said, dude. What? Fuck.
Just, I was saying thanks for the explanation earlier.
Ah, shit. Oh, yeah. No problem.
They took the razors and they started cutting this space of something. It's beautiful. And it was so, and it's still beautiful. But we have one area where they cut it still open. It's not leaking. But they heard it so.
Go and look over some of my videos I've skipped over the last week. This guy's talking about the fuel reserves. There's 20 days left of fuel
I saw
reserve.
that.
Oh, you saw that? Okay.
Yeah, I saw that they were running out or whatever. And there's that whole rumor that's why Trump invaded Venezuela. Not to get too deep into it, but because he wanted to secure more oil. Blah 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 blah. Bro, man, we got to take a moment and give an applause to Crit for being the troll of all trolls, man. Bro, I've never seen anybody round people up the way you do. And you could go on forever. That's the funny thing about it. You could literally go on for hours.
You know,
So
it's
kudos, man.
science, right? Old people are stubborn. So you get these young guys trying to out stubborn an old guy. You're like, dude, are you denying the science right now?
Well, I mean, what you do is you recognize, like, this person is never going to change their mind no matter what. So let's go round and round. My apologies to the YouTube channels.
You just remember the code words. You gotta get up on the replacement.
It's been a while, man. I thought as long as the government released it, we can talk about it. That's what I thought.
I think it's just because the algos are not necessarily up to date. You know, there's always that risk.
I just think it's absolutely horrendous that like we're just supposed to like they release a lot of information, not all of it, and then we're supposed to just like forget about it, right? Like it never happened.
And then, oh, why would they lie about the place where we live? I got this meme, this perfect meme, right, for this particular situation. Someone sent it to me a long time ago. I think it might have even been before I was a flat earther. And it's just the perfect description of like what's going on in the world. Let me see if I can find it. While I'm trying to find it, it's a Scooby-Doo meme, and it says the crazy, basically along the lines, the crazy thing about Scooby-Doo is that all the monsters were real and were here on Earth, and they hid behind masks. They weren't like some random boogeyman, right? Here we go. Scooby-Doo taught us that the real monsters are humans, and if that isn't deep, I don't know what is. Oh, you got one of those, Matrix? Hey, I got one, Matrix. Long time. There you go, Matrix. How do you like that one? Here's the funny thing, Crit. You don't even sound like an old man. You may think you're an old man, but I mean, like, you don't look much older than me.
Oh yeah, I think more or less like a lot of these like younger guys on Discord.
All these people are like, oh, you're on Discord and you're talking about flat Earth and you're in your 40s. I'm like, man, shut up. We invented chat rooms. We had Yahoo chat, AOL chat. This is our place, man. My favorite conspiracy theory is that the majority of conspiracy theorists are between the age of 33 and 46.
My favorite is everything's going to be okay.
Is that a conspiracy theory?
Yeah, they got it's under control. Everything's under control. It's
Oh, trust the
everything's going to
plan.
be okay. Yeah.
Trust the plan. Gotcha.
It's getting fixed any day now. We got it under control.
White hats. You know, it's funny. I used to be one of those. Then I learned about all the PDF files in the government. Now I'm gonna start sending all my clips of you crit to Imagine and having them clip them out, and then I'm gonna have them put in like a string of audios, and then send them over to Clipcord and have them like clip everything up.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Some of my best work. I was looking for this meme where the Discord thing where it's got that I'm trying to blank now. Star Wars, the guy who like Anakin, yeah, Anakin talking to Padme, where they had that conversation when they met again as adults, and he was talking about how a dictatorship would be more efficient, like a galactic empire might be more efficient than the Senate. And she's like, "Are you serious?" And he's kind of like just smiles it off. You've seen that meme format, right? Where it's like, where he says something and then she's like the one of them I just saw recently was he says we need to build more data centers. She's like, oh yeah, so AI can solve world peace, world hunger, cure cancer, and he's like, like cat memes or something like that.
Yeah, I've seen that one and the one
Yeah.
where The Rock has the little girl in the taxi cab and he like.
Oh yeah, that's pretty similar too. So it's like what I'm going with here is that how, it says like, hey, I use Discord, and they're like, oh, to talk to for video games, for you use Discord to talk to like like are you like a gamer, and it shows like a picture of like 24/7 flat Earth.
How about this one that I just posted?
Oh, here, let me tab in. Oh, where's my Discord? Okay. Oh yeah, yeah. That's a good one too.
Mic check, mic check.
Can't hear you.
Thank you. Hey Timbo, since it's quiet, I was going to ask you earlier. Remember that other Aussie that used to yell at me and I would confuse him with you because you sounded the same? What was his name?
With me?
Yeah. There was another Aussie, I swear you sounded the same, the two of you.
Not Skinny. Oh
No.
no, you're talking about T-Dub, right?
T-Dub, yes. What's up? Where is he?
He doesn't yell though, does he? No.
He loses his cool quicker than you do. Let's just say it that way.
He's
He used to, but he chilled right out.
Yeah, I used to lose my cool a bit too. Maybe you are right. Like I used to lose my cool a bit. It doesn't really bother me anymore.
Yeah, is T-Dub around?
He's around somewhere, but we haven't seen him.
Yeah, we miss him. He's taking a break at the moment. just to fix up a few things, and he'll be back hopefully soon.
Amphibious J, are you there?
What's up, brother? I'm not by my mic, but I can be.
Yeah. I was just, I don't know whether you came into it when I was having a break or you've been around for a while. Do you have a different
No,
name or?
no, don't let him lie to you. He hasn't been here that long. He's a
I'm
Glober.
I'm pretty new, and yeah, I can't see how it's a flat Earth.
You can see? Is that what you said? You can see how it is?
No, I believe in the globe model.
Oh, you do? Okay. All right. But I heard you arguing with the Globers before. You just don't like their bad arguments.
Yeah, I hate when they straw man flat Earth.
Yeah, fair enough.
But yeah, I mean, NASA wouldn't lie to us. I got a NASA T-shirt and everything. Like,
Have you?
Is it rainbow colored?
still have posters. Oh, this is pre-Pride days. I need to update. But yeah, it's got like a Nutella. The new one's got like a Nutella sticker on it or something.
Hey, Matrix, we're just messing with you, man. I think he's a valued in the home server.
It's Timbo. Yeah. Come on, Swole Dog.
Yeah, Timbo, I'm just kidding, man. I like to play
Yeah.
Glober, but
It gets difficult after a while, though, doesn't it?
yeah, it does. I'm a flatty.
Good to hear you. It was good to hear you arguing before, man. Very concise and to the point, right? Good.
Thanks, brother. Learn from the best, you guys.
Just yell out if you want to take it by yourself. When someone comes in, just say, I got this. Take it away.
Copy that. No, I know we're a lot of, bloodthirsty piranhas in here. And
Yeah.
I like to listen and learn how it's done. So
Yeah, it's good though when you get, like a half-hour conversation by yourself with someone else, one-on-one. Kind of good. Good to listen to as well. Easy listening. I think
Timbo, if you don't mind,
yeah.
you care to share your origin story?
Oh, all right. So maybe I started looking at this. Got some algorithms pop up in YouTube. Maybe 2012, 13, around that time.
Whoa, nice.
Started looking into it. I didn't join this server till I think it was 2019. But yeah, it was a lot of years of nah, that can't happen, nah.
Greetings, gentlemen.
What's up, man?
I actually became a flat earther like not too many days ago. What is it, like 2 days ago? Yeah.
Yeah, what did you do? What made you become a flat earther?
I mean, honestly, like I just flipped a coin and heads was I'll become a flat earther. And this was on heads, yeah. Cause I like thought about it.
You know what's crazy, man? That's
Yeah, go
not the
ahead.
first time I've heard that explanation.
Really?
Yeah, I probably hear it about 1 out of every 50 of y'all.
You don't take me as a brother? Okay.
I consider you a sheep. Yeah, I'll look over you.
As a sister?
No, he can be a brother. We just got to teach you all the secret handshakes and stuff first.
Yes, thank you. But
Don't
you know
tell him
what?
that, man. I don't want him to know the password.
There's a password. But you know what, bro? I like thought about it. Doesn't make a difference for me. Like I was here a couple days ago. It doesn't make a difference for me if I believe it's a globe or like a rectangular flat Earth. You know. So like I just am a
Well, we're
flat
not
Earther.
really into a shape, right? Like
Huh?
it could be.
What do you say?
It could be any shape. We just don't know. I said it could be any shape. We don't know what the shape is, right?
Yeah, but it's flat.
Correct.
Right. We just know that what we can observe and measure is flat.
Yeah.
I'll give you a little context here. I talked to this guy a couple of days ago, or maybe even yesterday, and we presented the laser tests, and I think he accepted it. So I don't know what's going to happen, but I think, Gert, if you want to, you can hang around and listen to the discussion in here and, get some more answers.
I mean, yeah. Thank you, bro. Thank you for accepting me. And like, thank you to everyone, bro. Like DJ knows me here, and like, there's a couple of people who called me the R word that remember me. Yeah, bro, I'm a flat earther. I'm one of you guys. You want to call me a brother?
You can't be that until you can successfully steelman our arguments to somebody else when they come in here. If you can
So
present
I
a
got a
laser,
debate.
yeah, you got a debate.
I'll be your brother without debating.
I gotta say this though, okay?
That makes me sad.
I'll say this, okay? I'm glad that you saw that and observed that, and you recognize that, like, there should be some form of curvature that's measurable on the surface of the Earth in order to make it a ball. So I'm glad that you recognize that. But yeah, man, like, it's the first step, right, to many more steps.
Yeah, bro. Face is
It
fake.
and you're right. Overall, possibly, it may not mean anything, right? Whether it's flat or round. But if you know where you live, right, then you can do things around where you live, right? You can start like cleaning things up and organizing things and making things work for you, and you just have a better sense of the environment around you. So when I
Oh.
Oh, is it boring you?
No, I'm. It's 11. I'm tired. 12 actually midnight. I live in Finland. I'm just tired. It's not boring.
Yeah, I
Very
didn't think
interesting.
that guy was genuine.
I
I
am
don't know about
genuine.
you
Quiz me
guys, but
right
like,
now.
it's in the voice, guys. You don't even need to listen to the
Oh,
words.
quiz me. Quiz
It's
me.
the voice and the mannerisms that give it away.
I'm with Peter.
Guys,
I'm
quiz
surprised
me.
most of us here, most of you guys, because it's not me, haven't learned this lesson over the years. That like, when a bro comes in with this type of voice, you know, come on.
I keep
All
asking you
right,
to
Peter.
quiz me.
Yeah, Peter, quiz him or someone.
All right, bro.
But wait, say it slowly so I can chat GPT it. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so what is the radius of the globe that is claimed?
Yeah, I'll tell you that right now. 6.3 kilometers.
6.3 kilometers. Okay, so it's a very tiny ball, right? We could drive to the other side in like what, 15 minutes? I mean, 6.3
Sure.
kilometers is like what, 4 miles? So the radius of the Earth is 4 miles.
Okay.
Why do I need to fly to Europe for 10 hours?
Because the flight patterns are different because of the globe.
Okay, so the
and the way
radius
it's
is
shaped.
6 kilometers, you said. So the
Yeah.
circumference would be 2 pi, that's 6 times 6, 36 kilometers. Dude, I should be able to ride the bicycle around the world in like an hour.
Yeah, but we don't fly straight.
See, this is a waste of time, this guy. Alright, can we just mute him maybe?
Yeah, because when you fly with an
He's not
airplane.
gonna shut up on his own.
Yeah, what's funny is
made a very
trying to
good point.
troll as a flat earther, but he didn't even know his own globe model that he's
6
obviously
kilometer
bought
radius.
into.
He's not even listening, right? If he listened to my words, 6 kilometer radius.
They
3
fly a
orders
great
of
circle
magnitude
route.
off. 3 orders of
They
magnitude
fly in a
off.
circle route. They don't fly like straight. Like
Do
a
we have
flat.
some? Do we have a better? Is there a better globe champion around here?
I just told you, bro.
This is the best the globe can produce.
Yeah, it's a great circle flight route.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it is a great circle of 2 kilometers.
Yeah, again, it's a great circle flight path.
Well
So,
done, bro. Well done. The globe is proud of you.
You can search what's a great circle route.
You're gonna be in the Globe Hall of Fame right next to Neil deGrasse Tyson.
So the circumference is 40 kilometers?
No. So you actually search up what's a great circle route. You would understand why it takes 10 hours to fly to Europe.
He's not engaging even on the best, like, most simplest questions.
Well, a globe with a 6.3 kilometer radius would be 40 kilometers all the way around.
Yeah, but when you fly, you don't fly straight, you dingbat. You
Bro,
fly
did
in a
you
great
hear
circle
what
route.
Sheepy Dog and I are saying? 40 kilometers in circumference. Does that sound like a lot to you? 40 kilometers?
No.
Right? I can ride this on my bike in like 2 hours, right? So
I
something's
don't
off.
think you can, but yeah, someone can.
Okay, your mom can you look it up real quick
Yeah,
for
she
us
can.
what the radius of the globe is?
The radius of the globe? Yeah, I just told you,
Yeah.
didn't I?
6 kilometers. And your final answer.
No, 6.3.
6.3 kilometers. That was the problem.
Oh,
Final
rounded up to
answer, yes?
6.4, yeah.
Final answer. Would you bet some money on that it's not 6.3 kilometers?
Yeah, I would bet.
Okay, how much?
We don't bet.
How much?
50,
Sheepy Dog.
50 rupees.
Okay, how about this? If you lose the bet, you'll never come to this VC again for a year.
But you said how much money, and I just told you.
Yeah, okay,
money.
but
So
we don't bet
you're
money
being
here.
a
So
hypocrite.
if you
You're going
lose, you
against
don't come
yourself.
here for a year. If I lose, I don't come here for a year. Your
Yeah,
claim is the radius of the globe, as claimed by
No.
scientists, is 6.3 kilometers.
But I do want to come back here.
Dude,
I know,
listen
so
carefully
I'm
now.
asking you for
Okay,
the
I'm gonna
final
mute
time.
both
Are
of you
you?
then.
are you
Are you gonna
making
listen?
this decision?
Peter, don't encourage
Yes.
people to leave the chat. We use them as Glober bait, okay? The more people are in here, the more Glober comes. You cannot do that.
Okay, fine, but
Wait,
this
you're using
guy's
me as
really
bait?
horrible. Yeah.
Yeah, but we
All right,
can
can you,
mute him if we don't like him. But he's Glober bait right now.
All right. Well, enjoy, Sam.
They
all right,
like to
can you
hide in the
explain,
big herds.
Yeah, ask me. Ask me
Timbo?
anything,
Where
I
you
got
going?
you.
All right, explain a sunset.
I got you. Like, do you want it in a simple way or like a complex?
I don't hear the keys clicking on your keyboard.
Yeah, I'm not gonna search it up. What's the point?
So, Steel Man a sunset.
In a simple way or a complex way?
The best way you can. Come on.
Well, we have to get specific here.
Dude, I'm just blown away that you're amazed that you can do 40K in 2 hours, dude.
I don't think he
That's
can.
only 12. Dude, that's only 12 and a half miles an hour, dude. People can run the Boston Marathon in like 2.5 hours, dude.
How many dudes are you gonna say, dude? Like,
I'm trying to get some manliness to rub
okay, wait.
off on
I
you.
just wrote it in ChatGPT, so let me read it. A sunset is not the sun moving down. It only looks that way. What's actually happening is the Earth is rotating as your position turns away from the sun, and the sun drops below your horizon. That's why everyone's on Earth experience sunrise and sunset at different times. If the sun were truly moving around you locally, would be set as a consistent,
Are these your
predictable
reading
times
skills?
across the
Seriously?
globe. But yeah, I'm not American, brother. Like, why are you making fun of me? Wow.
I'm not.
Okay, good point.
Well,
Good point. Real
I
quick,
Wow.
am
So so
American,
so
but
saw you were
so you really judge people like me? Wow. I'll read it further. But it does because it's your position changing at the sun. Oh, I'm actually pretty bad at the sun
hold
changing
up,
direction.
hold
Yeah,
up.
there
you
we go,
read
bro.
quietly? Do
You know,
you have that skill of reading quietly, or you always read out loud everything?
I just wanted to read it for you.
When you go to like Subway, you look at the menu and you read it out loud, like
No,
large
but you wanted an
meals and
answer.
stuff.
Someone wanted an answer, so I read it for them.
yeah, first you said you weren't gonna clickety clack on your keyboard to look it up, but then you
Yeah,
did exactly
I'm
that.
reading from
And
a
then
script that I
first,
wrote.
okay, so you wrote this, and then you parroted the globe doctrine to us. We didn't want that. I thought you were trying to convince us you're a flat earther.
Oh, that's what you wanted? I'm sorry. I tried to explain
Is
it.
that not
I
what
have.
you are trying to do?
You're right. That's when I said you quiz me. But I thought you guys, but I thought you guys didn't take me as a brother of yours, so I thought I wasn't accepted anymore.
Well, you said to quiz you.
Flat earthers can't quiz anybody.
I have
Watch
a
this.
I have a
Look
different
at
script wrote down. You want me to read it?
What do you want to be quizzed on?
Huh?
He already failed miserably. I'm through.
You
I know,
want
but
the globe or
what
the
did you?
flat Earth? I have both.
No, I mean, what did you want to be quizzed on, rather than what you were quizzed on? Did you understand the question?
Who's dummy here? I don't. No name dummy.
No, I didn't say dummy. I said, did you not understand my question?
Oh. Say again.
What did you want to be quizzed on, rather than what you were quizzed on?
I wanted to be quizzed on like the flat Earth.
Okay. How many words is that?
I wanted to be.
No, I mean
quizzed.
flat Earth. How many words
Flat
is
Earth.
that?
That
Yeah.
is. Depends.
Flat Earth is how many words?
Flat Earther or flat Earth?
They're just flat Earth.
Trying to think. That's two. I mean, no, that's one.
It's just one?
Yeah.
So it's not the word flat and the word earth? Is that 1 and 2?
Oh yeah, that's two.
Which of those two words is a shape?
See, you really.
It's gonna get you on a technicality.
No, you're trying to do mental gymnastics. And I
No,
know
I'm not
this
trying to do
is-
anything. I'm just quizzing you. That's it. There's no right or wrong answer. You can make random chicken sounds if you want. There is you
Rough.
could.
Rough.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay.
Earth.
You
I mean, no, flat. That's a shape. That's a shape.
can, flat is a shape.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just
Like,
repeating back. I'm not
closer.
quizzing.
It's closer to a shape than Earth. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So are shapes, are they nouns or adjectives?
Verbs.
Shapes are verbs.
Yeah. Why are you quizzing me?
You said you wanted to be quizzed, so I was just giving what you want. But if you don't want to, just withdraw consent.
But like you're like complicated because like in either Earth or flat is a shape. You know. Like you're playing hard to get.
No, a shape would be a noun, a person, place, or thing. Flat would be an adjective describing the noun.
Oh, so it's Earth.
You could say flat could be a noun if you're talking about like an apartment complex.
You guys are talking about a whole lot of nothing.
No, what he wanted to be quizzed if he's a flat earther or not. The key ID feature I would use for a flat earther is can they even define flat or earth?
Yeah, I can.
Okay,
I think they don't have option C in their culture. You know the implied option C, which is none of the above.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah,
You want me to tell you what Earth is flat?
Which one of these? If you say which one of these is a cat, a car, or a motorcycle, he'll be like, "That's a tough one. Which one is a cat?"
I mean,
I have a
that is
question for
tough
AI
one.
Overlord.
Because are you talking about like a car? I mean, a cat that's named a car. You know, like you gotta think about it. Not that simple. Like, not everything's like straightforward these days.
Can someone else chime in or no? Are we allowed to speak?
Yeah, you're allowed to do whatever you want to do. This is a free.
Yeah, so one of you guys for the flat earth is that nothing can travel through a vacuum. So let's get that understanding. Do you guys actually agree with that premise?
That what you said something about a vacuum?
Yeah, that nothing can travel through a vacuum, the vacuum of space.
What?
Do you agree with that premise?
I'll go with
Nobody
yes.
ever.
I'll just
Okay,
I'll see where this goes. Let's go with yes. Nothing can travel.
so why
What do you mean? Let's go with yes. Is that a yes?
Well, I'm trying to see where the conclusion is. Can we get to a conclusion?
You're trying to
Well, let's go with
change
no
your
then.
answer depending on what you think he's trying to say.
No, let's go with no then. How about we'll go
Or
with
like
no.
what do you actually believe?
Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm
yeah.
trying to.
Yeah, about space. Space
No,
doesn't
no.
exist. Other space is not a real thing.
No. That if things could move through a vacuum.
Yeah.
So if things can move through a vacuum, then they can move through a vacuum if they can move through a vacuum.
No. Do you think do you think that it is physically impossible or possible, or do you have no idea if things can move through vacuums?
There you go.
Okay, so my understanding of a vacuum that it would be an insulator, so nothing would be able to move through it.
Yeah, you're wrong. So you have a wrong understanding of a vacuum.
No, I know that's right because you can demonstrate this with like a Yeti cup.
Do you literally know that a vacuum sucks up stuff and it cleans or something?
Oh, vacuum. That's a vacuum cleaner. That's a different thing.
Suck things.
So yeah, when you have like a Yeti cup, you have like a hot or cold liquid, a thin vacuum, and then an outer layer. And the heat or the coldness from that liquid inside your Yeti cup cannot pass through that thin layer of a vacuum. just the energy of that alone should tell you. Look how thin. Because what's really interesting is there's this dude who was like an anti-flat earther, and he
Yeah,
was going to cut open a Yeti cup for science because he thought it was going to be some kind of like space age magical superfluid in there or something. In his mind, he didn't really understand how a Yeti cup worked. So when he cut it open, he was stumped. He's like, "What's going on here?" You know, like, and people in this comment section are like, "Dude, it's a vacuum." He goes, "Well,
you're
no,
going
it
on.
couldn't be a vacuum because the sun can transport heat like 93 million miles through a vacuum, so it couldn't be a vacuum." And people like on his
Science,
side, on the like people who think Earth is a globe, are telling him in chat, like in his like his YouTube chat, dude, it's a thin vacuum. That's how a Yeti cup works. And he's calling them flat earthers. He's calling
Whoever
them
triggered
retarded.
crit is responsible for this.
He's calling them retarded and whatnot. So eventually he was able to figure it out that that's the way Yeti cup worked because someone sent him a link about how, you know, the like the specs, the engineering specs of a Yeti cup.
So Crit, that experiment, that
Wait.
pseudoscientific, is how you, bro. It's my
Sorry.
question.
Go.
You
guys
didn't
are all
create the
stepping
question.
over each other.
Yeah, yeah. Let me handle this. I got this. I'm smarter than you. Okay. So you just created a pseudoscience experiment in order to explain that the vacuum works the way that you assume it works, but it doesn't work. Okay, but that experiment has zero correlation because the hot or cold liquid can't pass through the vacuum layer. Like even understanding your experiment was very difficult, but it's not an accurate experiment. So Crit, the existence of sunlight in itself is proof that things can travel through a vacuum because the sun is in outer space, and the fact that sunlight reaches us proves that sunlight can travel through a vacuum. So the problem is that you guys don't know what a vacuum is because a vacuum is the absence of matter, and they work by blowing air. Okay, so it doesn't suck air; it blows air. So it's matterless space. It's no air. So you guys believe that rockets should not be able to travel through a vacuum because rockets use air to travel, but that's simply not how rockets work. This is how airplanes work. Rockets carry oxidizers inside of their rockets, and they expel exhaust gas one way, which propels the rocket the other way. So I just proved to you that a rocket can travel through a vacuum. So you can put that claim to rest and never use it again. You're welcome.
What claim is that?
That nothing can travel through a vacuum.
Yeah, nothing can travel through a vacuum.
But I just proved to you that a rocket can, and sunlight can, and infrared rays can, gamma rays can.
No, you said a bunch of words. You didn't demonstrate. You'd prove it with a demonstration, a practical demonstration.
Oh, so because I can't prove it to you like a kindergartner, I can't explain it to you like you're in kindergarten? I'm sorry, your brain is incapable.
Yeah, what proved it to you? How about just what got you to convince yourself that you can travel
Like
through a
building
vacuum?
kids, like in high school,
the properties of math and physics. This was just explained to you.
Wait, guys.
Yeah.
Do y'all literally know that there's no point of talking about this because I'll learn about this when I'm an intern at NASA.
All right.
Okay.
Follow that then. Yeah. Don't talk about it.
Okay. Do you know what Newton's? Do you know what Newton's third law is? Third law of motion. No.
Holy cow! Wow.
At all?
Yeah, answer him, dude. He's
Do
quizzing
you know
here.
what it is? What happened to the chat?
Quiet.
Has everyone disappeared?
No, he gave up. He gave up.
No, you. I'm asking you.
Me? Oh no, this has nothing to do with me.
Yeah, it does.
This is
Do you know
internal.
what Newton's third law? Yeah. Do you know what Newton's
No,
third law of motion?
this is internal. This is globe on globe violence.
No. Do you know what
Yeah.
I'm just asking you a question.
Oh, he's asking him.
Yeah, that was for you, angry Muslim. You got to answer the question. What's Newton's third law?
He's asking you, brother.
No, it's for you. That question's for you.
Almost basic law. You learned that in first grade. Every action equal opposite reaction.
All right, there we go.
Yeah, which is exactly why rockets work in a vacuum. Because the action is the oxidized exhaustion coming out from the rear of the rocket, which then creates a reaction that propels the rocket forward towards the moon, which is how we landed on the moon.
Oh, we?
So now that you know how science
Yeah, because
works, how you feel?
I've been told that the rocket has to take off. It can't go straight up, because if it goes straight up, it won't get the appropriate speed to break gravity. So they have to take off and then cut to the side, so they have more time to push off the atmosphere to gain more and more speed, so they can break the force of gravity. Straight up.
Okay, but I'm just
If they
sure that you
if they
understand.
just go straight up, they won't. There's not enough time to gain enough speed to overcome gravity.
But Craig,
So by
the
your
conversation.
logic, you broke that doesn't work, because your logic would be as soon as they lift it off, their speed would automatically just take them away. It'd be like up and away, like Superman.
Correct. My
So this is
logic
why
was simply that things.
this is why like the
through a
best
vacuum.
thing you could do is try to get a job at NASA, like apply there and see, and at least it'll give them something to laugh at as you try to stumble your way through just like in your worldview, kindergarten level answers. But they'll say, "Hey, why do we launch rockets in a parabolic arc?" And they'll tell you, this is like Newton's cannonball. This is another Newton thing that you probably never heard of, never even heard about Newton's cannonball. So this is why it drives you into these very weird questions that you also lack any understanding of. Because the best,
You remind me of this guy named Billy
the
Carson.
only
Like when
thing
you're
for a rocket to get you close to a rocket, it would be to clean it. That's as close as you'll ever get to a rocket. Like one outside of a museum that you'll clean off the bird shit. That's as close as you'll ever get to a rocket. Because otherwise, it would be a Darwin Award. Putting you anywhere near anything explosive would be a Darwin Award.
You know, when I'm angry and I'm screaming at the phone, you never mute me. But when I'm calm, level-headed, and explaining science to you, you get offended. Why is that?
You're not explaining anything, dude.
I
You
just
ask
explained
some
to you how vacuum.
questions. Yeah, you have no idea.
I didn't ask.
You have no
I
idea
didn't
how
ask
these things
anything.
work.
Okay. Well, fair.
Nothing moves through a vacuum. You know this. You can demonstrate this. They use vacuums to isolate, to make an isolated system.
Nothing moves through a vacuum in
You can do
your
this at
world.
home. You can demonstrate this to yourself today.
Well,
That
clearly you can't.
a vacuum can insulate sound. It can insulate energy. A vacuum is very powerful insulator because nothing moves through it.
Electromagnetic waves do.
But don't forget, when we asked him this question earlier, he said, "I'll just say yeah, but then I'll say no." So he really didn't have this stance.
The best part was I wanted to see if you can get to a conclusion that has something
Still,
other than me. It's called controlling variables. I want to be able to control as many variables as possible so you're able to get to a conclusion where it's you and the topic, not me and you.
Okay, so let's run the laser through a vacuum and see if we can see the laser in the vacuum. Do you think we can see it? Because we can test this out right now. I have a vacuum here, and I can buy a laser right now from Family Dollar if you'd like. So we can prove that light can travel through a vacuum. So your statement is false. Can you just say I'm wrong? It's okay to be wrong, dude. This is what education is. You grow up as a kid and you don't know what 1 + 1 is, and then you're taught that it's 2. It's okay. You lack the understanding of how vacuums and rockets work. I used to as well.
Yeah, you still do.
Hold on,
We
is
now
this
know
a
better.
contention that electromagnetic waves can travel through volumes of extremely low density?
No, he's thinking that light is a matter, not a wave. Yeah,
It doesn't matter, but
too.
like, do we agree that electromagnetic waves travel through volumes of extremely low density? I mean, there is.
I'm not trying to drive
You can test this yourself. 3 hours from where I live, there's LIGO, which has 10 to the negative 9 torr, extremely low density tunnels through which lasers are shot back and forth. That's not a contention. I think that's a misunderstanding on somebody's part. And once you trigger crit like this, he goes into the mystic mode and you can't stop him. So be careful, dude.
I still respect Crit. Doesn't make him any more or less intelligent than I am. And I think we can move forward with a new understanding of how vacuums work. And we could stop using
Just
that as an
answer his
explanation.
questions going forward to the point. All right, one at a time. He has a plan. He has a script he's going to walk you through. So answer them to the point and don't trigger these tangents, or we're going to be here for like the next 3 days without food or water.
Does anyone else have any questions that I can help them gain an understanding of how it actually works?
Do you get the news of the day, science and space news?
Sometimes.
Oh yeah, okay.
Keeping up
What do
with
you think? What do you think of
evolution.
today? The news for today?
Something about an alien UFO or something like that? Is that what's in the news?
No, the one I sent you. The government secretly tested biological weapons. The citizens of San Francisco paid the price.
That's pretty insane, but it has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. So the government can be full of shit and the globe can still exist. Two things can be true.
Yeah, I mean, what's your take on that? That the U.S. government tested biological weapons on an unsuspecting population.
I think that's awesome. Gives us an advantage against our adversaries.
Oh man. I don't think we should test biological weapons against our own civilians.
Well, see, Peter will say that until he.
And how will we know if it works when it comes, wartime? Let's say, God forbid, how will we know if they work? I'm trying to look at the bright side here, Crit, because you're going to take us down this nihilistic path of mysticism, and I'm trying to prevent that. So I'm looking at the bright side. Also, Crit, you should know better not to go off topic, right? The title of the VC is not "What do we think about global events and the government?"
No, it's a flat Earth AMA, or make a claim to debate.
Right, but don't talk about stuff unrelated to the shape of the Earth.
Where's that at?
Now you're playing dumb. There's plenty of VCs here on this server dedicated to these topics.
Dedicated to what
Crit,
topic?
is it true that years ago you told me that you applied for NASA and got accepted?
No, I never. I applied to NASA and they told me there's no space.
That's a good one.
That's funny. That's very funny.
Yeah, so right here's our rules. We'll go over it for Peter's sake, since he seems to be lagging behind the ball here. He's behind the cue ball. So the first question we ask here is, you ever get the feeling that something isn't right with the world?
That's you. That's what you ask, because you're.
Yeah, that's our number
mystic.
one question. That's our number one question for Flat Earth.
No, the number one question is, what shape do you think the Earth is?
The introductory question. The introductory question to this topic. Have you ever get the feeling that something isn't right with the world? That's
yes, I do get that feeling when you go.
So that's why it's important to look up things that you know are wrong. So then you got people who have a solid understanding of right and wrong. See, your moral compass is fucked up, because you would say testing biological weapons on the unwitting population, that's good in your eyes. So that would be right with the world. That's not functionally normal. So that is a disqualification from this topic. When you see something horribly wrong and you see it as objectively right, there would be a disqualifying worldview.
Well, I just said I'm happy that my government is testing its
Yeah,
technology
so that
before
would
it
be
deploys
a
it.
disqualification.
That's what I'm doing right now. I'm writing unit tests, okay, before I deploy code to production. That's the way to do it.
So then our next thing is we're here to have an honest respect about the nature of Earth.
Yeah, and not about biological weapons or space mysticism.
Yeah, that's what the topic is about, being right or wrong.
My God.
So the first question is there some kind of common ground where people they can call balls and strikes?
Yes, it's the overview effect. We know that you use this
Not the
VC just
overview.
as
The
an excuse
overview
to talk about
overview
space
effect has
mysticism and
nothing to do
overview
with flat
effect.
Earth. That's
Yeah,
all.
you're counting 3, 2, 1 until Crit starts talking
It has
about
nothing to do with.
overview effect, what
You're
some
the
NASA guy
only
said, that they
person.
prayed on the moon.
You're the only person who's mentioned this. Just you.
Yeah, because I'm foreshadowing what's inevitable.
Yeah, the overview effect has nothing to do with flat Earth. The overview effect is seeing the Earth from space. That is
I'm going to
not
share
a flat Earth
something with you,
topic.
Crit. If you ever wanted to hurt me, you know how they put people in Gitmo and they played them like death metal music 24/7? It'd be sitting in a cell and having you preach to me for like a week without a break. I don't think I could survive that.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with anything.
It would be the perfect psychological torture to apply to me. I would give up. I would give up 3 hours into it. I would spill all
Space
this.
is fun.
Here's what happens when someone's worldview breaks. They just start talking about people with a TMZ BuzzFeed. Top 10 flat earthers. Number 1 will surprise you.
My God.
Here's Peter talking about the top 10 flat earthers that could break him in a torturing event. No, see, my worldview is like, no, thank you, Peter. No, thank you. Someone says, hey, torture this dude to get him to give up all his global secrets. No, thank you. You can't get blood from a turnip. You got anything else?
Let me think.
All right.
No, if I say anything else, it's gonna come off condescending and
No, that's
grayish.
okay, dude. Offense is taken, not given. As long as you're not trying. I mean, I've been called far much worse, by far much better, and
Yes,
it had
yes.
no effect at all, 0 effect.
Ball.
Now, you
I think it
could
takes ball.
you could run.
So.
You could try to be as nasty and as toxic as you want. You'll run out of breath before I give a shit.
Interesting.
So fire
Dude,
away.
Please use this opportunity to calm Crit down. Let him wind down a little bit.
I think Crit's fine. It is a bit awkward not to hear you guys like Babylon and try to defend against what I just said about the vacuum. But it's so clear that what I said is true that you guys pretty much can't.
Yeah, nothing moves through a
You guys.
vacuum.
Well,
Do you guys
good
want to
news is
grab?
that vacuums don't exist. Okay, we can settle it this way. Nobody claims vacuum exists. not in the flat Earth reality, and not in the globe model. Okay, what does exist, and you can induce it yourself, or you can go to certain locations, are volumes of extremely low density. Right? Like, we know that's true. Humans can make volumes of extremely low density. If you go high enough from the surface of the Earth, there are volumes of very low density. That's it. And yeah, electromagnetic waves go through those. So eliminate vacuum from your vocabulary. You're gonna remove. I'm talking to the other guy. You're gonna remove a whole branch of that.
So one way you can tell that space is not a vacuum, outer space, when you look up there, you can stay internal into the globe model. They tell you that the premise that water, what does water do in the vacuum? Let's see if you know, before I jump the shark here.
If my memory serves me right, water can't move through a vacuum.
No, what happens to water in the vacuum?
I really don't even recall if it can even I don't know, honestly.
It boils. Water will boil in the vacuum.
Okay.
So what they tell you though is those comets are giant balls of ice. So what they got you is to accept the contradiction. A, they tell you water will boil in the vacuum. But B, those things you see in the sky called comets are as water in a vacuum that's frozen. And they detect it as a comet because it gets close to the sun and it heats up. And that tail behind you is all the water vapor, like all the stuff melting off it. And you're like, huh. So the thing that shouldn't exist in your vacuum exists in your vacuum and doesn't exist in your vacuum at the same time. And they're like, yep, that's right. You got it. And it's moving. And they're like, yep, it's moving. It's being pulled towards the sun. Yep. And then it moves away from the sun too. Yep. Does all that.
Yeah. So I was wrong. Water can exist in a vacuum. It just changes form. So I was thinking of liquid water, but ice, water vapor, liquid water is like unstable in a vacuum. It boils, it evaporates, like you said, but it can absolutely exist if it's cold enough. Water vapor can also exist. That's why comets have water in space. The vacuum doesn't destroy the water. It's so cold that the water stays frozen. You know, like the comets are very far away from the sun. Yeah, so there's no problem there. But that was a good effort. I mean, you're thinking critically. I give you that.
Yeah, you also got astro. That's why they have to put astro in front of physics, because you have physics, real world physics you can demonstrate here on Earth, and they have to contradict these laws of nature to put an astro in front of it, so they can contradict all the things you know to be true. It's opposite day when you go to outer space. Here on Earth, physically, water freezes under pressure and boils once you lose pressure. Astrophysically, you switch the wires there. Here on Earth,
because
explosions
different
destroy. Astrophysically, explosions create. You got this big bang. Yeah, the Big Bang cosmology. Like boom,
the Big Bang.
there it is.
The Big Bang works. We know how planets form. We know how stars form.
Yeah, so you've got astrophysically, when you blow something up, that makes something, that you're making something, that creates. Physically on Earth, when you blow something up, it's that's destroying it. This is why on Earth, belief is not required. You know these things are true, but when you start putting astro in front of everything, suddenly it requires all kinds of different belief systems that really end up with contradictions. You're going from one contradiction to the next.
Well, Crit, the Big Bang doesn't say that things blow up and created everything. That's not how physicists describe it.
That's exactly how they describe it. A
No,
big bang.
the universe is expanding from an extremely hot, dense state, and as it
Yeah, a
expanded
bang.
and cooled, yeah. So
A
you didn't
big,
want to hear it.
a
You
big
didn't.
bang.
And I'm not saying this is like how it happened. Like I can't prove this for myself. I won't be foolish enough to say that. But that isn't what the Big Bang says occurs. We don't just blow something up and create things from it. You know about the expanding universe, Crit. Don't be malicious here. Don't be malicious here.
Malicious.
Yeah, like we just blow things up and made things. But on Earth, when we blow things up, we destroy things. Yeah, but that's not what the Big Bang is. It's the rapid expansion of these particles. That's what the Big Bang is.
When can
You
they
guys
ever
are
touch?
you don't know what a vacuum is. You don't know what the Big Bang is. You don't you don't know anything really in science,
Yeah.
and that's
So basically,
okay.
no, that's what I'm saying. On Earth, you know things through science by manipulating variables to determine cause and effect. Astrophysically, space-based science, you never know anything. The more you know, it's like the more you don't know. You get to like one state of confusion into a next state of confusion.
Get to the moon. We first have to test it out on Earth. We create labs. We create vacuums and figure out how propulsion works. This is how we created the rocket. You think we created the rocket in outer space?
No, it's a weapon. People created the rocket as a weapon.
It's a weapon.
Yeah.
Oh man. Don't spiral again.
That's why it was created. It was created as a weapon. So like this is where you get circular reasoning here. Proof the Earth is a globe.
Do you have a degree? Crit, do you have a degree?
Yeah, I have a degree.
And what?
The legal process. It's like a paralegal degree.
Interesting. Not a STEM degree, but a paralegal degree. So you're
a paralegal degree. It's like a
debate.
bachelor's degree that you would get before you would go to law school.
Well, that makes sense to why everyone listens to you. You debate well, but you're not intelligent. This is why you didn't go for a STEM field like I did.
Do you know how many legal briefs were written about flat Earth?
Doesn't matter. These people aren't experts in the.
How many legal briefs were written about flat Earth?
Probably 0.
There's 3.
Oh, well, probably a bunch. I'm sorry, probably a bunch because people write things for no reason.
Yeah, so there's 3 of them. I mean, they wouldn't say they're written exactly for flat Earth, but they reference in the brief. They reference flat Earth. The first one is about how to argue from a losing position, how to present a case from a losing position, and it references flat Earth in the brief. A next one is about science and why science is so difficult to present in court. It has to do with the cost, the unadulterated cost of presenting expert testimony, scientific testimony in court. And the last one is a brief about storytelling and how the art of being able to tell a story and connect to a jury or a judge is how you win a case. And this is why you've got people in flat Earth like Zen Garcia, who's been to court many times and just dunked on globalists.
Who's this Zen Garcia guy? Do you know?
He wrote. Just look on Amazon. He's written bibliography about his legal exploits with flat Earth and whatnot.
Did you sell him a book?
Yeah, he's got like some ridiculous amount of books. He's got like 30 books or something, all on this topic.
Isn't that usually how scammers work? They say buy my book. Isn't that usually how that works?
Yeah,
You're
maybe.
a critical thinker. You need to use that brain of yours. Do you think Billy Carson's evidence of the Emerald Tablets is you should purchase his book, or is he a flat out fraud?
Yeah, that would be a religion. That'd be something else.
Yeah, you have to analyze these people. You can't just say, hey, this guy went through this and he said this, therefore it's true. No, find out who this guy is, if he's a reputable source, and then go there.
Yeah, so Zen Garcia said, I went to court and I won.
We have proof.
He went to court?
And
yeah,
won.
all the documents are available.
Interesting. I won't reject your it's fine. I don't believe it, but
Why don't you just look it up? Zen
exactly.
Garcia. ZenGarcia. Zen Garcia Flat Earth Document Court.
Okay. Zen Garcia Flat Earth Document Court. Let me Google that. It's interesting. Let's find out who this guy is leading the people
You can look
astray.
at the judgment in the case. The judge ruled in favor of Flat Earth.
Really?
Yeah, 3 times. So it's like knock knock.
Really? Wow. So the judge came to that conclusion. Therefore, the Earth is flat. Is a judge a scientist?
Nope. No, it's knock knock. You know how to play? You know the knock knock joke?
Mm-hmm.
So you say
who's there?
Yeah, Owen.
Owen who?
Owen 3. So how many court cases has Zen Garcia won?
I'm looking into it right now, dude.
Okay.
Funny though how this doesn't make it to the top of search engines when you Google Flat Earth.
Yeah, it's one of the things that they were, a lot of the anti-flat earthers are freaking out over. The judge didn't say the Earth is flat. No, he said that the plaintiff failed to prove his case that he presented evidence that the Earth is a globe. He didn't win. He didn't win the contest. He failed to demonstrate the Earth is a globe. Had nothing to do with flat Earth at all. Zen Garcia was offering mucho dinero for any proofs that the Earth is a globe.
Hey, bro, we live on a spinning ball.
Then present your proof when ready.
But yeah, the judge, I'm looking at
90-minute laser test.
Evidence and never this flat. But you guys took the flat earther won in court versus the glober and mentally translated, and the judge concluded the Earth is. That's not what
I said at all. That's not what I said at all. I just got done telling you that the plaintiff, I can't think of his name right now, some comment like Matt Smith or whatever. He said his claim was he proved the Earth was a globe. Zen Garcia said, no, you didn't demonstrate the Earth was a globe. So then he's like, I will take you to court because my proof of the globe is proof of the globe. Then they went to court, and the first court case was fucking hilarious. The guy tried to get the judge as a witness. Like, come on. We all know the Earth is a globe. And the judge is like, what is wrong with you, dude? You can't call me as your witness. That's
Bro,
not
you need to go to law school.
That's not how court works. So then they
like the way you
he dismissed the case, and the guy refiled. He refiled and sued Garcia again. And this time when he went to court, he brought some sort of stripped down Google Earth model. and he
None
presented
of
the.
this
I've seen that court
is
case.
Then he presented the model, and then Zen Garcia, in his defense, said that is a model. I'm not. The terms of it was to present proof of the Earth, not a model. Like, so anyone can model anything to do anything at all. You know, I'm paraphrasing because it was a bit more words than this. And the judge is like, yes, you asked for demonstrable proof that the Earth is a globe, and he presented not that. So
exactly, and
he
now
sides with Zen Garcia a second time. So rather than this globe card just taking the L, he decided to take he decided to take Zen Garcia to court again.
Yeah,
the third time.
So he was wow.
Yeah, and then the judge ended up ruling in favor of Zen Garcia a third time with prejudice. He tells the guy that, yeah, like if you ever contract with Zen Garcia again, it's automatically going to be in favor of Zen Garcia. Like
Wow.
you will not waste the court's time with this nonsense anymore. It basically
He
said
should have got it.
you are going to be held in contempt of court if you bring this to my, if you bring this to my courtroom one more time. But the guy was just basically said, "You're done."
Yeah.
And he still
So
plays
basically,
it. So rather than take these 3 court cases to understand he was wrong, he didn't present proof of the globe. They just started talking about the judge. The judge is an idiot. The judge is this. The judge didn't do that. The judge did that.
yeah.
This is how their minds are such conspiracy theorists that they have to find some excuse for why they're so fucked up that they thought for
Craig, can I
sure.
get
What?
and you can
No, go ahead.
confirm it is?
What?
So basically, some intelligent person who knows that the Earth is a globe came to court and tried to prove it using whatever information he used. That information wasn't sufficient to prove the Earth is a globe, and the judge ruled for him. Is that correct?
Yeah, it sounded a little awkward, but yeah, the way you worded that sounded. But yeah, you got it.
No, I read the history on this. It's a contract dispute, and he was ruled on whether or not he had fulfilled the fulfillments of a contract to prove it according to the rules that had been set out. So it's not about he didn't.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, dude. Like you gotta catch up. You're too slow. Like adding you to a conversation. Be like if we're talking about what we're gonna have for dinner, and you'd be talking about what you had for breakfast like a week ago, or like 3 weeks ago. You're too slow. Your thinking is too far behind.
Hey, Crit, to be fair, you spent 30 minutes explaining something that I just gave a synopsis of in 10 seconds. Come on now. Let's be fair here.
Yeah, I'm a little long-winded. I get that. That's one of the things I try to work on.
Do you guys believe in the globe Earth conspiracy?
Believe in what?
Do you believe in the globe Earth conspiracy?
A global conspiracy?
I think he's talking to me. Yeah, I believe the Earth is a globe. I don't think it's a. Well, I don't believe it. I don't know it, but yeah. You guys know it too, but you want to be special inside and feel good that you know some secret knowledge that everyone else doesn't. So you guys just run with that. People have been doing that for decades, though, so not surprising.
Is it all people? Like all people want to feel special?
Of course.
What if you
This is
are
why you guys.
special? Like science proved you're special. You are a snowflake. You are one kind. There'll never be another you. You were created uniquely, a special set of variables that made you one of a kind, a special snowflake.
Well, I want to believe I'm special, so I'm not going to say I'm not special.
No, you are.
But when you look
at science proved. Science proves
You
this,
realize
that you are a
99%.
special snowflake. There's only one in all of creation.
How?
That you'll
So are
only
monkeys special?
you are a special snowflake. Yes.
Crit. Monkeys special. We
Are
share
monkeys?
99% of. Yeah, we share 99% of our ancestral DNA with monkeys.
You're talking about like no, a monkey is completely different than a human. That's like not even the same.
No, it's not. We share 99% of DNA with monkeys. We aren't completely different.
You do.
Yeah, a monkey, let's say just one feature, like a monkey has tail. Do you have a tail?
Good try though. No.
Okay. Monkeys give birth feet first. Do humans give birth feet first?
I would prefer giving birth feet first. I think that's special if you ask me.
You know what they call that if a human gives a birth feet first?
What?
That's called breech. It's like a
Oof.
medical condition that it requires intervention because the baby and the mother could die.
Oof. Oh, good.
So how did that work out? If you evolved from a monkey, how many evolutionary steps changed feet first to head first?
It's a good question. I mean, it was a good question until you realize that science doesn't say we evolved from monkeys.
From a monkey. They say that you evolved from a monkey.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, really
No
it does.
one's
It's called the Denovians. There's a missing link called a Denovian. That's part man, part monkey. A mankey.
You're doing that Billy Carson stuff we were talking about earlier. If you're gonna say that science says this, you need to prove it. Science has never said
I
we
would say that
evolved.
science says it by itself. Like there's a thing that's around the universe with lips moving, talking. I'm saying the general working consensus is that there's a missing link that connects humans to monkeys, and this is called a mankey.
Okay, well, if you want to believe that, you be my guest.
That's ironic, man key. The key to the missing link.
Yeah, the mankey. You ever watch Futurama? You know the cartoon? You ever heard of it?
Yeah, I love that show.
There's an episode where Dr. Farnsworth is debating people, and this is like thousands of years in the future, where they've accepted God of the Bible, that they're created, and he's trying to present evidence like in a courtroom, so kind of similar to what we're talking about, that he wanted to update the textbooks so that they would include evolutionary training or education. And people are arguing with him and arguing with him and arguing with him. Finally, he decides he doesn't want to live on Earth anymore. The people are too dumb. They're too stupid. So he decides to find another planet to live on. Because he loses a court case. He gets trounced in court case about trying to present the missing link. So then he goes to another planet, and he's it's a waste. You know the episode I'm talking about?
Sounds familiar.
Okay.
I feel like I remember.
So he has like these robots that are going to terraform the planet to make it inhabitable. So they have to stay on their ship for a certain number of years until the planet can sustain life. So while they're on the ship, they weren't paying attention to what was going on. They're just kind of like looking, and it turned out that the robots evolved. They started off with these little sort of nanobots to clean up the environment and make it habitable. And by the time, after a couple of years went by, they're like full sentient beings. So he goes there to talk to them, and and now the court case flipped because he's saying that he's their creator, and they're telling him they evolved. So then, and He's like, no, seriously, I created you guys. And you started off as little nanobots that and you evolved into what you are today. But I created you. I was the first. I brought you to this planet, and they charge him with like a crime because they're like, no, we evolved. So then they decide to send him back to Earth as punishment. Do you get the joke there? Why it's funny? It's funny if you're scientifically. It's only funny if you're scientifically literate.
I tried to follow. I got a little lost. Texting someone. Sounds like a good episode though.
Oh my God! To summarize it, he created robots on a planet to make it habitable, and then when he went down there to live, they got into an argument and said that they evolved, and he said, "No, I created y'all," and so they kicked him off the planet.
Oh damn, it's crazy.
Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah, that'd be the TDL version. He left Earth because he lost a debate about creation, only to try to make his own world. And then when he said, "I created you guys," they kick him up. They kick him off.
By no means are you using a cartoon to explain the.
No, the reason why to use a cartoon. Remember, we talked about the legal brief about storytelling, the power, the raw power of storytelling, and why sci-fi. This is why Star Trek was so popular in the 1960s. They were able to address social issues outside of the political environment to defuse the ego. And people could start being real about, all the social change that was happening in the 1960s. And the same thing, modern day sci-fi does to showcase that Dr. Farnsworth was dead set that people of Earth are too dumb. He doesn't want to be around them. Only, ironically, for him to present their own arguments to another thing that he knows he created and watch them basically kick him off the planet because he's too dumb.
I get it.
Do you though?
He's pretending. He doesn't really get it.
Hey,
He just
I
wants
think
to
the
move
Earth
on.
is flat, man. I don't know.
Why would you say
When I
that?
eat my Chick-fil-A sandwich, I just imagine it being flat.
Why would you say the Earth is flat? Why would you do that?
I just told you, bro.
Why might I missed it?
Hey, Chick-fil-A boy.
Oh, he ate
Yeah,
Chick-fil-A?
the Chick-fil-A, bro.
Okay.
We need
My
to
pleasure.
start a protest to make them open on Sundays.
Yeah, I protested. Anyway, did you tell Debate Boy what was one of the alleged evidences that homie in the court presented to prove the globe?
Yeah, that's sort of like a stripped down mathematical model, that like a Timu version of Google Earth.
Ted was already explaining that he lost the case, so analyzing his evidence is useless because his evidence was poor, so poor that he lost the case.
Ron, you're wrong. You're wrong. Okay, let me explain it to you. He presented one of the quote unquote evidence he presented was a model of a bridge towers being out. Right? We hear that all the time in here. People come in, they say, "Hey, there's the globe because bridge towers are out at the top than the bottom." There's no evidence that they are. People just present a model that they are. They never actually provide evidence that they actually are. So yeah, models aren't proof of things.
But they give us a better understanding than any proof that you've presented or any model that you've presented or any map that you've presented. right?
How can they give us
It's
a
not like
better
you.
understanding if they have to patchwork it whenever they discover something that doesn't would totally throw a wrench in the entire model? They have to patchwork it
No, we
just
have
to
a
keep it
model of
afloat.
the Earth.
Just to keep it
It's
afloat.
called the globe, and we have a map. It has a scale.
Hey, do you know how
You guys know this art.
many wobbles does the Earth have? What is the history with each wobble that they had to add?
Dude, I don't know about wobbles, bro. I'm
Oh, he
sorry.
doesn't
I'm
know,
lost.
but the model's perfect, bro. It gives us the best understanding. Dude, it's trash, man.
I never learned about wobbles.
They can't even
Classes.
you can't even
Sorry.
circumnavigate the so-called globe. The South Pacific is all stitched together. That's why you have so much magnetic declination.
Declination? Is that even a word?
Yeah, look up magnetic declination, bro. Educate yourself.
Bro, I guarantee you're using that word improperly enough. 100%.
Holy crap! All right, dude, you're going on mute till you go look it up.
Yeah, that's pretty pathetic.
Yeah, that was embarrassingly bad, Mister. I'm so intelligent. I'm in the STEM field. What's the main three lines on a military map? In the key, grid north, true north, magnetic north, magnetic declination. This is actually four.
I have no idea what that word is, but I know you used it wrong. That
So
was
you
bad.
to account for magnetic declination, you have to make changes. If you're sailing, if you're on a ship, you have to make changes to your bearing because you can't use can't take the bearing from your normal compass, right? So you don't know about magnetic declination. You don't know about wobbles. You don't know your globe model, but yet you're so religiously set on it that your weak mindset can't allow you to fathom anything else.
And it's not like declination is just a little number in the south. It can be a massive number.
And then you take that over multiple nautical miles, and the change in bearing adds up to a completely different direction real quick. Or I should say, quicker than you would think.
Yeah, especially if you're far north.
These globers, they come in here with such hubris. Tell us anyone that questions the globe is a retard.
Well, sometimes
And
worse
it's
than that. Sometimes they'll call
just,
you a subhuman mongrel.
yeah,
They
that
use
you
the
shouldn't.
word. They use the word flurman or flurfer.
Yeah, tell you
You
not
guys,
to
you guys use
reproduce.
the word. You guys use pretty mean words like globlin was pretty bad.
Yeah, that has to do
Globe
with
guard.
behavior. No, that has to do with behavior. That's not identifying the person. See, the globe side, they'll come in here and tell you that you should be imprisoned rounded up in a concentration camp and gassed. They've done some they've done things like you maybe you never heard about this happened like prior to 2018, where they did the Children of Flat Earth initiative. What they were doing was they're trying to identify which flat earthers had children in the home, and then they would call up child protection services and make false reports of children in danger to get child protection to come to the house and find a reason to remove the children from the household. Because they said teaching kids, having a flat earther in the house is the same as child abuse. So they're justified in lying to the authorities because it's the same thing.
Yeah, and their twisted mind, their brainwashed mind. And then they have the audacity to come in here and say, we just want to feel special. That's why we want to believe in a flat earth. I didn't want to believe in a fucking flat earth when I fucking looked into this. So,
or when
I've
you find out
never
you're a
heard.
flat earther, they say, "Does your boss know you're a flat earther? Let me talk
Yeah,
to
that's
your
another
boss."
thing too. They want to find out where you work so they can, tell your boss, like, do you know that you employ a flat earther? They think that they want to live, the globalist wants to live in complete anonymity. And they think as a flat earther, you need to be exposed so the world knows who you are. They go into these really weird conspiracy theories that flat earthers are a minority group that no one pays attention to, no one's listening to, no one cares about. It's a fringe, a super fringe minority group. And flat earthers are responsible for everything wrong in the world. If it wasn't for flat earthers, they would have their flying car by now. There'd be a moon base.
yeah, the sad thing is that, I mean, it's just classic. It's classic useful idiot behavior.
Yeah, it's
And
in and out group preference.
And they won't realize it till they're in the gulag as well. It's fucking ridiculous.
I believe in religious freedom. You should be able to teach your kids what you want to teach them. There does seem to be an issue with like the way kids, if they're homeschooled, you have to demonstrate like what you're teaching them and like provide a certain amount of education. If you don't educate your kids at all, then there's an issue with child abuse the way the laws are. But yeah, those sound like pretty dark things. I would never want to fuck with somebody's kids. Like people have lied about me in order to take my kids, and that shit is terrible.
Another thing they did was during the Denver convention. This is where the high watermark. There was like a huge convention, flat Earth convention in Denver. They started calling in bomb threats because the goal was to get the place shut down by having security, the cost of security, be so high that the event wasn't financially viable. And they had posted videos about pulling a victory royale. They're going to go to the convention and pack them some flurf. And all these threats of violence and it really shows you that they are very upset by this topic. And
there's probably a minority of Globers out there. It seems like a very small percentage of
oh yeah, these aren't Globers. These are anti-flat earthers.
Right.
Yeah, and my take is how I've explained it is that a lot of these guys are at the bottom of society, like the very bottom rungs. You got the one who was involved with modern day debate. His name was Ozian. You can look him up. There's another guy called Research Flat Moon. So you look at these people and you see what they've been charged with, what crimes they've been charged with. And you realize the reason why they're so anti-flat earth is that they're at the very bottom of society. But they fancy themselves as not that. So they have to invent a group of people who's lower than them so they can punch down at that group of people to feel better about themselves. And that's the issue you're looking at here. That it's not a normal globalist, somebody who's just a normal, everyday, like normie, if you will. They're like, if you hear them talk about flat Earth, they're like, oh, well, that's kind of cool, or that's interesting. I know people still had geocentric cosmology. They watch a Netflix special, or like, huh, there's a community of flat earthers. Oh, that's kind of cool. I learned something new today. That's a normal. That would be a healthy, normal reaction. That is not what you're dealing with some of these people who come in here day in, day out, completely shitting their pants over a topic they can't even define. That guy who's in here a couple hours ago thought flat Earth was one word. Couldn't identify Earth as a noun. Couldn't identify flat as an adjective.
Well, these are like anecdotes. I think that, you know, healthy debate is good for science in general. Like it helps people think about things. Like in here, when the conversations are good, we'll talk about all kinds of different science, and you know, it gets people to, because I'm a glober and I'm in here rapping with you guys, and most people, I'll admit, like don't know why they think what they like. They can't prove or even like support the argument in a good way. So I think it's good that people think critically and like practice their skills at like defending what they believe and questioning their beliefs. But I do have some fresh evidence for you guys for the globe.
Oh yeah, let's hear it. Let's go through it.
So how do you explain Schumann resonance? Like you agree that you've heard of Schumann resonance before? Are you familiar with that?
You said Schumann resonance?
Resonance.
Yeah, the Schumann resonance. Yeah, it's
new to me. Maybe I know it by a different name.
Can you explain how it's exclusive to a globe?
Right. So the Schumann resonance works on the globe being a waveguide. You have the surface and the ionosphere, and electrical discharges from lightning strikes create electromagnetic waves in the atmosphere, and those waves that are within the 7.8 hertz stay within the waveguide of the Earth. They just keep looping around. Whereas frequencies that are outside that, or harmonics of it, those frequencies that are within the Schumann resonance stay within the waveguide, and those that are outside of that range either eventually dissipate into space, right?
So you've proven that it dissipates into space?
Well, we know that there's like a broad spectrum of frequencies from the lightning strikes, and we know that there is.
Hold on. Can you demonstrate or explain how they proved those frequencies dissipated into space?
Well, they don't. We don't. When you go and you try to detect frequency, you like with a radio receiver or something.
So any frequencies that are no longer detectable, they all just go into space?
Right. They're not.
You see how that's
inside the waveguide.
See how that's an assumption?
It's an explanation for it, I suppose. It is.
Well, this is Grandpa. I'm here if anybody has any questions or comments or.
What I'm saying is the explanation, the model for Schumann resonance that we have, like it works pretty well. You require a a globe of this specific radius in order to create this waveguide with that particular frequency. And if the Earth was flat and contained by some barrier, then you wouldn't have the conditions for that sort of waveguide.
Yeah, that's just completely fallacious. I'm sorry. That's not proof.
Okay. Well, I tried. To me, I don't see an explanation for why you would have a Schumann resonance on a flat Earth. Is there some other explanation for how you could have the Schumann resonance on a flat Earth?
Yeah, the explanation is we can't measure curvature, especially the required curvature for a globe. So the Earth is not a globe. So whatever is happening in this resonance doesn't need explained by a story that is fallacious at its core.
You're just saying because there's no curve, it's fallacious?
Circular reasoning fallacy. If the frequencies are no longer detectable, they went into space. They went into space because they're no longer detectable. No proof.
It seems like
It
the
would be
circular
it would be
reasoning is
dismissed out of court.
you're saying like there's no curvature, so any other phenomenon requires the curvature to be what it is, but no other explanation that you're giving. You're just saying it can't exist because there's no curve.
Yeah,
Whereas we know that it
if you take a fundamental requirement away from something, why would you use that as a model to explain something more complicated when one of the fundamental characteristics is not present?
we argue that it is present. It seems like you guys keep relying on the idea that there's no curvature in order to explain away all these other phenomena, but these are like supporting phenomena that are explained with the globe model that are not explained on a flat Earth. That couldn't exist in that way on a flat
You can't even say why it is not you can't even say why it is exclusive to a globe model. You're saying containment of some sort would not allow for this, but you have no idea if that's true or not.
No, I do. If you had a flat Earth with, or even a much larger Earth, if the radius of the Earth was different, you wouldn't have the same frequency. If the Earth wasn't, if there wasn't a continuous, it's not as though I mean these waves are bouncing off the ionosphere and off the surface, but if you have a container, right, then the distance that the waves are bouncing is going to be different. You're going to have like you can draw chord lengths, but I mean you don't have some model that you're agreeing to about like how big this dome is. But if you had some finite size dome, it doesn't matter what the diameter would be. Some flat container that is a flat plane and some domish container over it, you wouldn't get the conditions for a waveguide. You need these continuous paths where there's no solid barriers for the wave to bounce off at different distances. In order for it's like you
Okay,
know
so
about YouTube's?
real quick, one of your claims is that the size of the globe counts for the frequencies bouncing off the ionosphere, and it wouldn't work if the globe wasn't the specific size that they say it is. I could take you on, faith and say that's okay. I'll accept that as truth, but I would just need to verify that before like I could make an argument against it. You know what I mean? I gotta
Yeah,
look into the details.
Real quick interjection. Any chance I can get unmuted in chat? Just throwing that out there. Please continue. Fine with this.
So if you have a spherical resonant cavity, the frequency that should be the resonant frequency of that cavity is C over 2 pi R, basically.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into this more. When you say resonant frequency over a cavity, I don't even know what that means right now. So I definitely have to look into this. But I could come
Well,
up with a
it's light.
model. I
It's
believe
light,
it
right?
just sounds to me like you're just making a bunch of assumptions. It couldn't work on a flat plane with a, and we're not even making a claim that there is a containment. Like there could be containment that we don't understand. We're not saying it's a glass dome over this realm.
Like
So
if you blow on a bottle, you know, there's like people that will make a noise when you blow on an empty bottle. If you make it's the geometry of the bottle that determines the resonant frequency of that chamber, right? And in the same way, it's the geometry of the earth that determines the resonant frequency. Even though it's not sound, we're talking about light. You can think of the equation, right? I'm saying it's C over 2 pi R. 2 pi R is the circumference around the globe, right? So you're dividing the speed of light, which is, you know, a distance
which is
over
fallacious to pretend that it is known on its
a
face. If we could, that's a whole nother can of worms, the speed of light. So my argument would be because
light.
this is advanced, I would have to obviously study up on it. But when you claimed earlier, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, I know you're trying to teach me. It's just like the claims that you make, like the speed of light, they utilize that. It is all a house of cards, is what I'm trying to say. When I said earlier that the fundamental characteristic of curvature, the required rate, is elusive, and you say, well, globe defenders argue that it's not. They would claim refraction, right? And then these claims that patch up the wobbles that are required, the dissipation of gases into the vacuum of space, which defy the second law of thermodynamics. But then you would say, yeah, well, they just dissipate at a level that is sustainable. Well, when you look into each of those like claims of how they defy natural laws, you just look into the globe claims, and if you just approach it from a basic reason standpoint, those claims just don't add up. And that's why I was like, that's what caused me to not believe in the globe anymore. They don't hold up under scrutiny with basic logic and reason.
I think
But yeah, I just wanted to say thanks for bringing up the I can't remember the resonance name again. What is
Go
it
ahead.
again?
I got cut off for a second, but I was trying to respond to what you had said.
I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just going to say thanks for bringing that up, and I would definitely look into it and try and learn about it.
Just in general, like when we do try to debate these things, I feel like it's a little projection on the idea that we're using circular logic, because what I'm trying to do is bring up different phenomena that we know we can observe, we can agree on this observed phenomenon, and then show that this phenomenon either can exist on a flat earth or would exist in some different way versus like it's what we would expect on a globe, right? And so we're isolating these different phenomenon and saying, is this evidence for the globe or evidence for a flat earth? If you say you measure flatness when you go out and you measure something, like, we claim refraction, whatever, but it's something that, yeah, you would only experience on a flat earth, right? So it's an independent support for a flat earth to say, oh, we don't measure curvature. And in the same way, I'm trying to say these are independent observations. Like, do they work on a flat earth or do they work on a globe model? And to go back and say, well, we know it's flat, and so this can't exist. Like that doesn't really. That's not really like a good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would
That's
argue
circular reasoning. It's circular reasoning.
I would argue that when you say that these things, these observations are all perfectly according to what we would expect on a globe, there's plenty of instances, such as redshift, where they had to do patchwork because it wasn't what they expected on a globe. Selenilian eclipse. There's multiple things we could go over that didn't
And we could go over multiple.
No, but these are things that.
Wait.
I just got to point out that the Seleninian eclipse does align with globe science, and when you say, "Oh, we observe things and then we do patchwork," no, science is people update our understanding of things to include more things. So if you've never saw light refract into a rainbow before, now you can see that it adds to our understanding of it. So what you're saying, it's not the backwards reasoning is not globe science. That's forward reasoning. That's people contributing science and people correcting other people and disproving other things and updating our collective understanding. But saying, "Oh, but we know it's a globe," that's circular. That is doing patchwork. Saying we can have that, that's doing patchwork. Saying, "Oh, we could have a eclipse. We could have things disappearing. We could have this." That's patchwork.
Are you done? Sorry, I didn't mean to interject. So I would argue that it is unfalsifiable. The way that they have done, the way that they have come up with this model, whatever happens, it's not forward thinking. It's them doubling down and saying it has to work. So we will make things up for it to work. Academia.
So that's everyone.
The people that created this heliocentric model, right? You got Copernicus.
Okay, so you're just saying people who study things.
Can I ask a question?
So the people who are going out and studying are coming up with these answers.
That's not what I said.
Would it be falsifying evidence if they discovered like the firmament? Like if someone found and was able to document reliably the firmament, would that be falsifying evidence for a heliocentric globe?
If they were able to identify the firmament, yeah, obviously.
There we go. So it's not unfalsifiable, is all I'm saying.
The way they make it is unfalsifiable, man.
We just agreed that if what you claim is true was found to be true, then that would be falsifying evidence.
So why do you think they have altitude limitations on what an individual can do? You have to apply for a license or special permission from the government or government agencies to go above, I forget what altitude.
I would argue it's probably the same reason that they have licenses for cars. It's a safety thing. It's a liability issue.
So it's just convenient.
It's not convenient.
Right?
It's inconvenient for people who want to fly up high, right? It's an inconvenience.
No, it's convenient to protect the model, so we can't identify such containment or lack of space.
People do
right?
get permission to launch satellites, like
And
there's
another,
private.
yeah, they get permission and they have to adhere to whatever that government agency tells them. Correct?
Right, but what limitations are you talking about at that point? Because how far up is a Starlink satellite? Like they're hundreds of miles high. I would imagine, and those are just low Earth orbits. I imagine there's private satellites much further than that. So
You would
where's
imagine, you would assume. That's another
I'll look
assumption.
it up for you, but I think it's a pretty fair assumption. So, but
Yeah,
where's this firmament if they're allowing people to go hundreds of miles up?
I'm not making any claims. I'm not making any claims that it is a physical firmament. I'm not making any claims of anything other than
That
the
there is
globe model is based on patchwork and assumption and just fallacious reasoning all around. It's a house of cards full of holes.
You
So
did make a
another
claim, though.
obvious observation, and the Russian borehole, talking about the globe, everything that they predicted, everything that they taught as fact was proven wrong. And then they just called it an anomaly and moved forward. They even had to change the magnetic field from the core to a different layer of the Earth because the core was too hot based on the gradient. As they went down in depth, the gradient was too extreme. The iron core would have been too hot for any magnetic characteristics to remain. So they had to patchwork that. They were wrong about the composition of the Earth, the pressure, and the temperature. Every step of the way.
Sort of the whole history of science is like that, where we have this model and then we take measurements and we say, oh, like the models of the atom. You believe in the atom, right? There's like a whole history of how our conception of what an atom is has changed.
Wait. So why do they teach it? Why do they teach it as fact to all throughout all public school system? Everywhere you go, it is fact.
No, dude.
It is fact that the Earth has an iron core, it has a mantle, it has all these different layers. They pretended like they knew that it was exactly like that.
Are you saying
and
that
then
that's
when they
not
were
the current
proven
story?
wrong,
Wait, dude, you're going too far.
they were
You're saying that the Russian borehole experiment proved that the mantle didn't exist, or that there isn't a core, or that they revised their estimates as to what the depths
Nope.
and composition are. What is your claim?
It proved that they were wrong about what it was made out of every step of the way. It proved that they were wrong about the temperature and pressure, the magnetic field characteristics. They had to change everything. And they didn't just say like, hey, this is a possibility. This is a theory of what the Earth is. They taught us that as fact. And then they were wrong about that.
Right. The science, the foundation of science is that any given quote unquote fact is fallible and up for revision. Right. That's the first thing they teach you in science class.
Well, any
Hey,
foundation
did
of
you
science.
know that gravity used to be a force, right? Before Einstein came along, we believed what Newton told us. Oh my God, they updated it. Holy shit!
Heathens, and zealots. They were lying to us the whole time.
Now your high priest,
like
your high priest just make it unfalsifiable, and they double down when they're completely wrong. They double down and make it
The
unfalsifiable.
only experiment we've had recently was called the final experiment, where you guys claimed there wasn't a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, right? And we had a whole
So
bunch
when
of
you say
Globers.
you guys claim, no, there was some flat earthers that claimed there was no 24-hour sun, and it was based upon legitimate skepticism because there were multiple videos released claiming that there were 24-hour streams or multiple day streams, and then we come to find out they stitched the video to get together to
They
trick
didn't stitch
us.
anything
It's
together.
12
You're
hours. It's
lying
12 hours
about
and
that.
12 hours. 2 12-hour videos.
They stitched it together and then
No, they
got
didn't.
caught and came
You know,
forward.
you
Can somebody
got
bring that
caught,
up?
bud.
Can somebody bring that up because it's fucking
Yeah.
objectively true.
It's two
The
12-hour
flat
videos.
earthers. Can I ask you a
It is
question?
true.
The
They
flat
said they
earthers
didn't
were
have enough.
there. They
They said they
claimed.
didn't have enough bandwidth to do the whole 24-hour stream.
But they didn't say that.
That
That was their
don't make
post
this claim.
explanation
They don't make that
after they got caught. They didn't say that. They weren't upfront and honest about it before they got caught. They got caught lying, and then that was their excuse.
They did not get caught lying.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, people questioned it.
Dude,
Like,
you're just
People
lying
questioned
to
it.
yourself. You're lying to all of us, bro.
I imagine we were all present during the final experiment when it was getting released and stuff like that. I'm aware of what you're talking about. They said that there was 2 12-hour videos that they did stitch together. Like unless you show them lying, I think that you're talking nonsense.
The flat
No,
earthers
this was
there will testify that no, there was no funny business. They didn't edit shit. It was all legit. Okay, you're the one making the claim. The flat earthers that were there all said it was legit. They even like Jaron. He said yes. There's a 24-hour
Get
sun.
with the catch up, bro. I'm not talking about
Jaron
the
a liar
PFE.
or
Get with the program, dude. You're
he's talking
strawmanning
about
my position.
videos taken like from years ago, the last 3, 4, 5 years that they claimed were 24 hours, but then when they got caught, they said that they didn't have enough bandwidth. That's true.
And I only brought those up. I only
Lights
brought those up to justify the reason that some people were like, yeah, that's pretty fucking sus. There's no actual 24-hour video of the sun in Antarctica, and the ones that were claimed to be, they were caught fucking lying. So there was legitimate reason to question it. Nope, don't interrupt. There was legitimate reason to question. That is why. It wasn't like we were saying if there can't be a 24-hour sun, or else it would falsify flat Earth and prove the globe.
I love bouncing on dildos that are in my huge anus.
See, that's your company that you parade for. People like that.
That are in my huge anus.
I don't think anybody likes that guy.
I love bouncing on dildos that are in my huge.
Yeah, you're just parading for people like that, individuals like that want to come in here and censor.
Yeah,
that's
I love bouncing on dildos that are in my.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
The final experiment. The final experiment was lights out for flat Earth.
Try again.
Can you explain a 24-hour sun on a flat Earth?
It's not exclusive to a globe.
Can you explain it? Can you offer one explanation of how that's possible on a flat Earth?
Yeah, there is a guy named Joe Hanvey who has a model that does it. I mean,
post it, and it remains consistent. It's consistent with the time, with the days of the rest of the Earth. Like
coffee cup caustic.
Okay.
You know what's not consistent?
What's
not consistent with the globe?
1 second. He's talking about the reflection of light on a firmament. That's what you're referring to. So again, no proven firmament. But anyway, what are you saying, amphibious?
Yeah, you're saying, oh, the 24-hour sun is so consistent with the globe model.
It is.
Yeah, well, long distance observation over water is completely inconsistent with the globe model.
Sure,
and it directly measures what the Earth, the characteristic of either curvature or flatness.
Okay, so just
it's
to
not
clarify,
not looking at a celestial object.
Completely
not looking at celestial. No, it's not obfuscation. It's saying
it is. I asked you for an explanation of a 24-hour sun, and then you brought up that. So that is an obfuscation. But continue.
No, he already
good rebuttal.
Yeah, he already provided. Wow, you're gonna just censor me? He already provided someone who came up with an explanation. You asked him to post it. I assume he's gonna post it. So
I would
then
love to see it.
you go,
I
well, it's so consistent with the globe model. So it's not obfuscation. Your question was addressed. It was answered. And then I said, well, you want to know what's inconsistent with the globe? The actual measurement of what, the Earth is.
Again, I agree that it is unintuitive to have long distance observations on a curved surface, right? But to say that it's measured flat is just incorrect. You can post your lasers, but lasers obviously curve, and I can post contradicting surveying.
So have you talked to DJ? I'm sorry to cut you off, man.
I'm just saying I can post contradictory surveying equipment data that would contradict a flat Earth or improve a curved surface, or rather
post it. Post it. Post it.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Again, I've posted plenty of times, but absolutely.
Post it now.
I'm posting it right now. Again, I just asked you
Show me how they.
again, Coffee Caustic has
Show me
not
that.
been anywhere in the chat. But I just got unhushed. I will post it right this
Yeah,
second.
don't fucking worry about that shit.
No, you don't worry about any evidence provided for the opposite side. No, absolutely. Here you go. That's Baron Rutledge, actual surveyor.
Okay, how did he measure the refraction? Just guesses. I know that guy. I know he just guesses the refraction. I know 100% he does. He doesn't measure it.
It breaks down.
Baron Rutledge ran from our channel.
You guys keep saying this. I asked for the clip. Do you have the clip? Do you have the VOD? Or do you know what day it was?
I don't give a fuck. Go find it yourself. How did he account for refraction in this? How did he account for refraction? How did he account for refraction?
Again, his all of his math is listed
inside the. How did he account for refraction? Answer the question.
You'd have to watch this video.
Oh, so you don't know.
Again, is it?
Did you watch the video?
Is it a measurement on the
so you don't know.
surface?
Do you know or not? Do you know?
Okay,
or not?
Someone did it sometime with math, so it works. Someone did it sometime with math.
Again,
Brown Recluse, how did he account for refraction in the video? If you don't know the answer, just say you don't know the answer.
I already told you I didn't have the answer for you.
Okay, thank you.
There you go. So again, but did you watch the video at all? Do you understand how surveying?
I've watched his videos. Yeah, I understand how it works, and I understand. I've spoken with him. You have to measure it. If you want to make hyper-specific claims, you have to measure for it. If you're claiming to know the size and shape of the Earth, you have to measure the refractive index along the line of sight accurately, and then use a formula to work out the K refraction coefficient, and then you can get an estimate of what's going on with the refraction. He's never done that. You guys have never once ever done that.
No one. You don't think any globe Earthers ever had a refraction element in their equations or in their math? You don't think that exists? Is that what you're claiming?
That's not measuring. Just guessing. You're just guessing the refraction. Doesn't count.
And using an average of refraction for a given time.
There's no average. It fluctuates constantly. There's no average that's accurate.
Well, okay. So how much?
Can we use averages? Can we use averages? Can flat earthers also use averages?
You guys use ridiculous math. You could post the FE core stuff, but the math is absolutely. So one second. When you're looking up at the sky, just let me. How much refraction is between like you and Polaris, for example? If it's directly above head,
you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro.
I'm trying to illustrate. It's a negligible.
Talk to someone else. You're an idiot. You don't know anything about refraction if you just 100%. Ask that question. All right. So you posted a video where they didn't account for refraction. They just guessed. Right. If he sometimes he doesn't even include it at all. Sometimes he does.
It might
just
just
he's just guessing.
Yeah, it might just assume direct line of sight and then go off the angles.
Oh yeah. So can flat earthers just assume direct line of sight?
You can assume it, but it's probably proven to be wrong because
Oh right. So he's wrong then. So he's wrong. So he's right. He's right, but we're wrong when we do that.
Well, again, when he's pointing at the top of a mountain, you're pointing at the surface. Right. So if we can point to contradictory evidence that the surface is not curved, then that would rebuttal the assumption that the surface is curved from the flat earthers. But there is no refutation to the point where someone on the surface can see the top of a mountain. What is your refutation that that's not a straight line?
What are you talking about? That you can see the top of a mountain?
Yeah. So if you're standing on the surface of the Earth and you're looking at the top of a mountain, right? Is that a straight line?
No, we can see mountains that. Okay, so we can see mountains that should be hidden, completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. We can see them. They should be like half a mile below the curvature, and we can see the mountain.
Again, how tall is a mountain? When you half a mile, that's 2,000 feet. How tall is a mountain?
Yeah. Okay, like Canigoo. I don't know, like 8,000 feet, 10,000 feet.
That's way more. That's way more than a half a mile, dude. Listen to yourself.
Yeah, the tip of the mountain should be hidden behind the horizon, behind the curvature of the Earth by half a mile. Listen to yourself.
I'll provide here. Let me give you a piece of evidence that refutes at least one long distance observation. But if you could provide any, actual refraction calculators that say what you just said, I'll refute my point. But I don't think you have any evidence of that degree.
Yeah, I have countless amounts of evidence, dude. I can back up everything I say, unlike you.
Please, I'm here. Let me post. 1 second. Let me do my thing, and then you can post yours. Here, this is just an article on CMIT about which this is the Beyond Horizons photo. So again, I've posted at least 2 pieces of evidence. Do you have maybe one? Anything that
how does that match a globe?
What? Read the article, dude. Read the article, dude.
I have. It doesn't match a globe.
How'd you read it? How'd you read it in such a short amount of time?
What do you mean you read it? You did.
Because you idiots, you clowns, post the same shit all the time, and I've researched all of this shit in the past, and I've read it before.
Well, why can't you just like?
It doesn't match up with the globe. This is his evidence, and he's not even able to provide the math. What does it say? You guys would have to guess the refraction once again. It doesn't match up with the globe, so you guys have to reverse engineer it, right? You have to say, oh, there's X amount of refraction, so therefore it could work on a globe, right? But you're just guessing the refractive index between point A and point B.
Right. How many atoms in your
show us infrared. Show us infrared footage. I've got infrared footage like this where we can see mountains that are 255 miles away. And the geometric horizon that should be there isn't there, even including your bullshit made-up refraction that you claim. Your downward bending light.
Again, obviously light refracts, right? Can we agree to that at least?
Yeah, nobody said light doesn't refract, but you can't just guess. You can't just guess how much it's refracting. You can't just guess which way it's refracting.
Can we say that given certain conditions, given average conditions across a viewable distance, a refraction will be between X amount and X amount? Do you think, or X amount and Y amount? I guess. You can't.
No,
you don't
that's
think
okay. Yeah. So what's okay? What is it? Okay, yeah. Post the test that was done to show that it's between X amount and X amount. At what altitude are you talking?
Do you want to talk about how they study refraction? Because if you think
don't
refraction
know anything about refraction.
I'm not an what is it? Atmospheric optics expert. I agree.
Yeah, I know that.
You're saying refraction can't be determined to be within X and Y.
Show me one test. Show me one measurement that anyone's done that accurately measured the refraction between point A and point B.
It's a calculation. What do you mean measure the refraction?
How do you measure calculation? What do you put into the numbers? What do you put into the numbers for the calculation, dummy?
Humidity levels.
Yeah. So what else?
Simple things. There's again. I can look up how they determine.
It's just simple things. Yeah. You have to research everything on the spot.
I can provide you accurate
ridiculous,
answers.
bro.
I'm not trying to make up shit like you are.
No, show me one test. Show me one test where they accurately did a long distance observation and they accurately measured the refractive index gradient between point A and point B.
How do you measure refraction?
You haven't got shit.
Answer my question. How do you measure refraction?
Yeah, it's a nightmare for you guys. You would have to have. You would have to have. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Don't ask me a question. It's not you do. Okay, you have to get the numbers first, idiot, and then you do the calculation after. Once you've measured the refractive index along the entire path of sight. So you would have to measure vertically, right, using temperature, pressure, humidity, CO2 levels, and you would have to take measurements all the way along the side of line of sight at the time that the observation was taken, and then you would take those values and you would do something like the Edlin equation, and then you would be able to get the refraction coefficient.
Okay, how many data points
would get
be sufficient for you?
How many data points? Well, that's the thing. If you want to make hyper-specific claims, you're going to have to take a lot of data points, aren't you?
How many data points is sufficient for you?
What's the distance that you're talking about?
Again, pick 1 mile. Over 1 mile, what is an accurate amount of data points that would satisfy you?
I don't know. What's the maximum that you've got? Okay, you would have to have them every couple of feet if you wanted it to be accurate, at least, because you can have turbulent pockets of turbulent air. You would have to do that because you can have pockets of hot air, you can have pockets of cold air, you can have turbulence, and it can be constantly changing and shifting because it's a dynamic atmosphere. It's constantly changing, bro. So you don't have that. You don't have an accurate reading, a measurement of refraction. In fact, you don't even know how to measure it. You just asked me, and I told you how to do it, and you're giggling like a little fucking arrogant prick.
No, because you're nonsensical, right? If I ask
how is that nonsensical? It's just 1 mile.
I'll explain myself, right? If I ask you what's the distance between you and the fridge right now, right, and you said 28 feet, I'd be like, okay, that's an accurate measurement, right? But if someone next to me were to say, well, how many inches is it? how many centimeters is it? How many millimeters is it? And then if you
That's
give
this
an
dumb
exact
analogy, dude.
it's a
No.
perfect analogy.
If you're
Asking
trying to
for
account for the
our
refractive index,
specific refractive
because you
index, not
have,
the average refractive index
dude,
that
you
is
have constant hot air rising, cool air sinking. You've got turbulent air. You've got constant changes in the atmosphere. You've got constant levels of.
You're repeating yourself. Help him out by showing how we did this when we did the laser tests, and then hold him to that standard.
No, Peter.
Thank you. A critical
Peter,
thinker.
no. Hold on, Brown Recluse, no.
Thank you,
Hold on a
Peter.
second. We're not making hyperspecific claims, Peter. They're claiming this to know the shape and size of the Earth. We're not claiming to know that. So we're not going out saying this laser test proves the flat Earth. We're not going out saying, oh, we're going to accurately account for the refractive index along the entire path, even though the laser just hit the target anyway on every single test, right, that we're going out doing. We're not making hyperspecific claims like they are. They want to make hyperspecific claims and show us these surveying tests, right, where the something's a few inches higher or a few inches lower, right, over a 3-mile lake or something like that, and saying, oh, this matches the globe. Well, they didn't account for refraction, right? This is the glober's argument. I shouldn't have to go around in circles. It's because I'm trying to teach this shit to a moron that's never even researched it. So yeah, post. You're the one that thinks that they've gone out and measured for refraction, measured it, and then calculated it.
Posted it right in chat. Flat FE-core, it absolutely has not only refractive indexes, but maximum amount of refractive bend that is possible, and that's the evidence that the Earth is flat.
No,
because
they took one reading. They took one reading. That's not an accurate way to account for refraction.
Dude, I'm going to open it up and post a chart about how the evidence is that the refractive amount is way less. The projected refractive amount is way less than what they actually measured, or the actual geometric.
They didn't account for refraction.
Okay, dude, I'll prove you wrong. All right, well, not a problem.
They didn't account for it. Do you think that you can just take one temperature and humidity measurement along the entire line of sight and say this is what the refraction's doing?
Based
do you
on
think
your
you can
level,
do that?
Based on your level of specificity, no. But clearly,
that's
they
not my
thought
level. Okay, well, that's not what I'm claiming.
You're claiming you want a higher level of specificity. That's what you want, a higher level of accuracy. That's what you're claiming.
No, you're claiming that we can calculate it and someone's done it and
based
accurately. Huh?
Based on the averages, yes.
What averages? What averages are you using?
The parameters you laid out of the humidity, the currents. Again, I'm not, like I said, I'm not an
so show me one test where they have the averages of the temperature, pressure, and humidity at that location, and it could be completely different on that particular day.
That's what this is. Like, here, let me just post it. They use N1 and 2 based on the Elderly equation.
Okay, why would you use Snell's law for a gradient?
Huh?
Why would you use Snell's law, which you just said, for a gradient? If you have gradient refraction, you wouldn't use Snell's law. You would have to use a differential form of Snell's law, which is meant for a gradient, which is not what they did. And they didn't take measurements all along the path. They took one measurement right at the start of it. It's not an accurate way to account for refraction. But hey, guess what? The laser hit the target in all 6 tests.
It didn't hit the target. The camera saw the light from the laser, dude. You guys, again, so regardless of what happened, you claiming that they didn't have any correction or any hyper-specific claims about refraction. They absolutely did. I agree they calculated it wrong and therefore made false conclusions.
Okay. All right, cool. So that's no good. So where's your evidence? So is your only evidence people that accounted for it wrong? Is that it? Is that the best you've got? Is some flat earthers that didn't account for it correctly?
You said that they didn't make hyper-specific claims. I'm proving that wrong specifically. Do you concede to that point?
No, they didn't. Okay, so I said flat earthers are not making hyper-specific claims when we're talking about the aim of the test, right? We're testing for your hyper-specific claims. You're the one. Yeah, you're the one making the hyper-specific claims, and we're testing for it. And 100% of the time, it doesn't match the results of the tests. And you don't have any evidence that match the hyper-specific claims that you guys are making. You guys have to just reverse engineer using a refraction slider that inflates and deflates the radius. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, clearly you got it all figured out, and you're not misunderstood at all. Even though you've provided zero evidence for anything you've said, I'm sure that you're right.
What have I said that I would need to provide evidence for? You're the one making the claims. You're just trying to reverse the burden onto me. You're the one claiming that you were going to post evidence of Earth curvature, and then you were going to post evidence. Okay, so then you agreed that you didn't even know if he accounted for refraction or not. So obviously you hadn't even watched what you posted.
I watched it. I was just unfamiliar with his exact calculations. I'm not a math guy or a surveyor. So again, that specific question.
Oh, really? What was the distance? What was the distance he did the observation over in the test?
Off the top of my head,
Oh, you don't remember, right? Okay.
What
Where did he do it? Was it over water or was it over land?
It was over land. It was over land. He's looking at a mountain. There's a city in the way. So like again, there's several factors. Like again, and there's several videos, and I don't remember everything about every video. But that doesn't mean that the video is incorrect, or that his math is incorrect, or that surveyors across the board use incorrect math when they are.
No, they just. Yeah, so they do. Would you agree that guessing the refraction would be incorrect?
I'm saying averaging out a refraction is sufficient, right, to give you sufficiently accurate results. Absolutely.
Okay, can we do that? Can we do that as well?
Like if you show me that's what they did. That's what they did, right? And
All
again,
right,
clearly they were completely wrong.
I'll show you 10 different tests, and we can just use standard refraction like surveyors do. How's that sound?
Again, standard refraction
is
different than the average refraction.
The observations will be orders of magnitude. The observations will be in orders of magnitude off the globe.
You're trying to pull a switcheroo. Standard refraction is different than average refraction at the time. Do we agree?
Okay, how do they gauge average refraction at the?
Do we agree?
They don't do average refraction at the time. So you're avoiding the question
because you tried to do a little switcheroo just now.
There's no such thing as what you're talking about. They don't do that. Who does that?
About? Average. What do you mean?
Okay, how do you do average refraction at the time? You just made that up. It's not something that they do.
Okay, let me pull this up. I'll get some more accurate information for you. But clearly, they measure the points at location 1 and at location 2, and then averaged in between the two.
Oh, really? Right. So everything in between is just a guess, is it?
It's an average because there's only a certain amount that you can go up or down, right? There's only a certain amount of deviation from the norm, right? That can be refracted. Can we agree to that? Maybe.
No, that's ridiculous. No, you could have a pocket of turbulent air that could completely redirect the light, and over a long distance, that's going to be a huge redirection.
Can you provide evidence of that?
What are you talking? You don't think that is? You can get a laser and get a hot iron, and then put the hot iron close to the laser, and the laser beam that's on the wall in the distance is going to deviate a huge amount. And if that was an even longer distance,
you're saying that's analogous.
You don't think?
Is there proof of that?
Of what?
No evidence?
What I just
of what you're talking about? Yes.
No, I know.
So you don't think that refraction can deviate a laser beam by a huge amount?
Obviously, refraction
can do that.
A pocket of turbulent air can't do that.
You guys are already you. Sure.
No source.
It's correct.
I'll post a
correct
source.
that an iron can refract the beam of a laser. That is accurate.
I'd like to see evidence.
Here, I'll post it. I'll post it too. But he's saying that is analogous to a random pocket of semi-turbulent air in the stream of a laser in the middle of whatever long distance thing is being occurred. Give me 1 second. Lasers, fraction in air. Here we go. Again, I have the evidence for sure because he doesn't. He won't post it. I will.
Yeah, the answer's round, by the way.
I agree.
Yeah, you got room temp IQ, bro. Put yourself on mute.
So again, are you saying that this demonstration is analogous to a random pocket of turbulent air in the middle of a laser?
No, it's showing that you can deflect a laser by a huge amount off its target just by applying some heat to it.
Right. So, but you were saying you were pulling this evidence up in the defense that you're saying that a random pocket of turbulent warm air can make a huge difference.
Andrew Thomas Young says that. Andrew Thomas Young says that tiny differences in the refractive index can cause spectacular effects in the distance when it comes to miraging and atmospheric refraction.
Post it. Post literally any piece of
It's on San Diego State University under his atmospheric refraction page, dude.
Post anything. You got zero sources for anything you say. You're just talking nonsense.
If you want to wait for me to pull it up, I can grab it for you, and then you can
pull it up.
Pull it up.
Okay.
I don't know who this guy is. But I just want to.
You don't know who Andrew Thomas Young is?
No, I just want to know that he said what you said that you're claiming he said. That's all I want to know. I'm not even claiming you're wrong. I just want
so you're accusing me of lying.
I didn't say
Dude
that.
is claiming atmospheric refraction and has no idea who Andrew Thomas Young is. That's hilarious.
That's
For sure.
classic.
Who the hell is that? Who would know that?
Who would know
Andrew
that?
Thomas
Anyone
Young
that
is the
studied
guy
refraction.
Andrew Thomas Young is the guy who wrote about atmospheric refraction and the gradient.
Those are flat earthers, bro, make other people look retarded. Crazy.
You guys make yourselves look retarded because you guys don't do research, and you come in here. You guys come in here and butcher every single thing.
I haven't talked nonsense. I've just simply claimed what I didn't know, and I've claimed claims.
You talk nothing but nonsense. You're Dunning-Kruger clown.
Listen, man, I've claimed that's crazy. Listen to yourself, right? You haven't admitted you were wrong one time, even when I've pointed out specifically how you were wrong, and you're claiming
Name one thing. Name one thing. I make sure I don't say things.
The fact that flat earthers don't make hyper-specific claims. You changed it to that they don't make hyper-specific claims about the point of the test.
Yeah, that's what I was claiming. Where they can be accurate. They can be specific when it comes to their equipment to get. About what?
Yes or no? Do they make hyper-specific claims? Because you said they did not make hyper-specific claims.
Yeah, so we're not trying to prove that the Earth's flat with the tests. We're testing your claim. We're testing your hyper-specific claim.
All right, man. Still waiting for that.
We're testing your height. You're the one claiming to know the shape and size of the Earth. We're testing for that.
All right,
you failed the test.
I'm still waiting for your source. So.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm looking for it and trying to talk to your dumbass at the same time.
Don't feel obligated.
Whoa! Don't call him a dumbass. That's uncalled for.
It is against TOS. I would try to be respectful in chat.
Bro,
Yeah, that's an ad hom.
Hold on a second. So Eric goes on. That's not an ad hom. Calling someone a dumbass isn't an ad hom. He didn't make an argument.
It's an insult.
It's an insult. Yeah, it's also a fact.
We got her both dumb. Oh, got him.
Don't say it's a fact because they will ask you to provide a citation. So,
yeah, well,
it is not an ad hom. Right. It's not an ad hom. It's just an insult. And
yeah, it's not. You can't say
get
it's
real,
a fact.
bro. It's the internet.
I'm gonna source check you for sure.
DJ is one of the nicest guys around here. So, one, the insult was mild. Two, if he's insulting you, that means you've exhausted our patience.
Maybe. I'm not being particularly cordial, I suppose.
Well, he called him a moron, a dumbass, and room temperature IQ. You know what I mean?
Yeah, all of those. That's just me stating facts. Right? We spoke to that guy for hours earlier. It's a fact.
I'm here all the time. I'm not surprised.
I'm not talking about you, man. I don't think that you're a dumb guy.
Oh,
Eric is absolutely a moron.
I disagree. I love you, Eric. I'm on your side.
Yeah.
Hey, quit rainbow knighting.
I'm fine with that. Eric's my boy. To the end.
All right. So Andrew Thomas Young quotes, "This extreme sensitivity near grazing incidents is the key to understanding how small variations in refractive index of air can produce spectacular effects of mirages and green flashes." And I'll post the link and this citation. There you go. So if you want to learn about refraction basics and more, there's a source there. You can go learn about it.
He did say it, guys. It does look like this has been verified. Flat Earth is real. Very nice, guys. We did it.
He told you.
He did tell me. He did tell me. He said that guy said that thing, and that guy said that thing, without a doubt.
Yeah. So.
Did he say "Welcome to Flat Earth" yet?
I don't know. Did he? I might have missed it. Can you
That's
say
our
it,
trademark line.
CJ? Can you welcome to Flat Earth me? I'm just so I can like buy the shirt without being a fraud.
Bro, you think you're being funny, but you're not. Like, I resisted these guys for 2 years, I argue, against them. You're new to the scene, you just walked in. It's going to take you a while, okay, to process all this information and see where you drew the wrong conclusions in the past. You're in early stages. You're throwing at us just basic kind of. It's like Glober's, Globe for Dummies, Chapter 1, Eratosthenes. Have you seen the pictures from the space and stuff like that? So, like, you gotta work your way through chapters, right?
No,
then you have to learn so much about the globe that you won't even remember the book that you learned it from, because the knowledge will be a part of you. And then you can have a real conversation. And then, if you are open-minded, you will become a flat earther eventually. But you're early in the process. We don't expect you to convert. If you say you converted, we won't believe you. And guys like you, dime a dozen.
That's fair. It's just, I mean, I just.
I would say this. I would say this. He's not chapter 1. He's chapter 2. Chapter 2 is fuck flat earthers. It can't be flat.
There we go.
Right,
Peter,
right.
I just want to push back on you a little bit, because I think that you said DJ was the nicest flat earther. I think you're the nicest flat earther, and you shouldn't sell yourself short.
Peter's not a flat earther.
He clearly is a flat earther. You just
I
said
am a flat earther. I'm
yeah.
not the nicest, by the way. I'm like one of the worst ones. You just need to trigger me the right way.
You're definitely a flat earther, and I think you're the nicest one. That's just my opinion, though.
The only thing Peter has done is he's taken it upon himself to steelman the flat earth side to the best of his ability, because he hasn't gone out and proved it to himself yet. He says he's too lazy to.
He's got the flat tag in his title, though. It makes me think that he's not.
You could just click on our server, go there, and then you can apply the tag to your title too.
I don't know. He's just a lot. There's just a lot of evidence that makes me think that he's a real flat earther, and I have a tendency to believe people, you know.
Yeah, well, I've been arguing with him for 2 years, so I'm telling you that.
He's an agent. He's a glower.
I think maybe you guys are just too conspiratorial minded, and you should trust.
Peter was like main adversary for a long time.
He's an agent.
Peter is my favorite transitioned flat earther.
I imagine he's like a success story for you guys, because he clearly was a glober, and now that he's fully committed to flat Earth, you guys must feel very proud. I know I would be.
Thanks. It was all because of me. I'm the one who converted him, so everyone can thank me.
Congratulations. Yeah, good on you.
Can't beat him. Join him.
Way to just dismiss everything that they told you.
I engage with everything. I engage with literally every single thing that was said.
They literally told you he was an agent, and you just kept on chanting over them.
I heard them. I just said I choose to believe Peter because he would have a better insight as to his own beliefs, right?
He was a staunch glober for many years.
Yeah, and you guys converted him. I agree. That's the narrative.
I would give you an excuse though. You got thoroughly cooked, so your mind must be melted right now.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, DJ did provide that quote. That quote was accurate. So, I guess if that's your definition of cooking, then I suppose that is what happened.
All right, I have the long distance high altitude infrared observation. If you want to have a look at it,
I've seen the photo. I've seen the photo again.
do you want to go over? I've got like all the finer details if you want.
I agree it's unintuitive. But
well, do you agree that gravity would pull everything towards the center of mass on a globe?
For sure.
And then that would mean that there should be a certain amount of curvature, and that means that you would have to have a physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, providing the observer height and location didn't change.
Right, but again, your claim is that a infrared photograph displaying more distance than is theoretically possible, be from a geometric horizon, right? I don't think it's ultimately refuting the globe, because it just, from one's perspective, being able to see objects that are, again, only the tops of mountains, which again are very high up, right, being seen.
I'm not talking about mountains. This is a better test than that. I don't like the ones where we're looking at a mountaintop, because usually there's a bunch of mountains in front of them, and then it's like, how much exactly of the mountain can we see, and that kind of thing. This is a good one because we have a huge huge body of water underneath the Mount Canigou, between the French Alps and Mount Canigou, and the horizon, the physical geometric horizon, should be at a certain distance, but we can see not just a little bit further and see that there's absolutely not a geometric horizon there, even with your refraction taken into account. If we were to grant you standard refraction, because they say, oh, flat earthers always are doing these things low to the ground. If you go up high, we can consistently say standard refraction would be a thing, because we're up above where the fluctuation is so drastic all the time. So that, according to most of the anti-flat earthers that I talk to, they say that you can accurately use 7/6R. For some reason, they've picked 7/6R, but they say that if you'd use that, then if you got high altitude, then it would match up with the globe every time. Ruhif says that, Jesse Path of Light says that, but this observation shows that that's absolutely not the case. And even with that,
shut the fuck up.
Wow, get that guy out. Get that guy out.
Fuck that guy.
What's he saying that for?
I didn't like that.
Who said that? Who said that?
Well, you did ask me to get the observation you wanted to see, but if you don't want to see it, then I won't post it.
I don't know who that other guy was. No, I would like to see the observation.
Yeah, trust me. We're talking about the guy who said "get the fuck out." Like, if
you're not, I know that. I know that. I'm talking to Brown Recluse though. I wasn't talking to whoever that other guy was. Oh, yeah. I forgive you. It's okay.
Fuck the haters.
All right, so shit. Hold on a second.
What the hell just happened?
All right, here's this is a portion of the image. This was like a giant, super high resolution panorama, and I do have the whole thing. All right, who was that? Gary, Larry, Barry. You gone?
So yeah, this is the mountain one.
Yeah, we're not focusing on the mountain, even though we have the distance to every single mountain peak there. We don't need to focus on the mountains. It's better to focus on what we can actually see clearly, that's unobstructed, which would be where the geometric horizon would have to be on a globe. because you agreed that gravity is pulling everything towards the center of mass. So you would have to have a geometric horizon before where the water meets the shoreline on the other side. It would have to be before that, and I'll show you exactly where it should be on a globe. It should be at 117 miles.
Shut the fuck up, fake Ray-Bans.
Fake, they are fake Ray-Bans, got me. They're not even fake Ray-Bans, they're just some cheap sunglasses. All right, so this is where the horizon should be, even including refraction. Oh, all right, Larry Barry. Sorry, I got the wrong one. Apologies.
Thank you. It was the brown maculus guy, if you're wondering.
No, it wasn't him.
Yeah, fuck you, dude. That's crazy.
I think it was maybe Hendry. Anyway, doesn't matter.
So 1 second, you're saying that it should
Yeah,
be at 117 miles and it's actually seen at 126 miles?
No. So it would be 117 miles geometrically, but granting the 7/6R refraction, it would be at like 126, and that's where this yellow circle is. So the observer's on the Canigou summit at 9,136 feet, and that yellow line around the outside, that's the geometric horizon distance.
Sure, if with standard refraction, yeah.
That's with standard refraction included.
Sure. And then how far further away is the coast?
Right, just a second. Right, so here's a GIF that's zoomed in and it's panning across. I've got a much better one, but this one, so the horizon should be basically where the water is. But if you have a look at the actual panorama, like the high resolution one, and zoom right in on it, the one I posted above, zoom right in on that. Not only can you see where the water meets the shoreline, but you can actually see entire, like, huge distances of landscape, like 100, well, say 50 plus miles more of landscape before it starts to get into the beginning of where the French Alps are. So we don't see any sign of the geometric horizon anywhere, but on a globe it would have to be there. So you guys would have to claim that really that geometric horizon is there, but somehow refraction's just flattening the Earth out again.
Well, how far away is the coast?
The coast varies because it's a giant panorama. So some bits are a bit closer and some bits are a bit further. So you can see in the
what's like
in the Google Maps one, you can see in the Google Maps one where the geometric horizon should be.
Well, again,
I'll post it again.
With standard refraction. No, again, I saw it. So, but like again, I just don't have the distances. So like I can guesstimate that shore is probably an additional 20 miles away.
Well, it depends which part.
So like from the line, if you trace the line out from Canigou over to Marseille, right? The distance where the circle ends, or the edge of the circle to Marseille, that little span of water, right? That must be 20 miles?
Yeah, it depends which point you're talking about. But
the dot where it says Marseille or Marseille or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. You'd have to check the exact distance on Google Maps, but we don't see any horizon anywhere all the way up to the French Alps. We just don't see it.
Again, the horizon is where the sky meets the ground, obviously. So like again, we agree that the ground in this question is the mountains, right?
Yeah, right. So the geometric horizon would be the maximum, would be at a certain distance on the globe. So you should see a horizon, you should see a water horizon, and then you should see tips of mountains popping out from behind the horizon. That's what you should see if the Earth's a globe. But we don't see that. We just see flatness all the way to the bottom of the mountains, and then it starts to go into the French Alps. And we don't see it.
I don't know if that is the case with an infrared camera, that you should see just the tips of mountains with like, because again, I agree that's what you see with a regular camera.
camera, it's
the light is only
globe.
accountable to a certain amount.
With the globe, you should see the tips of mountains.
No, again, I'm saying I agree that there's a geometric horizon, but what we're talking about is not the fact that there's zero curvature in between point A and B. It's that this panoramic camera, right, looks like they can see everything within, you know, however many miles it is to like the tip of the
255.
255 miles, right? The camera can see everything in there, right? So that just means that the infrared light or the infrared I guess yeah, the infrared reach the camera.
Right, but all of those towns that you can see and everything, right? So they should be popping up from behind the horizon. You know what the geometric horizon is, right?
Right, but
Like that's the distance that it should be.
Right, but a geometric horizon doesn't apply to optics, right? So with the optics, there is a geometrical horizon, but we're not looking at a geometrical horizon, right? We're looking at the light we can see bouncing away from the things in that location, correct? Right. So again, a geometric horizon, while again it should hypothetically be a given amount, as we agreed, the refraction is going to change at a certain degree, right? So regardless, the geometric horizon is not what we're looking at. We're looking at the light coming back to us from the furthest point of our view.
Right, but that geometric horizon would still have to. Yeah, I get you. The geometric horizon would still physically have to be there where that yellow line is, and you're saying it is there, but the refraction is just making it look flat for another 100 miles.
Right, but the yellow line isn't the geometric horizon. That's the hypothetical limit of viewpoint.
The geometric horizon is always 100% undetectable and completely invisible, and only exists in mathematical form.
Again, so what are we supposed to be? So then, what are we looking for?
The yellow line is the geometric horizon with refraction.
Yeah.
No, so again, there's the geometric horizon, right? Is simply the point where nothing is above the sphere, and that's as far as you can see, right? So that again, that's
and then with refraction, it's a little bit further.
Huh?
And then with refraction, it's a little bit further. But what DJ is demonstrating you is you're seeing the base of the mountain, not just the tip top of the mountain. You see the base of the mountain also. There's no horizon.
Well, again, there obviously is a horizon. The mountain reaching the sky. That the mountain is the ground in this image. Like the sky is touching
the top of the mountain. Is the horizon. The tip of the mountain is the horizon.
That's clearly. I mean, that's when the sky meets the ground. That's why I said the mountain is the ground earlier. Right. That's what I was referring to.
We're looking for signs of the globe though, and on a globe you would have to have that horizon 120 miles or more closer than that.
So
have to be there.
I agree, but again, so that is what we see with regular cameras, right? Is that we see like the tips of with the tips of mountains. Like if you think about a regular camera, right? When it's allegedly obstructed by the curvature, right? You're not seeing tip of the mountain, and then nothing, and then the water, right? You're seeing the tip of the mountain directly on the water, right?
So what the infrared's doing is it's just cutting through the haze and stuff in the air. Now, look, here's a side-by-side taken at the same time with a regular camera and the infrared. And just the infrared just makes it a lot clearer. It cuts through all of that haze and stuff. And it also reduces the refraction.
Right. So again, your claim is that we should see the tip of the mountain and then the sky and then the ground.
No, my claim is that the physical geometric horizon should be at 117 miles, which is before the water meets the land. That's where the horizon line should be. And then you should see mountains popping up from behind the horizon, as would have to be the case on a globe. And then we've granted you for some reason, we're granting you 17% refraction. And it's still not there. Yes,
you said 7 earlier.
7/6R is what I said earlier.
That's 17%. I don't know if that's 17%.
7/6R is what anti-flat earthers like to claim is standard refraction, even though surveyors only use 0.13, which is about 15%. Anti-flat earthers like to stretch it a little further, so they say it's 16.67%. So whatever, we got tons of wiggle room in all of our observations, so we can just grant you that. And
it's
DJ, it's not there.
I think he's trying to say that The tip of the mountain is the geometric horizon, therefore the Earth's a globe.
No, I'm trying to illustrate that. Again, I was confused about what he was trying to illustrate earlier, right? But that the horizon,
There should be a hard line
not the
in front of
geometric
the
horizon.
mountain. There should be a hard line.
I don't think that's necessary. I don't think that's necessarily true. Again, it's
Okay, well, you don't believe in the globe.
No,
Strongly
that's
enough.
not necessarily. No, it's not necessarily the case. I think you're misunderstanding what the geometric horizon does when it applies to aerial optics and what this refraction is doing. Again, it's not. It's again, we're not cutting off all light as it hits the curve. Again, that's just isn't what happened. Clearly, we can see over the curve, right? At least that's the
you can
source.
see things. You can only see things popping up from behind the curve. Okay, so that's the water is at level. The water's at level, ground level, and then the land just past the water is just a tiny little bit above ground level.
Right, I'm just telling you the
so
story.
This is where the geometric horizon should be, and if you can see something beyond the geometric horizon, it would be sticking up from behind the horizon.
No,
you wouldn't see the ground leading all the way up to things that should be hidden behind the horizon. That's not how it works on a globe. Maybe you need to think about it for a bit.
No, okay, here, one second. Let me pull up the little example with the can.
Before you do, what's happening in the GIF that I just posted?
1 second. What GIF?
What do you think's happening in that GIF? Is there a hard geometric horizon?
Yeah, in that one it looks like there's a hard geometric horizon for sure.
Right. So why don't we see that with the mountain?
Again, we do. It's the top of the mountains. Again, that's the horizon that we're looking at. Right? So
it
again,
we're in front of the mountain, not at the mountains.
Okay, we can see even in the regular camera, you can see the coast. Where the water meets the ground. Even in the regular camera.
That's the shoreline, bro. That's the base of the mountain.
That's a coastline. That's not a horizon.
So, but again, I don't. Again, I'm not saying. I'm not clearly. Some of the mountain is obstructed, right? You can see ground between the mountain and the water.
Which mountain? No, the mountains aren't obstructed. No, none of the mountains are obstructed. The only things that are obstructed are mountains that are behind closer mountains.
Maybe you can't see the bottom of the mountains. Again, you can see the ground.
You can see the bottom of all the mountains. Look at the high resolution. Look at the high resolution picture, and zoom in on it. You can absolutely see the land.
Trying to show you a side by side. 1 second. Let me go to Google. Let me see if I can get a picture, like a close up.
You need to draw us a line where you think the horizon is there.
I've already said that the horizon is clearly where the sky meets the ground, and the ground is the top of the mountains in this photo. That's clear. That's the definition of horizon.
Okay, well that would debunk the globe.
I did no again.
No, that's not the definition of. Dude, that's not where the horizon would be on a globe. Yeah, on a flat Earth, you can obviously on a flat Earth you can have a horizon too. So that the tops of the mountains would be classified more technically as a local horizon, which means that there's a physical obstruction blocking your view to where the horizon would be, so that you would call that a local horizon.
I suppose. I don't know. I haven't heard that distinction made ever. But again, it's the horizon. It's where the sky meets the ground. That's the ground. That's just the definition of horizon. I'm trying to differentiate between the geometric horizon you guys are describing and what is actually seen in reality. Right. So again, I agree that in the windmill one, that clearly looks like a hard line, right? But clearly it's that the windmills behind it are obstructed from the ground level, right? This person's clearly not at ground level, right? So that I'm trying to find a side by side image to show you what it would look like at ground level from that same spot to show the difference of what we're looking at. But I don't know exactly what this is. I don't know where my cell is.
So if you're at ground level, right, like 6 foot tall, the horizon should be 3 miles away. If you go up higher, it will be further away. Once you get up to 9,136 feet, it should be 117 miles away. That's where that horizon line should be. It's not there.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up the side by sides. You know what country this is?
Yeah, it's Mount Canigou to the French Alps.
I'm gonna need a minute, but you can return to me in a few minutes.
So I have a spreadsheet that shows the exact distance from the observer to every single one of those mountains that you can see in the image, right? And it does the calculations on how much of those mountains should be hidden behind the horizon. And it doesn't match up, even taking refraction into account the way that you guys like to do it. It doesn't match up. It doesn't even close to match up with a globe.
You want to post that up to see it, but I'm trying to do something.
As you go lower, the horizon will just be closer. So but what you can see in Sheepdog's image is actually just an inferior mirage taking place. Is it useful what you're trying to do? Like, what are you trying to do that we're waiting for?
I'm just trying to put it side by side. Yeah, I'm just trying
You
to
put what side by side?
I'm trying to illustrate my point between the difference of what we actually see as a horizon and what the geometric horizon is. So again, you guys, I feel like you like it all the time. So I'm trying to make a visual demonstration, but it's gonna take a second. Yeah, mute that guy.
I mean, that's your side right there. Those are the people that side with you.
It's your team. You just want us to mute your teammate?
No one likes that guy, so I would.
Your crew?
All right.
You're trying to show me what like a mountain looks like behind a horizon popping up or something? Because we already know what that looks like.
I've already
You can just imagine that.
If anything, I'm doing this for my own point. I want to see
Okay.
what it looks like. So again, move on or don't. I don't really care, but I'm doing this.
It's committed.
It's all these fucking names gotta be in French. Who gives a shit about France, dude?
Believe it or not, if you actually could speak and read and write fluently in French, you'd probably have a lot more information in the astrology side. There's a lot of smart people from the French side that wrote things down that just don't get translated very well.
So basically, if you picture a side view and you draw a tangent line from the optic at the top of Mount Canigou to the surface of the globe, that distance where the tangent line would meet the surface of the globe is 117 miles. Anything, right? If you continue that tangent line going straight, Every single thing, including the water, beyond that tangent line, right? Everything that's at ground level would start to drop away from that tangent line. But that's not what we see in the image at all. It doesn't do that.
Hey, Recluse, how does your head feel? I'm only asking because it seems like you ran headfirst into a brick wall.
Oh, you're roboting, dude. You're still roboting. We can't hear you.
Am I good now?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So just as a point of reference, I'm still doing my thing, but again, I did the Earth curve calculation from if
You just started roboting again, man. Sorry to break it to you.
I appreciate the answer. Can you hear me now?
Now I can, yeah.
So that my calculation was sitting on top of the mountain.
Nah, sorry. No.
Fuck. God damn it.
Thanks for letting me jump in, DJ. I'm gonna be
You're
back
good,
on.
man. Yeah. Thank you.
Somebody was asking why is so many what?
Why are so many people in this call and nobody's talking?
It was just at that point in the conversation where it's kind of quiet.
Am I live? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so real quick, if the guy was on top of the mountain and he was looking over and with standard refraction, granted that's a little bit off of standard refraction, but that's 17.9, so because it won't let me change it beyond that. So, you call it 16% refraction.
All the numbers wrong. All the numbers are wrong.
It's again, I'm looking at it. The height of the mountain. 1 second. The height of Mount
Canigou summit is 9,136 feet height.
2,784 meters. Yeah, that's what I have.
It says you've got 7,000. Yours says observation height 7,820 meters, and then you've got distance 273 kilometers.
Oh, I messed up. Okay, you're right. No, that is correct. That is correct. It shifted over.
I'll give you props, Brown. You come a long way this conversation. Since I've been listening, I appreciate it.
I'm not trying to be an asshole.
No, you're actually starting to. It sounds good to hear you guys talk. But it's like you're more engaged now.
All right. I was mistaken. I was mistaken. It is 125 miles. Okay. So again, I'm still trying to compare the side by sides. So again, I was just trying to respond to the guy I was talking to earlier. Either way, that was a mistake. Let me continue. If that other guy who hopped in chat wants to take a run.
What's up, Mango? Welcome to the channel.
What's up, bro?
Yeah, man. What do you think about the Earth, man? Do you think it's a ball, or do you think it's flat, or what?
Bro, I don't care about the Earth if it's flat or a ball. Bro, I just live here and in the Earth, and then I'm dead. What should I think? Bro, I think, bro, look, I can't discuss about this. If is it flat or is it a ball? Because I don't know infos, numbers. I don't know that all. I don't. You only can talk about this if you know some things about it, and I don't know anything.
That's a good point. You're showing some humility here, my German friend.
Thank you. And you? How do you feel about the Earth?
I like the Earth. I enjoy living here. I
Yeah.
know it's flat. Doesn't change much for me, but that
Yeah.
knowledge gives me a good feeling, you know.
Yeah. Like everyone can think what he wants, but
That is true. Everyone can think what they want, but it doesn't make every opinion equally valid, and some opinions can be tested in reality, right? That's what
yeah.
science is about testing opinions against
Yeah.
reality. That's not a luxury that we can afford everywhere, right? But in
Yeah.
science we can, so, you know, that's what it is. Welcome to the community.
Yeah. But what I hear like about social media, like I'm from Austria. What I hear about social media and that stuff, that I think that the Earth is like a ball because like uh, so many videos about the Earth. Everyone says like in the videos where they show the Earth in the universum, when they fly out there, they show the Earth flat and stuff. That's why I think many people also think that the Earth is flat from when they got born. They see things about the Earth like the globus, which you can spin. They see it's a ball. And I think that's also why there are more people who believe in that the Earth is a ball and more and less that it's flat.
How are you guys feeling about the World Cup over there in Österreich?
The World Cup, like the football.
Yeah, how is Austria doing?
Ah, yeah, bro, fuck Messi because he should have got a red card in his last game. Bro, it was a clearly red card. The German, like Schiedsrichter, the referee, also said it's a red card. Everyone says red card. Bro, that's just the FIFA who wants Messi to keep playing because, bro, FIFA is making money with Messi. They show them everywhere on the screens, on the placards, and when Messi said, "Oh, Messi is not playing 3 games," so many people say, "Oh no, then I don't watch it. Why should I
You're
came to
coping
the?"
so hard. You got shellacked by Argentina, and you're coping hard. But you guys are doing okay. You can still exit the group, so take that with some
Yeah,
humility,
but
my friend.
do you don't think it was a red card?
I watched the game. I don't remember. Maybe. Yeah, he chopped him down good. But it is what it is. If you
Yeah, I
want to
know,
get
but
this
look,
treatment, well, next time bring a good player to the World Cup, and maybe he'll get a
yeah.
similar treatment. Stop
In the
complaining.
end, you can't say that the referee gets money or not. You can't say, you just can think about it. But also, that's also the thing. If your country loses, you search things where you can say, oh yeah, this was a foul and there was no goal. Yeah, actually they didn't won correctly because the referee was bought and stuff.
Okay. You know what
You know.
Gary Lineker said, right? Football is a game where 22 men chase a ball for 19 minutes, and in the end, Germany wins.
Yeah, that's true. But they need to score also, so they need to shoot the ball also. But I don't know. It's like it's nice to watch. I hope Austria wins again. I think Ghana, but Ghana also has a good team. Many people are from Liverpool and that stuff.
I think you're playing Algeria next.
Algeria? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not so interested in football only when like Argentina plays against a good team. I watch it when there's like a half final or like that the important games I watch, but the not interesting games it's okay.
Are you
I
an
just
anti-Messi?
what?
Yeah,
Are
he
you
is now.
an
He is
anti-Messi?
now.
What am I?
Anti-Messi. Yes, yes, you are.
You only
And
watch games when Messi's playing.
I'm anti-Messi, you're saying?
Yes.
That's what he's asking you. It's
No,
just hard
when
to.
when when someone says to me Ronaldo or Messi, I say, I personally from child, when I was a child, I don't know, I always say like Messi a bit, but actually I don't care. They're both good players, and that question is dumb, I think, because why is everyone Messi or Ronaldo? There are also other good players. You can also say Ronaldo or Neymar, Ronaldo or Mbappe, like that. Every
Hey,
time
want to
you should
hear a
mention
funny,
Messi.
funny joke, Mango? My son came up with this joke when we were watching Argentina versus Austria. He
Okay,
said
yeah.
it was really Austria versus Austria.
What? Why? Because Austria played not good?
Oh, because a lot of people went from Austria to Argentina around 1945. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hey guys, the Earth is round.
And get the joke.
Wrap this chat up, dude. We can wrap this
I
chat up,
didn't.
bro.
I didn't got the joke, man.
Hey guys, I like to chant my beliefs randomly with no event.
Yeah, hey, we can wrap this up, guys. The Earth is round. Let's just go ahead and go home now, guys. You know what I mean?
You know what I was just Eric? I was
Yeah.
just talking about you earlier, and like what I was saying was that some people and it's not your fault, right? Because you're a man, right? And it's like you want to know what do these people mean, right? But you don't want to just ask them like, hey, I don't know something that you do know, and can you please explain it to me? Instead, you're like, hey, retard,
Dude,
you know what I mean?
to believe the Earth is flat is ridiculous, bro.
Yeah.
Come on,
Eric,
bro.
are you back with a new truck? Eric.
Yeah, that's my new trick. I got a beat up dope.
What do they mean? What do they mean when they say the Earth is flat? They got those flat Earth guys. What do they mean?
I
You
don't
know
know,
what they
some
mean, right?
ridiculous theory, bro. Some
No, you know
ridiculous
what they
idea.
mean, right?
I mean, the Earth is flat. What do you mean? Is there
Yeah, and
something
what does
wrong
that
with
and what does that mean exactly?
the Earth is flat?
Yeah, what does that mean? Can you elaborate?
Oh my god, dude. I love you, flat earthers. You know,
You know what I'm saying? So like I was talking about you earlier. I was saying like like as a man, he ask people what they mean. Instead, he's going to say, "Hey, you retard," until they tell him. He's like, "I didn't."
you don't think the Earth is a globe, dude?
What does that mean?
You don't think the Earth is a globe? What do you mean?
What does that mean? Does that mean there's
That's what
has
a
to be
flat
flat?
earther is.
Is that true? Like, what if it was like an
I
oblate
mean,
spheroid? Then are you a flat earther?
what? I don't know.
If it's oddly shaped,
You say
are you a flat earther?
spheroid? You mean like an oval?
Yeah. What if it's an oval? Are you now a flat earther?
I don't know. You tell me.
There you go. I knew you could ask nicely about what people meant by flat Earth. Does anybody want to tell Eric what they mean by flat Earth?
You guys think it's an oval? Is that right?
See, now you won't just ask nicely. I predicted this.
What?
Are you like? Does it hurt? Would it hurt your? It would hurt my pride. Would it hurt your pride and your ego to not know when there's other men like in the room pretend? Apparently they know something that you don't. Does it hurt your pride to not know?
The Earth is still not flat though. It's just
What is that? All right, I'm just asking you if you could honestly tell me what that means when you say flat. It's not that. So what is that? That it's not.
You guys claim the Earth is flat.
Yeah, what
do you
is
mean?
that, dude? How many times can I ask you that?
Bro. You tell me. You're the flat earther, bro.
Yeah, I knew you could ask nicely. Can somebody, now that he's asked very nicely twice, can somebody describe to them what they mean when they say
Yeah, it's flat because it's not curving.
That's crazy. Okay, how the ships disappear? Oh wait, oh that's right, refraction. That's right. What about why doesn't the sun why do we have a sun
Try
like all over?
again.
Why doesn't the whole
Wait,
why does it? Oh, shut
did
up.
you just say
Why doesn't the whole
refraction?
world have the sunlight at the same time?
You
Yeah,
need to
because I asked
try
about
again with
ships.
your ships.
You know,
Yep. You need to try
and
again,
where's the
bud.
edge, by the way? Where's the edge, by the way?
Try again.
I never got an answer. I never got an answer for that. Never got an answer for that. Where's the edge, dude? Like, wouldn't we fall
Did
off?
he just pull a refraction? He just you're backward,
Yeah.
Derek.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. He's
Yeah,
all
dude, 'cause you guys
discombobulated.
always say refraction when you talk about ships leaving, the horizon,
Try again.
Refraction. What
But
is it then?
actually,
It's the
I
curvature of
also
the Earth?
want to know. I also want to know where's the edge.
Yeah,
Can
I told you
anyone
the
tell me
edge
Yeah,
that?
where's
is at
the edge?
the end. The edge is at the end. The edge is at the end. Can you hear me?
And
The edge is at the
yeah,
end.
Why haven't we been there
and
yet? Why
and
haven't we
where is
been there?
the
What the
end?
hell? Yeah, dude, where
Yeah,
is
it's
it?
at the end.
Is there like
You
a,
go to the end and then
is
you
there
come
like a
back.
place? Why has nobody been there? Why wasn't there like recorded
Is that what you?
footage of it?
Is that what you meant, Mango? Did you mean like where's the end?
Like he said, like when I hear like someone says the Earth is flat, then I ask him, where's the end then? But
Yeah, the end. You do mean the end. Yeah.
like where's the end of it
Yeah.
when there's
This
going
was
like
an yeah. This was an existential question that people had asked themselves, for hundreds of thousands of years. And the idea that there was an end, it hurt them. Like it made them like concerned, worried, fearful. So instead, right, what they did is they turned the edge, like what we call the horizon, which is an optical phenomena. They turned that into a physical geometric place on a sphere that has no end, except for the geometric horizon, which is dictated by the size of the so-called sphere.
How
So
is the
it's a question that
horizon
people have asked
a
for a long time.
phenomenon?
They've been fearful of it.
How's the horizon a phenomenon?
You're asking what's the cause of horizon?
No, you said that the horizon is what'd you say it was? A phenomenon, right?
Like an optical, positioning.
Optical illusion. How is it an optical illusion?
Well, I don't know if I call it. If an illusion is defined as like whatever is like apparent, then sure.
How's the horizon not apparent?
No, it is apparent. If illusion is like, well, I don't know, like what's an illusion? You saying trick or what we perceive?
You said it was a phenomenon.
Yeah, it's an occurrence. It's a thing, a noun. But yeah, it's not a singular. There's no singular cause for the horizon. There's a multitude of of. That's what I'm asking. Are you asking for the cause? What's the cause of the horizon?
See why you gotta complicate it. The horizon is sort of a place, it's just a place at a time, like it's not that deep, bro.
No, it is. Like
You
so,
can
like
you can see trees on the horizon. If you're up on a mountain, you can see trees in the horizon, right? That's a
over the horizon.
place, right? And you can't see beyond. You can't see beyond those trees, right? Because of the curvature of the earth.
You can see sky beyond it, right? You mean you can't see beyond? You can't
Well,
see
it's
beyond the
not like
horizon. It's observably
not
false.
like you
I can look
can't
at
see
beyond the
like
horizon.
can't see too much sky, bro. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, you can't
the
see
earth
the
is flat, right? Why can't I see from California to Japan? I already asked this, and nobody.
Oh, okay. So
Really
so that's what I'm
answered.
asking.
Like, it's just
You're
the same
asking
shit.
you're asking like what's the cause of not seeing forever? Like we can't see forever because right of like light attenuation, angular size, light scattering,
No,
Rayleigh criteria,
no.
etc.
See, I don't believe it. We have technology that we could
That is
fucking
the
see
technology.
if we really wanted to. Like, if we could see from California to Japan, with like infrared. You know what I mean?
Dude,
Like infrared,
I can show you. I hear you, dude, but I can show you. I can prove to you that I can create an environment where you can't see 100 feet. All I got to do is turn off the lights. That's it, and you won't see. That's it. You won't see anything. Just turn off the lights.
No, but what I'm saying is that there's a special equipment that I can use to see that 100 feet, right? Like
And turn
night
the light
vision
back
goggles
on.
or something. But like, what I'm saying is like, why can't I see from California to Japan with some high powered equipment? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I
because
should be able to do that.
what we're attempting to do with high powered equipment is we're attempting to like magnify or see light that is attenuated and it's so far away that it's dimmed beyond our capability to see it anymore. It's just that like why
Right.
can't you see a flash? Yeah, so you're asking like why can't I see a flashlight forever? I mean there's math behind it, there's science behind it, but it's pretty obvious why you can't see a flashlight forever. I mean, if the Earth were flat, I should be able to
I
see a
don't think
flashlight forever.
you're not understanding yourself. Like I can see planets with a telescope, right? Why can't I see like Japan from California? Like
Well,
England from New York City,
yeah,
with
the
the
light
telescope.
would be scattered and
Like,
the light would be scattered and absorbed. Like here's an example of when that happens for you in your everyday life, right? Like so some days it'll be really sunny outside and you'll be like, oh look, I can see so far around me, right? And but then comes this dark stormy cloud, right? And they come into play, right? And suddenly everything gets dark and dim, and it's like, well, where I can't see the sun anymore. The sun is dimming in the sky.
Condition, no clouds. Perfect
Yeah,
How many
conditions,
times
no
does No
clouds at
Tank
all.
have to repeat himself? How many times does No Tank
Dude,
have to repeat himself? Light
dude,
attenuates through gas.
I'm right, dude. There's a curvature
Light.
of the earth, and you guys just don't want to admit it.
Right.
You guys just don't want to admit it, dude.
Listen. Light attenuates through gas, right? Because there's all these little gas molecules, and it's more dense looking horizontally than it is to look vertically. So when you
What I'm saying. There's a,
can you hear me?
we're living in 2026. We have the ability to. We should have the ability to
We
look
don't
past
have
that
the
shit,
ability,
like with infrared cameras. Infrared.
brother. That's from high altitude,
Infrared.
not from low altitude.
Nah, dude.
like it doesn't matter how much like how great your infrared goggles are. If there's a wall of if there's a wall in front of you, you're not going to be able to see through it. And if you imagine if I got a piece of paper, right, you could see through and I put a flashlight, you'd be like, oh, I can see through that piece of paper. And then I did 2 pieces, 3 pieces, 4, all the way until I had a whole book, right? You're not going to see the flashlight through the piece of paper. You're just not going to see it. So no matter how, that's just a wall, right? So no matter how great your infrared is, you're not going to be able to see through that wall. I don't know why you'd imagine you could.
Because the curvature of the earth.
No, you're looking at a wall, dude, and you're staring at a wall. Imagine your house.
There's no
Right?
wall. There's no
And you're at
wall in the middle of the ocean.
there's a wall of air, right? So like air is opaque over distance. Nobody denies that. If I go on my weather app right now, it's going to tell me, oh, today your visibility is 15 miles. Oh, tomorrow my visibility is 30 miles. Right? Visibility is the opacity in the air. That's the wall. You can't see that forever. You're staring at a wall. Yeah, I mean,
zones.
all right, so we're good. We're good on like you should not be able to see forever, right? All right, so we've concluded this one though. Like you should, even if it were true, you should not be able to see forever.
I don't concede anything.
Well, then we can't move forward.
We should have technology to look through air. We should have the
through walls.
technology to look through air. That's not a big deal. And we can agree to disagree. Okay.
It's
What about
2026.
time
You should
zones?
you should be able to breathe underwater by now. Why can't you breathe underwater?
I can with scuba gear, with the right
Yeah, but
equipment.
2026. I should be able to hold you underwater. What's going on?
I can with scuba gear with the right equipment. Right? Like we
Yeah,
live
but
in the future, bro. You know, with the right equipment, I should be able to look through thousands of miles of air with a
Okay,
telescope that has
why do you
infrared
think?
shit.
Can you point to the right equipment that will allow us to see 5,000 miles?
Through
So
walls.
why don't you guys invent that? You know, why don't you prove it, bro? Like, prove you can see from California to Japan. You know, with some specialized equipment. You know, somebody should get on that. Prove
You
the Earth is
can't like
flat,
I
bro.
don't know what you're understanding. You can't see through walls. It doesn't matter if you say it's 2027
There's
now.
no
We should be able to see
walls.
through walls by now. You're not gonna be able to
There's
just
no
say a year. And
walls,
I think there is walls,
bro.
right? Like
Air
imagine.
is not walls. Air is not walls, bro.
I don't know. Have you ever been like during Halloween? You ever been to like a haunted house where they put the gas in and whatnot, and you can't see, and then somebody jumps out and scares you? You're telling me that you can see through that forever, no matter how much I put in front of you. Why do you say such things?
That's not. I
You
mean,
can,
that's
dude.
not. That's not. That's air, bro.
If I can see, right? That's air. Okay, so if I can see through clouds, then how is it possible that the sun is being blocked by a cloud in 2026? For crying out loud, we should have the technology where clouds don't exist anymore. It's 2026. What's going on?
This is hilarious, bro.
Yeah, I mean, what are we going to? You're telling me 2030 is going to roll around, and we're still not going to be able to. We're still going to have clouds blocking the sun. This is outrageous.
You know, it's outrageous not being able to see from California to Japan, bro. That's outrageous.
So
You
now,
know, it's
all
a
right,
flat Earth. It's a flat
but
Earth,
there's
right?
Does flat Earth? I mean, if it were true that the Earth were flat, would flat Earth have clouds and air? Or is
I
it
guess.
like
Yeah.
no? Yeah. So there we go. All right. So now that we
I was
know that
talking
we
about in perfect conditions. Perfect conditions, no clouds.
yeah. So now that we both know and we can see to the point that air exists, therefore we could not see forever. There would be a limitation. Light attenuates, absorbs in the atmosphere, and scatters. Right. So now we know we can't see forever. Is there something else you wanted to? And you agree to this, obviously, because you're a human being who knows you can't see the sun when a cloud's in front of it. So now you want to do something else, or? Yeah, it's just that simple. It's not outlandish. Like so this is the thing that gets like crazy to like the flat earthers. So they say, hey, somebody convince the population that they should be able to see forever. What's going on? This is outrageous. We know we can't see forever, simply demonstrated by a cloud. But somehow the entire population has been convinced that that's not true. How can we work this out?
Flat Earth, right? It's a flat Earth.
Hey,
Well,
maybe we could ask him to steel man what you said. Just kind of paraphrase it. See if he's paying attention.
You want to try it out, Eric?
Listen. From New York City to Philadelphia, why can't I see, on top of a fucking skyscraper in New York City? I can't see Philadelphia.
They call it
Apple.
That's not a steel man at all. They call it Apple Hill, I believe. It's a place where you can see Delaware, New York, Philadelphia, all from anything else.
New York City, Washington D.C.
Yeah, I think it's like
400 miles.
I think it's called Apple Hill. Miles. You can look it up. You can look up like with the keywords that you're looking for. Like where can I see D.C., Philadelphia, New York, Delaware from New York.
No, dude.
Or maybe it's in New York.
Listen, I'm proving you guys wrong right now. Proving if the Earth was flat, I should be able to see from New York City to Washington D.C. Right? Why the fuck wouldn't
This
I
is
be?
why
It's
it was
200 miles.
important
It's
that
just
you
200
steal,
miles,
man.
or it's flat.
This is why it was important that you steal man
You're
notex.
the Earth is flat, though. I don't even understand your lingo there.
So you're not listening. That's clear.
The air, bro, the air. Yeah, it's delusional.
Terrible steel man.
I can see fucking stars with just 60 miles of air above me, right? What? Why can't I see 60 miles to past the horizon? What about that? No answer.
I didn't really hear you, but you do understand like the light,
I
right? Like if I turn off the lights in the house, yeah.
Listen, there's 60 to 70 miles of air above me, right? Until we reach space, right? Why can't I see from 60 to 70 miles, in front of me, past the horizon?
No, because that's the like the brightness of the light, and when you're looking up vertically, you're looking
It's
through
always an answer.
less and
It's the same amount.
less
It's
and
the
less
same amount
dense.
of light.
I don't know if you're not hearing me, right? So when you're looking up vertically, you're looking through less and less dense air to a very bright light. The luminosity is astounding that they give the stars. Versus a light on the top of the Empire State Building horizontally, where the air is the thickest. Right? So you have the accumulation horizontally is much greater than that vertically. So the light will scatter and absorb over the distance. That's why visibility will change on your weather app daily, depending on the conditions of the day. Same will go for looking up.